be seated alone. I see a very lovely, wonderful lady behind there. She's all alone, and I am wondering what is going on. Yeah? So please sit around somebody, and I would just like to request, turn to your neighbor and first tell them you are looking smart. Yeah, man, you compliment. People have put in effort in these things. People have put in effort. And I'm going to assure you, some people have launched their outfits today. And they have just been waiting for someone to just remind them that, you made a good choice when you entered this shop to buy this. So compliment your neighbor and ask them if the breakfast was okay. Just ask them. Yeah, say something. Yeah, you never know that the person you're sitting next to will be the person you will be meeting in the next maybe interview panel. And the only thing that will give you leverage or added advantage is that we met at this summit. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start off our event. I would like to know if Olivia is here. Olivia, are you here? All right, there she is. Olivia, we would like to request you to kindly walk forward. You are going to commit this event in the hands of the Almighty so that we can officially start. So it's not easy for someone to stand in the gap spiritually. I request you to give her a round of applause. And Olivia, I would like you to stand here. As the MC for today, I want to say you're looking very smart.
Thank you, sir.
Wow.
Thank you.
All right, please lead us in prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, let's just come ourselves for the word of prayer. Father, we thank you for such a beautiful morning. We thank you for this day, King of Glory, for you say in your word, when the time is right, I'll make it happen. Father, we are here to testify and to glorify your holy name. We thank you for such a beautiful morning. Father, we surrender this day, all the teams here, the professionals, O King of Glory, everything that is going to happen, whatever we are going to hear, whatever is going to be done in this place, Father, we commit it before you, King of Glory. Father, we pray for the Holy Spirit to dwell in us and also to give us the wisdom and understanding so that we can learn and unlearn. We are here, Father, take opportunities. We are here, Father, to be fed. Father, we are here to listen from you. King of Glory, we worship you and we exalt you. May you reign and rule over this day. We pray for everyone who is going to stand here. We pray for everyone who has attended in person. We pray for each and everything that is going to happen here today. And we glorify your holy name. Hallelujah. We can say amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Olivia. And let's clap for her as she takes her seat. So we'd like to welcome you all to the NGO HR Summit 2025. And the date today, by calendar, is October 31st, 2025. And if you do not know, if they ask you where you are, and you are just figuring out which location you are, please don't say, I am at a restaurant. No, you are at the Royal Suits, Bugolobi, as fantastic as it is. And so this lovely place and event is really, really brought and made possible by our very honored and wonderful partners. BrighterMonday Uganda, in partnership with Mastercard Foundation, and hosted by the NGO HR Network. So a round of applause. A lot of work has been in the background to make this place really beautiful and to also make sure that you guys are feeling comfortable. So I would like to call upon my co-MC, Stella, to take us on the next.
Good morning once again. I would first request that we utilize the seats in front. People seated at the back, I would request that we close in, and the people that come last will sit behind. We can use a minute or two to move closer. a minute or two to move closer, please. As we move forward, I would request that we rise for the anthems, the Uganda anthem and the East Africa anthem.
Ilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. As you move closer, by the way. Just a kind reminder, we have exhibitors outside the room. We have BrighterMonday, we have IDI, we have Unfit, and we have the Daily Monitor. So please pass by their stalls. They have amazing things for you. So once you take a health break, pass by the exhibition ground. Yes, Duku, you're welcome.
So the NGO space is a very interesting sector to be in. When I was joining it, it's one of those sectors you join and there are a lot of acronyms. Everything there is an acronym. So I remember when I was negotiating my contract, they told me about everything. Now they went to leave. They said I will have annual leave. I said that one I know. You'll have paternity leave. I said that one I know. You will have sick leave. I said that one I know. You will have study leave. That one I know. Then they said, in addition to that, you will have R&R. Now, in my HR profession and study, I did not hear of leave called R&R. Now, in my mind, I started to wonder, what does the R&R mean? And I believe many of you in this HR and NGO sector have come across that. Have you heard about BVA? Any HR in the NGO sector that has not heard about BVA? BVA. Have you heard about BVA? Hey. And there are also other acronyms. And I want us to first do a quick one. Just share. I'm going to just come to your table and then you share that acronym. So R&R was rest and recuperation. So me at first, before they oriented me, I thought, finally I have got in a place where they allow me to doze off a bit during work. No, they said, no, you go home for 3 days and come back and rest and come back. So let's just share with us, when you join the NGO space, what are some of those acronyms that you came across? Let's start with this table. Uh-huh. Meanwhile, even the organizations we work with, we never usually use the full names. It's an acronym in itself. This table.
We have gotten one here, Duku.
Uh-huh.
I have DD, which stands for Defenders. You defend the rights of everyone, human rights of everyone, defenders. DD.
That is D?
DD.
DD. Interesting. This table, an acronym.
Duke, I can be part of this table.
Yeah.
Deep, detailed implementation plan.
Deep.
Yes.
That one took me to school. On this table, we are just looking for acronyms that we use when in our workplace in the NGO
We
sector.
have one here.
Ours is SCTV. Yes.
First calm
African
down. First calm down
Yes.
slowly. It is what?
SCTV.
S-E.
SCTV.
Uh-huh.
African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Torture Victims.
You can hear. Do you feel it? On this table, acronyms. It could be operation, it could be... Yeah. You guys work so closely with finance, that department.
Good morning, everyone. When I first joined the HR, I came across the word PBS. Yes. And I was like, what is this? I didn't understand. Because my senior told me, Joe, you're going to work on the PBS today. I was like, what is PBS? I'd never heard about it before. But I got to understand when it is performance-based service and you give performance-based pay. So the acronym is PBS, PBS, PBP.
Duke, we have another one here.
So you can imagine, you have just arrived and now they are just bombarding you with those terms. And here you are, very experienced, yes.
Having come from the private sector, I came across SEA.
SEA.
Sexual exploitation and harassment.
Some of
One
us,
of the policies.
some of us, we thought it was the other sea, which is like an ocean. On this table. Some people look like up to now they have not gotten a hold of those acronyms.
We have one here, Duku.
Yes.
Yeah, GBV, gender-based violence.
Mine is CD for country director.
Now you have reminded me, when for me they told me you're going to meet the CD, I was like, but now me, I didn't carry the radio. Only to be told it is the country director.
QPRM, quarterly review meetings, program meetings.
So you can see how complicated the NGO space is. Yeah? I hope you're learning. For those who don't even know what they be meaning in their workplaces, you'll be writing notes so that you bombard those people in your workplace now. Go back loaded.
ATSC.
Yes?
Anti-terrorism sanctions check.
And we just abbreviate many things as if we don't have enough space on the paper.
So I was just fresh from campus, and I was an HR assistant in Chakatu Refugee Settlement. On the first Monday, I had to take minutes, and I was hearing things like UAMs, POCs. I would just write things I don't know, so I discovered that POCs are persons of concerns, and then we had unaccompanied minors and things like that. So right now, I'm a program person by association, and I appreciate working in the NGO space.
Amazing. I hope people are learning. Yes.
Yes, we have a yes officer.
A yes officer?
Yes.
Wow.
And yes stands for Youth Empowerment and Skills Officer.
So when he goes to his relatives, he says, I work as a yes officer. That's a very difficult place to be in. Now they say, give us some money, and then you say no. Then they say, but we thought you were a yes officer. All right. Thank you very much. And we are going to be hearing lots of this as the speakers share their knowledge and wealth of knowledge. So don't be afraid. All right. Anyone, one or two hands? Yeah. Here we are.
Good morning. When I was still in the NGO, I remember induction, they told me you're going to meet the hope. So I kept wondering who the hope was. So going into her office, I was like, good morning, Hope. So I thought it is a name. So later on, they told me it is the head of programs.
So ladies and gentlemen, it's quite humbling experiences working in the NGO space. You go with all the clout, thinking you know how to speak English, and then they say you're going to meet the hope. And then you said, but I thought I am the hope. Right? And it's amazing, yes.
Good morning. In IDI, we have a department called PCT. It's Prevention, Care and Treatment. It mainly handles patients with HIV. So when I had just come, it took me long to understand PCT. Yeah, so it's Prevention, Care and Treatment in IDI.
Amazing. One more person. Finally, it has come.
Oh, sorry. When I just joined Window International Uganda, I was a minute taker, and they kept mentioning EPO, EPA. So I asked someone, what does that mean? They were education program officers and education program assistants.
All right. But there is another terminology many people are not talking about. And when I see my HR colleagues on their laptops, even during this summit, I know it could be one of those things that is stressing them. And that word was called burn rate. Burn rate. We are not burning enough money. And then there was another word in HR department, they called it turnaround time. You have just put the advert out today. Tomorrow they ask you, so what's the turnaround time? We needed this person like yesterday. And so it's an amazing place to be, and we learn a lot. Our work is a bit different from other sectors because lives depend on the decisions we make. And so every time we do the activities and the actions that we take, at the end of that decision, there's a life to be saved. I would like to now call upon Stella to take us on to the next agenda.
Maybe before we go to the next agenda item, I know we didn't close shop. Any of us in need of internet connection? Yes? Okay. When you go to log in, you go to Royal Suits, Conference, and the password Monday. The password is Monday. It can only work in this premise. If you go out, you'll not be able to access. This would not come to life if we didn't have a vibrant, competent, strong, forward-looking, amazing president for the NGO HR Network. But before she's introduced properly, I see she's still sorting out a few things. Yeah, we can give her a minute or two, to prepare. We're going to give her a minute before she comes. And when she's ready, she'll let us know. We don't want to rush the president. You know how protocol is. President, when you're ready, you let us know. Okay. This would not be the way it is if it was not for the one and only President Emily Aneno Byarhanga. We appreciate you. We hold you in high regard. You have given us direction, and you've made us believe that everything is possible. When she brought this to our attention, we thought, this is a long rope, but every time she mentioned it's going to work out. It's going to work out, and we are making history. We are making history. Madam President, you're most welcome.
You know, some of us are not used to those things. A very good morning. A very good morning. Have you checked on your neighbor? Just turn to your neighbor and tell them that you are so honored to be sitting next to them. I know a number of us went to primary schools, secondary schools, and also nursery, but some of us never got that privilege. But what matters here is that today we are under one roof. Our chief guest from the ministry, Mr. Kansime, very welcome. The NGO leaders around, very welcome. The HR Association, the HR MAU, very welcome. HR Fan House, Federation of Uganda Employers, and of course we, the hosts, BrighterMonday and the HR NGO Network. Very, very welcome. As Stella has already said, sometimes you need faith to move certain things. We've been longing for a moment where all of us would be seated under one roof and to basically deliberating the future of our sector. And as you know, for us, we are donor funded, and we are used to writing proposals. So we tried to write so many proposals all over the place, and none of them came through. And one day I got a call from BrighterMonday, and they're like, want to see you. And before they could even tell me what they wanted to tell me, I just told them, I hope you've come to give us money, because we need a conference. We don't have the money. You're very aware that we went through stop work order. So for that matter, we don't have money. And that's how BrighterMonday pitched to us about the Mastercard Foundation program of the Young Africa Works initiative. And now it is called the Gen Kazi initiative. And lo and behold, when we shared our proposal, and the rest is history. Today we are here, honoring and celebrating us. One of the things that I want to believe that the NGO sector in Uganda is a very interesting, dynamic ecosystem. We're in quite a broad space, and yet all of us in our diversity, we end up celebrating all the achievements. Research has showed that by 2020, according to the NGO Bureau statistics, we are over 14,000 NGOs registered in Uganda. But by now, we are about 5,000 to 6,000 that are still active, because there are so many things that have changed in the space along the way. Uncertainty is why we have come here today. Our theme, from uncertainty to opportunity. Our space is full of uncertainty in the sense that the regulations have become more tighter, accountability has never been higher, and yet also the component of the funding space is more tougher. But where does the ball lie? At the end of the day, the ball lies with us, the people. What does our theme mean, from uncertainty to opportunity? We've already said that our space is full of uncertainty, but amidst every uncertainty, there's an opportunity. And for opportunities to be discovered, we need the people. And ladies and gentlemen, did you know how much impactful we are in that space? We give over 500,000 Ugandans jobs. Directly, we have impacted over 12.4 million Ugandans. We've changed lives, we've changed stories. Indirectly, we have impacted over 32 million Ugandans. But do you know where the challenge is? We never blow our trumpets. We tend to be quiet. We tend to be conservative. But when uncertainty comes, it is no longer time for you to be quiet. It is time for you to rise up and step up to the challenge. And also at the end of the day, let's remember that our theme is about people, about purpose, about progress. It is the people that make organizations thrive. It is the people that really dream and move the organization forward. But we need purpose to drive us. So today we are basically here to call upon each one of us to know very well, as people custodians, it is the people that are the heart of the NGO. So it's a call for us. The theme is not about a theme. It's a call to the leaders, a call to the HR people. It is time for you to get out of the back office. It is time for you to step forth and become strategic leaders. Next week, we are having yet a very big conference, HR as a strategic enabler. Are you going to be in that space, or you'll see us happen? Ladies and gentlemen, it has been long that we've been in the background as the NGO sector. I remember I was telling friends yesterday that I don't remember applying for this position. And I don't remember campaigning for it. Andrew, you have some questions to answer here. Because I remember Brian from HRMO called me and said, share your CV. And I simply shared the CV. I didn't know why I was sharing my CV. And the next thing I saw, there was a list of chair unopposed. And I said, well, this is an opportunity for us to serve. But above all, I want to take this awesome moment to send our great gratitude to BrighterMonday Uganda. Without their coming together to collaborate with us, this wouldn't have been possible. But of course, it has been in partnership with Mastercard Foundation. So thank you so much. I just want to say that all of us here, we are who we are because somebody gave us a chance. And I want us today, as we leave this fora, we are basically driving the agenda of the young people. We were once young. Yesterday I was telling Goldie, I can't believe that I'm also now being called an elder. You know, and yet my face is still hot, Bwana. You know, and I think we need to do something about this. Unfortunately, the Gen Zs are on board, and we can't do much about it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome all of us to this conference. And let's remember that this is not just a conference. It is a declaration that we are here to stay, we are here to seize the opportunities, and we are here to move forward. I want us to collaborate, I want us to connect, and I want us to live better than we came. So I want to welcome all of you to this summit today. And would like to ask the screen people to give us a background from where we came before I give my last remarks. Over to you. We can always play that later if they're not yet ready. Colleagues, today is not just a summit, it's a movement, a gathering of minds and hearts united by a shared conviction that people strategy is actually a nation strategy. It is a turning point when HR shifts from policy custodians to strategic architects of organization destiny. Today is a declaration. And it is time for us to make sure and move from compliance to influence, no longer ticking boxes, but shaping policies, cultures, and mindsets. It is time for us to rise to roles that are impactful, not just filling vacancies, but building leaders, healing teams, and restoring trust. Ladies and gentlemen, the next generation depends on us. We need to open our doors. BrighterMonday has already opened doors for us. We have the freedom, all of us who have attended, all the NGOs that have registered here, you have an opportunity to advertise on BrighterMonday page free of charge. That is what has been given to us. So I want to encourage all of us, register as much as you can and take opportunity for this space where we can advertise for free. And at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, let it be known today that when we do recruitment, it's not just about hiring. Let's remember that we are building the nation. Let performance management move from just performance evaluation. Let them become conversations of growth, mentorship, and purpose. Let payroll cease from being just numbers. Let it become fairness, equity, and transparency. And let learning and development cease to be workshops, but about leadership pipelines and succession legacies. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored to be your president at a time like this, but also I'm ready to really hand over to the next young person who should step up and take over. Thank you so much and welcome again. Before I sit down, allow me introduce somebody who is always there to support me each time I hit a milestone, my husband, Mr. B. Thank you so much. Very welcome, everyone.
DJ, our president, does not usually go back free of charge. She has a format. And yes. Yes. Come Ladies and gentlemen, if your president doesn't do it like this, then take hours for some days. So ladies and gentlemen, indeed, your leg. That song means the path is clear and it is bright. Yeah, so that's why she loves that song, and she does it in another space, by the way, when you find her without that suit on. Let me speak slowly because I don't know what details you have been giving the man of the house, but it's really an honor. Thank you so much, our president. You have carried this load and you have delivered it to the destination. And we are very proud of you. A round of applause to our president. And today wouldn't have also been possible if it wasn't for firm and solid partnership. And ladies and gentlemen, in this room, when you turn around and you look to your neighbor, ask them, are you a solid and trusted partner? Then ask them, can I trust you to give me your piece of chicken at lunch? Uganda. Now that's a hand clap you give when someone has promised you a bonus. Now give the hand clap when you have received that bonus. And allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Pamela. Have a share. There it goes. Now, why are you putting it in the pocket? Right? We are now here. There it is. Yes. Raise it, serve it. Nice. Stella? Mm-hmm. Raise it. Our guys on the machines. Yeah, you are part of us. Today, warm it. Just do like raise it and serve it. Everybody is going to be part of this team. There it goes. Yes. Their guys are so choreographed. Eh? Well done. And there we go. Final lap. Serve it. Now you people, you see why you should not sit alone. You see why you should not sit alone. He has no one to remind him that we are doing this. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I would like to now call upon my co-MC, Stella, to take over the podium. Thank you.
Duku, I didn't know you had an extra talent. Eh? Every now and then I get to learn something about you. Just a reminder, colleagues, Brighter Monday has offered, right? Please confirm, Pamela. We shall be advertising for free. For how long? Free? Under? Let's get it right, right?
So what you're talking about is the free listing option under Brighter Monday. For now, there's no timeline. So hurry while stock lasts.
Hand of applause. Eh? How much would it have costed us if we had to pay for it? A lot, yeah? And Antfit is giving us a discount for their services, the team building services. The Daily Monitor, for everybody in the room, is going to be onboarded on e-paper and the website to access the Daily Monitor for free for 1 week. So you can pass by their desk. You're given the instructions on how you can log in and access the Truth Daily, yeah? Next on agenda, how many of us work with the Ministry of Gender and Social Development quite often? Quite often. Some of us just remember them when things are hot. Eh? How many of us work with them quite often? Golda, yeah? I think we're going to hear from a person from the Ministry of Gender. And we are honored and privileged to be joined by, let me get that title right. Eh? It will be a disservice to us. We may invite him next time and he doesn't show up. We are going to get a keynote speech from Mr. Zachary Kansime, and is the Senior Skills Development and Technology Officer. Sir, you're very welcome, and we appreciate your time. We know your office is very busy, but we appreciate that you accepted our invitation. Please, this is your time.
Thank you so much, the moderator. You know, when they invite you and the room gets a little bit quiet. Emily, thank you so much for the life. When I came in here, when they invited you, I saw the life. And I know this entire space, if your president has the energy, the life, the entire space will have life. So I believe to see that. I'm glad that you invited our ministry to be part of this. When I walked into the room, I was able to meet colleagues, friends that I worked with, because part of my career I went through the NGO sector. And I was glad to meet one of my former HR managers, Naomi, in the room. I was glad to meet you after some years. And I'm so glad to be here with you today. Bring you greetings from the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Good morning, distinguished guests, NGO leaders, HR professionals, development partners, and friends of the labor fraternity. On behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, I am honored to give you, at this very important NGO HR Summit 2025, a platform that elevates the voice of HR professionals and reaffirms the power of people in shaping institutional resilience. Allow me to begin by commending the NGO HR Network Uganda, BrighterMonday, and the Mastercard Foundation under the Gain Kazi project for organizing this timely event. Your theme, from uncertainty to opportunity, people, purpose, progress, truly captures the spirit of our times, one that calls for adaptability, innovation, and renewed partnerships. Society and the world of work is presently facing radical shifts. The main discourse driver happens to be Africa's young population, Uganda being the second youngest after Niger, in order to ensure that no opportunities are left untapped. Partnerships such as the one between BrighterMonday Uganda and the NGO HR Network are very crucial. I applaud the teams for the collaboration. I believe that the partnership between these agencies will be able to yield better and better and deeper, focusing on inclusivity of the youth in work, specifically females, displaced persons, persons with disabilities, which are central to the Genkazi program. And you know, all those category of people, they are our heartbeat as the Ministry of Gender. So when we see that this is happening, we get so glad that this is taking shape. We must work together to ensure that our large young population is converted to a productive workforce. Now, that is our major focus as the Ministry of Labor, to see that our people are not only just doing work, but becoming more productive, opening up all avenues for them to really do their capacity building to make sure that we get a lot from them. Across Uganda development landscape, we continue to witness profound shifts in how we work, how we lead, and how we sustain organizations. The NGO sector, employing tens of thousands of Ugandans, stands at the intersection of service, compassion, and accountability. While NGOs play a critical role in delivering social impact, they also hear a great responsibility to uphold decent work, fair treatment, and ethical employment practices. When we take care of the people, we deliver impact. We sustain the mission itself. The ministry recognizes NGOs as key implementers and employers and development partners contributing to national objectives under the Vision 2040 framework and sustainable development goals. Through interventions in health, education, governance, humanitarian response, and livelihoods, NGOs have created jobs, built skills, strengthened communities across the country. Our shared challenge and opportunity is grounded in compliance, decency, and accountability. We understand that at times NGOs may face temporarily suspension or stop work orders, often issued to enable compliance and governance review. As a ministry, we appreciate that such moments bring uncertainty to both the organization and the employees. However, it is crucial to remember that during a stop work order, the employment relationship between us continues to exist unless formally terminated through due process. Employers should maintain open communication with staff explaining the situation and possible next steps. Abrupt terminations, unpaid suspensions, or arbitrary decisions must be avoided. HR departments play a vital role in preserving trust, guiding leadership and lawful procedures, and documenting all communication clearly. We encourage the NGOs to seek early consultation with the Labor Office during such times. Our offices are very much open, and we really welcome you to interface with us. The ministry is available to advise, mediate, and support fair handling of employment matters to prevent unnecessary litigation or reputational risks. Compliance may stop the work temporarily, but fairness must never stop. When normal operations resume, we urge organizations to prioritize staff re-engagement, orientation, and well-being, as these are essential for restoring morale and institutional culture. Let us not forget those aspects. While the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development often engages organizations during labor disputes, it is important to emphasize that our partnership goes far beyond layoffs and complaints. Our goal is to work proactively with NGOs to strengthen systems that prevent such issues in the first place. Let me highlight some of the key areas for collaboration moving forward. Labor compliance audits and advisory support. Partnering with NGOs to conduct regular labor compliance reviews, ensuring that contracts, wages, and workplace policies align with the Employment Act and occupational safety laws. Such preventive engagements reduce disputes and builds institutional credibility. Remember, compliance is cheaper than correction. Work policy development. Providing technical guidance in aligning HR manuals with national labor standards, especially around the sexual harassment issues, discrimination, and occupational safety. This promotes sector-wide consistency and protects both employees and employers. Capacity building for HR professionals. Offering training and joint sessions on labor laws, dispute management, and ethical leadership. Recognizing HR not as an administrative support, but as strategic guardians of institutional sustainability. So this is very, very important. Promoting decent work standards. Working together to make decent work a living practice, where fairness, safety, and dignity are embedded in every NGO's operation. The NGO HR Network can be an ambassador for decent work across the development community. Safeguarding psychosocial well-being. Partnering on initiatives that protect staff from exploitation, burnout, or unsafe conditions, especially for the field and humanitarian workers that are in the room. Mental health, this is becoming a very serious topic in our times that we really must pay attention to. And well-being must be treated as organizational priorities, not optional areas of intervention. The big aspect of youth intervention and skills development. Collaborating through programs like Young Africa Works to create internship, apprenticeship, and job placement opportunities for young professionals. Also, to just bring to your notice that as a ministry, we are really looking towards to see that many young people are able to benefit from the different apprenticeships in the country, volunteerism program, and all internships. So this will be a great area for us to get to know. NGOs can help bridge the gap between learning and earning, empowering youth with employable skills and leadership exposure. Labor market information, market research, sharing sector employment trends, salary data, and workforce insights to strengthen national labor policy. Evidence-based decisions require evidence-based data. Early dispute resolution and mediation. Partnering in proactive mediation before conflicts escalate to litigation. Establishing internal resolution mechanisms and training HR professionals as first-line mediators. Promoting labor, justice, and industrial peace. Encouraging dialogue between employers, employees, and government regulators, rather than confrontation. That's why we are glad that the NGO HR Network is actively in good relationship with the Ministry of Labor. And we feel that this will actively support the NGO sector and all other colleagues in the room. Promoting labor justice and industrial peace. Industrial peace is not the absence of disagreement, but the presence of fair mechanisms to resolve it. ALDOs at the Department of Labor, Industrial Relations, and Productivity are open not only when there is conflict, but whenever there is commitment to do the right thing. To the HR professionals present, please be the custodians of compliance, compassion, and culture. Protect your people and your institution equally. To the NGO leaders, invest in your HR systems. Support your people, do people management, and remember, it is not an overhead. It is your foundation for sustainability. The partners and donors support the capacity building interventions and compliance structures as part of institutional strengthening. To the young people of Uganda, build the skills, values, and resilience. The world of work is changing tremendously, and your generation will define the future of leadership in this country. As we move from uncertainty to opportunity, let us remember that progress begins with people. Together we can build organizations that are compliant, compassionate, and resilient. And a labor environment that promotes dignity, fairness, and decent work for all Ugandans. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development remains committed to walking this journey with you, not only as a regulator, but as a partner in transformation. Thank you all, and I wish you a successful summit.
I think we can amplify the hand clap. Like I mentioned, we only visit the offices when things are tight, but from the value proposition shared, I think we have a lot to benefit from the ministry, okay? We have a token of appreciation for you, sir, and I would like to request Evelyn to come and present a token of appreciation. Please, sir. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Things like these, I think who is the next guest speaker so that they can get a hamper like this? You can prophesy upon yourself that, the next summit, I'm the next speaker. Allow us also recognize our sign language people. As HR people, I think we should embrace diversity and inclusion. Let me get their names right. You know, something that pisses me off is somebody calling me Stella, yet I'm Stella. So I love to pronounce people's names right. Could you rise, sir, so that you're recognized? He's by names of Raymond Tonena. And she's Dorothy Namuyomba. We appreciate your service and you're welcome. Next on agenda, I'll hand over to my colleague Duku to take over.
And thank you once again, Stella, and thank you for really recognizing our people who are giving us service so that everybody is able to benefit from this summit. Yeah, so it's diversity and there's inclusivity in it. And I've always wanted to know how my name is pronounced. So my name is Joseph Duku. I am an HR professional. I am smart. Yeah, so they do a lot of communication, and sometimes we need to take interest in knowing what they are communicating and how they do it. So when a speaker is making a speech here, you need to try to relate with what the sign language is like. Tomorrow, you'll be in the refugee settlement of Palorinya, and you'll find a young kid who might not be able to speak or hear, all right? But you'll need to deliver the project activity to them. You will not be able to say, no, we could not do this activity because we just failed to communicate. So if you just speak something little, you could actually transfer it and make a difference elsewhere. And so, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we would also like to take this opportunity to recognize that our ministry is really playing a pivotal role in championing HR as a profession. And my president, Mr. Bosa, will attest to this, that we are moving the HR bill in Parliament. And one of the ministry that is actually supporting us full all the way is actually the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. So a round of applause for them. And I know that when our president, Mr. Bosa Ronald, comes, he will maybe give us the progress of where that HR bill is, because it's long overdue. Yeah, we can't wait. And so allow me at this moment to recognize that as employers, we also have a federation. We are also governed. We are under regulation. So we are under instruction. And so this entire summit is about demonstrating the power of partnership, the power of networking, and the power of working together. Because as individuals, we can only move far. But if we work together as a group, we can achieve a lot. I mean, if the NGO HR Network in Uganda decided to do this on their own, we probably wouldn't have been here. But in partnership with BrighterMonday Uganda and Mastercard Foundation, this has been brought to its reality today. And a round of applause to them once again. So I would like to call upon the Federation of Uganda Employers. And wow, she is, if you want to spell smart, if you want to spell the word smart, yeah. If you want to spell the word smart, the person I am going to bring to the podium right now is just the definition of smart. So most of us put in effort. We even ironed last week, but someone has gone overboard. She has exceeded expectation. So ladies and gentlemen, we will give a moment to welcome our Lady Goldie to come, and on behalf of Federation of Uganda Employers. So DJ, in her elegance, she will not just come in with oxygen. We want you to give her music to be able to give her the color and the delight that surrounds her. And the beauty is we are very patient. Aha. Yeah. Come. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. And let me just remind you, happiness is free.
Oh, yes.
If you decide to be annoyed, that is your problem. For us, we are moving forward. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Joseph. Am I getting the name right? Joseph. I danced and the hair flew on the other side. Allow me ride on the protocol that has already been observed. Our chief guest, our sponsors, HR fraternity. First tell me, HR fraternity, oye. Oye. Ra. President HR, ra. Sizzling, spicy, ra. That's how we do it. That's how we do it in the HR world. It's a great honor to stand before you this morning. A very big delight and humbling opportunity. My President Emily, you don't know how I've been dancing. Like I wrote on the platform, some of us have been walking from 3 weeks ago between Sky and here, finding in our way. Don't look at my gray hair. Like she said, our faces are still, doing the thing. Oh yes. I'm Lady Goldie. Most of you call me Golda Oboma. The moment you call me Golda, how many of you call me Golda here? Ha, they know. Emily, I was going to live with some pounds. I'm Lady Goldie. Lady G, as simple as that. I love mental health. So when I had my gallant gentleman here talk about it, it's amazing. It's amazing. I'll go to now officially start. The Federation of Uganda Employers is very delighted to be part of this opportunity and the movement of the HR NGO world in Uganda. And we're very grateful and honored to be invited. I come here in two different shoes, but for now, I'll speak on behalf of the Federation, your employers organization. And FUE has several employers, including the NGOs on that, because FUE is mandated officially to represent not just all employers, but even the NGO sector, all sectors in this country, regionally, nationally, and internationally, through the ILO, the International Labour Conference. And the existence of FUE, you may say FUE, or Federation of Uganda Employers, comes from a tripartite relationship that some of you may not know, and allow me to explain that a little. The tripartite is established under ILO with the government through our mother ministry, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Zachary, for being here. We have the workers on the other side, and we have FUE, the employers, that represents all of you. And what do we do? Thank you so much for making my work easy. He mentioned what we do in terms of not just following up on compliance, but we speak on behalf of employers as the voice of employers to ensure competitive advantage of all the businesses and employers in Uganda. So if you're not a member of the Federation, I'm wondering who is speaking on your behalf. Because even HR Mao with my president here are part of the Federation. The Ministry of Gender are part of the Federation. Whether you're in public service, I had someone talk about public service earlier in the back, you're part of the Federation. We have OPM, you call it OPM's office, yes. And all the other MDs part of the Federation, including the saloon in your neighborhood or in your refugee setting. That employer should be part of the Federation. Why? Because they have a category. We need to represent them in their due diligence and be able to offer an opportunity and a voice to them in this country. So there are many things the Federation does in terms of offering employment and relation services, consultancies and trainings. We do the policy and advocacy. We lobby government on your behalf. So the bill that they're talking about, we are right there with them. Because this has to come to pass, Mr. President, HR Mao. This has to come to pass. There's no way around it. It is long overdue. They have to give it to the HR fraternity. That is the basis of how we exist and how we are certified, so that we can have a voice. I used to be in the NGO world for over 15 years. And different roles, from the officer, I joined in, I went into programs, I went into HR, to country director level, to regional level. There's something that has bothered me in the NGO world. Sometimes, Madam President, Emily, HRs are not given the due value. HR is considered a second, takes the second seat. They are not in the strategic decisions. They are not in the C-suite. Who said HRs cannot become CEOs? Who said that only the finance and operations, what do you call it? Corporate affairs, can only become CEOs? I like what the leader told us. We need to now get our socks up. We need more strategic thinkers. Not strategic doers, strategic thinkers. We need your voice in the C-suite. You need to sit on boards. How many of the HRs in this? Yes, I'm talking about boards. I know you're going to say that, but NGO world, we have bodies for the international. No, I'm talking about you as a person, the HR represented in this room. Do you represent your organization or any other organization or business on their board? What are you doing about it? It's time to develop your corporate governance and board governance, board competence, I mean. You have a voice. And I see very many ladies in this room. Andrew, where are the gentlemen? Thank you for being HRs of value. Thank you for being HRs of valor, for adding a voice for the men HRs in this space. So when we talk about the theme today, from uncertainty to opportunity, people, purpose, progress, those are very intentional. And thank you, Madam President, and our leaders for being very intentional about this. Because when you talk about this, not just like a theme you said, as a declaration, we have an opportunity. And within the uncertainty lies, yes, the opportunity to redefine ourselves as HRs and redefine our voice in this country. We have to be heard. We have to move the room, enter that room, pick the chair, sit on it like you belong, because you do. Not enough of telling us, HR, we are being emotional, we are saying increase salary. We are beyond salary and just, oh yes. We can speak marketing, we can speak programming, we can speak, what else can we not speak? You are the ones who do people performance management. You know the organization back to back, end to end. So tell me you cannot be the next CEO of your NGO. Hello? I leave that to you. As people leaders in this sector, we play a very unique role in shaping the future of work in this country. I don't want to mention the things he's mentioned because that is very clear. You're not just HR professionals. You're destiny shapers. You're talent developers. You're very essential. You're cultural architects. Very essential in shaping the next generation. We were talking about Gen Z. Who knew that today I would have a Gen Z, yes, Gen Z in my house. We were with Emily just few years ago here. Oh, I see Abdu there, yes. We were a million years ago here nurturing very little, all over our place. When we're going to the field, they hold our dresses. Mommy, don't go. Daddy, don't go. But today, they know you don't give them your passwords. They know your phone password. They know the emails you send out. They know so be aware that your kids know what's going on in your phone. So, if your tech survey as HRers, I implore you, this is a time when we're talking about uncertainty to opportunity. It's what to equip ourselves and become survey in terms of AI. How much of AI do you know? Or generative AI or machine learning? Or are you just doing ChatGPT? Ask, what is it? Yes, strategy for HR. No, not that one. Edit it a bit. Hey, HR has evolved. Like all my previous speakers have said, HR has evolved. But one of the things that, without messing words, that I want to repeat here and add to this theme that is very pertinent to my heart is the aspect of mental health. Currently, I serve as the ambassador of mental health at the workplace for Uganda, and I'm privileged that office through the Ministry of Health, and I work very closely with the Ministry of Gender as well, because issues to do with labor are key. They are the fiber of the country. The way we hold them, the way we nurture them, the way we exit them matters. You affect the mental and well-being of your people every day. I tell people, how many of you greet people good morning? I just want to say, by show of hands, how many of you say good morning? Oh, really? All of us? Okay, you say good morning, then what? How are you? So what? If I tell you I'm not fine, then what? You see, let me teach you one little secret from a psychologist I am. I come into my teams in office and I greet. Let me use Pamela here. Hello, Pamela. On a scale of 1 to 10, how is your day today? This is early morning. I'm not saying evening. When they say 3 or 2 or 7, you're able to quickly, as an HR leader, people manager, even a supervisor, you don't have to do this as HR. Even the people leaders, because they have dotted line HR, you're able to quickly assess the mental state or emotional well-being of this person and know how to help. But some leaders, Madam President, don't even greet. Not even HRs, they ask, good morning, Madam. Actually, they are carrying a big file. Good morning, Madam. And you're wondering if this is the headmistress of 1920 during World War, or what are we doing? We are not robotic. No, we are human. So let's bring back the humanity in HR, embrace mental health and emotional well-being, but promote and champion learning, continuous long life learning. And these are the things that the Federation of Uganda Employers is really advocating. So today, as we highlight on these critical issues, as we highlight on the uncertainty, on the opportunities for people, for your purpose, how are you seated in this room reshaping your purpose going forward? Who do you want to be? How do you see yourself in the year is ending in 2 months. But think about it for the next 5 years, 2030, because we're going to have a huge, we're even going to call it regional according to President. This one here. The next one, 2030, you don't want to miss. Me, I'm living up to 120. I don't know about you. Right now, I'm already half of that. Oh, don't look at this face. Yes. I'm already half of that. But 2030 or the years to come, how will you attend this summit differently, with a different mindset, with a different attitude? Or are you going to say, oh, we are still part of HR. It used to be Emily who was having fire, having life. She has given you the life. Her team and leadership have given you the life. What are you doing about that in your organizations? What is the culture, the appetite of your organizations as far as well-being is concerned? It's key. If you see the statistics, today I didn't come to speak about mental health. It is worrying. And I ask myself, people do not even have a mental health day off. Oh, Friday, for me, is my day off, is my mental health day off. whichever employer, whichever consultancy knows it. But this was very important, too important that I could not miss. And so we are grateful for the opportunity, Madam President and your team, for allowing us to be part of this. And we encourage the team that is joining us here to prioritize everything that we're going to mention here. Prioritize not just your strategies. We've talked about strategy for too many years. Let's come back to the basics and understand why you became a HR in the first place, or how are you influencing the space of HR, and how are you mentoring. I believe in mentorship. There are some people in this room I've mentored and I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know I'm that old, Emily. Wow, they're now HR directors. Where does that leave me, Goldie? I've also transitioned. And transitioning in style, me and her transitioning in style. So let's rethink how our cultures in the workplace are. Let's rethink how the things we're going to talk about here, how to bridge the gaps for the young people. The Federation of Uganda Employers runs a work readiness program with Enable. And Madam President, I shared, this with you earlier, but we're going to share it with the rest of the team, because I need the NGO fraternity to participate. They're in 4 sectors: the agricultural, value chain, you have, energy sector, and the entire recycling, waste management, and all of that. But you also have tourism and hospitality in those 3 sectors. And in 10 districts, a pilot, a 2-year program. This is opportunity for youth. So if you have people in your workplaces who have been volunteering in some of those projects, apply. I'm going to leave this and with the MC. They'll put up the link, or at the back there. Let your NGO apply, so let's give the opportunity to the young people. We've worked with BrighterMonday as the Federation for very many years, and we are proud of them. So for me, seeing BrighterMonday here with Mastercard here, I was like, hallelujah. Amen. Trust me, we are going to go places. With that partner, Madam Pam, Chop, I'm not taking your whistle, but allow me say that with all due respect. In conclusion, I urge us to take this opportunity, to seize the opportunity in our workplaces, so that our people can thrive, our people can grow, our people can understand themselves, not just their emotional intelligence, but their self-awareness in terms of their mental and emotional culture or attitude is at the right place. Let them apply intentionality. Call on us. We'll be able to support you as much as possible. So as we bridge the gap for the youth, as we bridge the gap between the employers, all of you are supposed to be members of Federation. We look forward to having you. We need your membership in futures to come. This will turn into something bigger. We need this room, will not be enough for us. We need you to call on your friends who are not part of the HR NGO network to be part of it. And let's be active, like our president has shown us. Let's be active going forward. I want to thank you as the voice of employers for God of my country. Thank
you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Lady Goldie. And for her, she has style and flair. So she doesn't go back walking. But before you go back, we want to thank you. Yeah, you have poked us, rattled our feathers. And if you're seated there and you're not going to, after her speech and speaking into our lives, if you cannot go back home and call yourself to a board meeting, why am I not the country director now? So go home tonight and call yourself to a board meeting. A board meeting doesn't need to have people. Just call yourself, you, yourself, and I. Why am I not a country? I would like to call upon Olivia, and we want to extend our appreciation to you for honoring our invitation and also blessing us with your wisdom. I'll allow for your photo moment. So first hold for her back. And DJ, We still have one pending assignment. All right, a round of applause. I am doing my best to just send a message out there that HRs are not boring. But if you can't support me on this cause, that is up to you. For me, I have moved on. So we have been seated for quite some time, and we need to loosen up a bit and reignite our memories and nows. And like I said, this whole summit here is a partnership. And we have partnered with people who are also experts in ensuring that there is also well-being. That you are not mentally fit, but you are also physically fit. HR, you sit on the desk 8 hours a day. Some of you are here, but you are dreading opening your emails because there are over 1,000 emails. And in principle, you have to respond to each and every one of them. Now let's first put that aside and first enjoy the summit. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Ant Fit. The team from Ant Fit. And there they are. Give them a round of applause as they come. Lady Shakira is the one leading this team. She's the expert, and I'm going to hand over.
DJ, that's very long. I love five. I want to go back and you play it again. Yes, not so. What my HR people, not so. Are we ready? Yeah. These are the people. Yes, DJ. Mr. Dick. Duku Dick.
For you, you said.
Duku, could you please reintroduce?
Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, it is getting hot in here. The temperature is rising. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the one and only from Anfield, Shakira. Oh. Woo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jose. It's a privilege to be here. I need a mental health day. Please, let's all stand up. Let's all stand up. Let's all stand up. Let's all stand up. And as you're standing up, my name is Shakira. I work with AntFit. You can call me Lakel. I work with AntFit. We build winning teams for organizations using the power of play. Play is a state of mind when you're truly yourself. You're free, you're engaged, and we keep it memorable. Why AntFit? If you're to look at the ants, can you hear me? If you're to drop a block of sugar or food, give it something like 2 to 3 minutes. You'll see ants come together, pick the block of sugar or food, and they would rally it in the same direction. That is AntFit. We build winning teams for organizations using the power of play. So, this is what we are going to do. I need you to get a partner from a different table. From a different table, you're getting a partner. You have 1 minute. These points are pushing us to the next HR Sports Gala. Hey, get a partner. Perfect. Perfect. So, this is what we are going to do. Are we together? This is what we are going to do. I need you to share. Hello? If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. Perfect. So this is what we are going to do. I need you to share a moment with your partner an uncertain moment in your life to the person you're standing with. Any uncertain moment in your life with the person you're standing with. You have 5 seconds. Let me also share with this one. Now change. Get another partner. Hey, people move. People move, get another partner. People move around. Please move around. We have another question. DJ Lo, we have another question. HR people, are we together? The next question is, our theme is from uncertainty to opportunity, people, purpose, and progress, okay? So the next question is, you need to share a moment where an opportunity popped up for you. Share. Don't take long. Share an opportunity moment that has ever happened in your life. Get a partner. One minute. 1 minute to go. One minute. All right, people, thank you very much. We're about to close. This is the last one. Now I need you to face me. People are hugging, that's very good. I need you to face me. If you can hear me, clap once. The opportunities are so many, we can share during lunchtime. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. These ones are over enjoying. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Perfect. So we're going to do an activity. It's called mosquito, okay? Mosquito. So when I say mosquito, you rub your palms. As you say mosquito. Someone has spiced it. They say zzz. Mosquito. Perfect. When I say catch it, you do this, okay? Catch it. Perfect. When I say kill it, you clap your hands. Great. Kill it. Great. When I say step on it, you stamp your foot, okay? Step on it. Kill it. Catch it. Kill it. That was an example. Are we ready? Mosquito. You say mosquito. Mosquito. Now you're going to be your neighbor's judge. Are we together? Step on it. Banange, if they call you out, just sit down. Are we together? Mosquito. Kill it. Please, thank you very much. Hey, be your neighbor's judge. Mosquito. Step on it. What's wrong? Step on it. Kill it. Catch it. Kill it. People see it. Mosquito. Catch it. catch it, catch it, kill it, step on it, catch it, kill it, step on it, catch it, kill it, catch it, kill it, catch it, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it, step on 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 it, catch it, mosquito, mosquito. If you know you have failed, this is HR people. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Papa. Mosquito, 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 mosquito. Kill it, step on it, kill it, step on it, kill it, catch it, kill it, catch it, step on it, step on it, step on it, kill it, catch it, kill it, catch it, kill it. Thank you very much. We have one more to go. Hey! Are we ready? Not dozing, okay? Hey, we shall not sleep. Play is a state of mind when you're truly yourself, you're free, you're engaged. Let me take you back. Unless if you did chemistry, if I were to ask you to mention elements of the periodic table. I remember we used to sing Haheli Bachano. Oh my God, we crammed those things. But if I were to tell you to mention 20 nursery rhymes, chances are you're going to sing throughout the day. Now that we have children, oh my God, Teletubbies, etc. Why are you able to remember the nursery rhymes? It's because they were engaging, so it is memorable, you cannot forget. So we incorporate play. We advise that you incorporate play even at the workspace. It doesn't necessarily have to be an outdoor session. They can be indoor games. To help people, lady, yeah, you said it right. Thank you so much. It is really, really important to prioritize the mental health of the team members. Now we have one more to go. The theme is, please remind us, someone should remind us, what's the theme for today? From uncertainty to?
Opportunity.
Right?
Purpose.
Progress. Thank you very much. Okay, now, Stella, do I have time? This is what we are going to do. From uncertainty, we've shared the uncertainties that have happened in our lives, right? And the opportunities. So, this is what we are doing. Can we all stand up? I want you to be close to someone. So you're going to put your right hand up. Put your right hands up. Make sure you're standing next to someone. Point your index finger in their left palm. Listen to instructions. Right hand up. Your index finger should be pointing in the left palm of your neighbor. Hey. Before execution of a task, it's very important to have clarity. Hey. Are we together? Right hand up. It should be pointing, the index finger should point in your neighbor's left palm. Hey. Okay. This is what we should be doing. Look at me, look at me, look at me. So you're pointing your index finger in the left palm. There should be someone pointing their index finger in your left palm. Are we together? Please come. This is what we are doing. So, on your tables, make a circle and do this. Hey! Are we together? Get someone. On your table. So it should be like this. Are we together? Are we together? Hey, we are learning. So this activity is called fingers and palms. There are uncertainties, but we must grab the opportunities. Are we together? Are we together? So I'm going to say fingers and palms, and on a count of 3, the moment you hear number 3, you're supposed to grab your neighbor's index finger. However, the other person and you must ensure that your finger is not grabbed. Are we together? So we are giving it a trial run. Ladies and gentlemen, fingers and palms. When I say fingers and palms, put your index finger up and your palm up. Put the finger in the palm of your neighbor. Point the finger in the palm of your neighbor. When you hear number 3, grab the finger. But you should ensure that your finger is not grabbed. Are we together? All right, HR people, fingers and palms. 1, 2, 3. Yay! 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 Banange, dear gentlemen, gently, gently. One more to go, one more to go. Fingers and palms. Please, if they've grabbed your finger, sit down, kindly. On account, fingers and palms, have they grabbed your fingers? Please, please, kindly sit down. Thank you. Fingers and palms. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
All right. So I think now we are back and upbeat, right? Yeah, there was that game, that part there where they were telling people look for a partner. And some people had not waited for the instruction. And for them, they straight away started unveiling their profile. I have been single for the last day. But also this game, sometimes we should incorporate mobile money. For example, give me your number and I confirm if you receive mobile money. Hey, you send for small 50K, then it is on me to decide to reverse it or not. All right, so thank you so much, Unfit. A round of applause to them for doing an amazing job and lightening up the room. I just want to confirm if our video is ready. All right, so we are going to have a sneak peek into a video that is going to play on the screen and just walk us through a journey of the NGO HR. Over to you, the technical team desk. Thank you.
My name's Dr. Samuel Luzobe. I'm an HR practitioner. I've been around for some time. You look at me by age. Some people call me grandfather, but I'm not yet there for the people in HR. And it's a pleasure for me to be sharing some of the history, some of the background of HR people within NGO world and how they came to together to talk to each other. I can't quite get the year, but I guess it was around 2003, 2004 there. Personally, I was faced with a problem and I thought, let me bounce it on one or two people within the NGO world. I think I called someone from Plan International, someone from Action Aid, and they too told me, oh, I had called so-and-so. I think so-and-so knows something about this. So that's how we started. just informally being able to put up the information that we needed to support us in terms of policy development, in terms of management, in terms of administration, in terms of legal issues, in terms of people that leave and how to handle them. I'll give, for example, 2 scenarios. How do you, at that time, how do you handle someone who has lost a person or a staff dies? Personally, where I was working, there wasn't a policy about that. So you call friends to find out, hey, how did you handle this? And then you can be able to learn from that. Or the years that I worked for me as HR director in Uganda, I was working for World Vision, 7 years, and all those years, nobody successfully took me to court. So others asking, how do you do it? So that's how we started, just being able to talk to each other. I worked for government for only 3 years, and maybe briefly worked for an insurance firm for about 1 year. So the rest of my working life has really been into the NGO world. I started off working with World Vision within the programs for about 10 years, and then for 7 years. So for 17 years I worked for World Vision, but for 7 of them I was director for human resource before moving on to South Sudan as director for people and culture still in World Vision. And then I also worked for Save the Children in South Sudan, for another organization that wound up, Medellin, in Sudan and in Sudan, Darfur, and also in Yemen, before moving on to Afghanistan to work with Oxfam. So it's like I've been moving around within the NGO space. I've also worked briefly for BRCA, I think for about 6 or so months with BRCA. So really my experience has been within the NGO world in different spheres, but mostly within the HR area. So after those informal conversations that we had one with another, I don't know who came up with the idea, but someone said we can be meeting face to face and talk about the challenges that we face. We can do this early in the morning and breakfast and talk about what we're experiencing. And that began to bring us together. I think we initially called it a forum, something like that, that brings HR with NGOs together. And it built more of how we collaborate, of how we speak to each other, of how we organize each other. And then you would know who is more experienced in this area, who can I call on within this area. And so we built that network together. At that time, it was just a forum, really, bring us together to talk about issues that concern us. What we did realize that the HR people that work for the purely private or government experience a different kind of menu in terms of issues that come to them. For example, you realize that if you work for government, probably at that time, you were not supposed to be dealing with issues of NSSF or something like that. Whereas in the NGO world, it was strictly compulsory. So those are issues that we realized that there are differences the other side. And so we could have something that brings us together as the NGO world. We are dealing with donors and the donor priorities that they have or imposing on each of the organizations. We could talk about this and so we could, as HR, help ourselves and help the people that are under us to be able to handle that. We have short contracts. People work for government and they are like working forever. And yet you come to the NGO, you must manage the contracts. These are the issues that brought us together to look at them. Yeah, and looking at what has happened and what has become now, I somehow feel proud of what has happened and say our initial efforts have given birth to this HR NGO network. And I'm saying to myself, oh, thank God that what we started as informal, as almost something that has no structure, has come up to what we are seeing now. We can say we are very, very proud. And I would like to say to the HRs within NGOs that what you're handling is you're handling people, and people are very delicate. So you're in a business of handling a very delicate commodity, if I would say so. And so I would really say yes. For that reason, we need to be exchanging information to know how to handle this rare commodity, if I say so, and know how we can handle it. So I really feel very, very proud. And I used to work with young people, those that have just come into the organization as interns, and I would quickly pick those that I thought would be very helpful for HR and begin to mentor them. And as I speak, I feel so proud because of the people that I identified and the kind of positions they now hold within the HR world. And for me, I feel some are HR directors, other managers at different levels. And I feel like, wow, this is something good that should be done. And for each one of us, wherever you are, think of continuity, because if you do not help the young people to come up, you will stop and everything will stop when you leave. But as I'm saying, I'm so glad for the people that I brought up. I know the kind of position they are holding. I think one of them told me recently that she's a principal human resource officer, and I said, wow, that sounds great, really. If you've worked with the government, you know you can start at officer, senior officer, and then principal. So principal is quite a high positions. But each of them, whatever they are, I'm really so proud because of what they're doing. Now, if you want to say I'm a retired HR practitioner, but we don't retire, I am into consultancy. And still I find these people, I bump into them and they say, oh, how are you, doctor? Thank you so much for what you did for me. I think recently one of them was in my office to say, can you help me? And we developed this HR manual together for my organization. I believe that you have what it takes to do. But I was also happy to see that someone is doing that, is developing a manual. And I said, wow, these are the people that we worked with. So I would like to say, let's go on, let us continue, let's help and build the profession to the level that should be. Thank you very much. Yeah, for me, I'm really excited seeing that the little dream we had at that time has grown to what we're seeing. When we see the HR people, when we see people from government, when we see people from NGO forum, anywhere else coming together to build this profession, it's very, very encouraging. When you work in the NGO space, one thing that you will not see, for example, is the issue of titles, big titles, and hierarchy. We'll see an egalitarian kind of system taking place. And if you're looking for maybe big bags of money, you might not see them. But we're working with people and have a purpose. And what will happen, what you look at, what you should be looking out for is the impact you are having in people's lives. As I've told you, when I see the people that I worked with and what's happened to them, when I see the communities that we impacted, everywhere I go, I feel like, oh God, there was something that I was doing that is very hopeful. Young people out there, some of them look at NGO and say, I'll never work with that one. Maybe there isn't progression that gives you big titles and you feel big. But I want to say that's where if you want to see people's lives impacted and changed, and you live years later to say, yes, it happened, that's the space that you should be looking out for. So thank you very much. Thank you.
It's a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And so when you listen to this, you can get to understand that this is a journey of 1,000 miles. And we are part of this journey. And feel honored that you are present today to witness this unfold step by step. But also something that we need to take away is that for some things like this to happen, it needs some people to commit time, resources, and their expertise to make it work. So Emily has carried the mantle, but tomorrow she might need to hand it over to someone. So if you're sitting on that seat there and you feel it in your heart that, you know, I can actually not be just a passive participant, but I can actually make valuable contribution to this network, the NGO HR Network. I think you need to get in touch with the committee and then register so that we build leaders who can be able to champion this in many places. Now, sometimes we think that everything happens in Kampala. But my friend, in the NGO space, the work is in the field. So it would be nice to have a summit like this in Gulu. Next year, we say we are going to Karamoja. The other year, we say we are taking it south to Kapchorwa. Next year, we say, no, let's move to the west, and we shall go down to Chisoro on the hills and have this summit there. Carry all of us here in our clout and glamour and go down there, because that's where the work is. And get in the reality and the context of the lives we are changing, and not only be here in Kampala. All right? Food for thought. All right? So ladies and gentlemen, like we said, this is a partnership, and this is a network. It is something that has been brought together by many contributors. And I would like to take this moment to now call upon Mr. Ronald Bosa, the president of the Human Resource Association of Uganda. Maybe to just put him on some bit of pressure, he is the man pushing for the HR bill. And we are praying that his term does not end until it has come to a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our president, Ronald Bosa.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I don't know whether to use the other microphone because I prefer to move around, but it's okay. I'll stand here. I don't know whether to start with a wise saying or to end with one. But let us pray for our brothers in Tanzania. The events unfolding are not good at all. Allow me to recognize, I'll also stand on the protocol that has been established. The representative of the Ministry of Labor, Gender and Social Development, I think he has stepped out. Allow me to recognize also the partners. I prefer to start with the partners. Allow me to recognize BrighterMonday and the leader who is with us here, and also recognize Mastercard for making this happen. At first, all of us thought it was a dream, but it has come to pass. So allow me to add my voice to recognize them, but also the senior colleagues in the room, the HR leaders. I salute each one of you, but particularly Emily Aneno, who leads the NGO HR Network, for her relentless effort in making this day a reality. I said I'll ride on the protocol. So if I've not mentioned you particularly, if I've not recognized the hotel, you'll excuse me. But I recognize all the stakeholders that have done everything possible to make sure that we are here today. Most of the things I would have said have been mentioned. Allow me to recognize Goldie. I hope I've pronounced the name correctly for those motivating words. I thought I knew motivation until I had a one-on-one with a gentleman. This gentleman has since passed on, Eri Tumwine. So when I met him, I introduced myself as an HR professional. Then he said, "Oh, you are the people." So I didn't know what he was going to say next. Then the general told me that you people, help us in organizations. You help people deliver, but you know, sometimes you know very little about some of these things. So he said, you know very little about motivation. He said, have you been in a situation where you are telling people that one day they're in a bush, they have spent 4 days without eating, and you are telling them they have never gone to school, and you are telling them they are going to capture Kampala? So how do you keep people motivated? One of the things that I've learned, and one of the challenges we are discussing with the Andrew, you can stand for recognition, and all the members of the governing council of the HR Managers Association, you can stand for recognition. The people you see there are directors on the governing council of the HR Managers Association. They are the people who are making things happen the other side. So allow me to also salute them. But there's something that we were talking about. Again, along those lines, working in the NGO world is a bit different. Because people have relatively short contracts. Are we together? You've given somebody a contract for 2 years, but you are painting a future of a vision of something they are not sure they will ever be part of. Are we together? Are we together? So the challenges of people who are working in the NGO world are real. Just 2-3 months back, I was having a career discussion with the staff of USAID. You know what happened to USAID? And we were saying, on the 15th of August, all of them were told to do what? End of what? End of work. But how do you keep such people involved? So, as HR professionals, we have a duty, we have an obligation of making sure that we make our own contribution. And I will say a few things. I'll talk about some of the challenges that we have as HR professionals. Some of the things I'll talk about will be about the practice, but some of the things I will say will be personal to you. We need to up our game as HR professionals. We don't want you to be the reason why people are going for the psychosocial support. Are we together? You started psychosocial support, and one of the reasons why people are going for psychosocial support is because of you. So, we need to be, some of the things have already been said. We need to be career students. We need to be students of what we want to become every other day. And there is no shortcut to that. Lifelong learning. I was in Nairobi, and I got to Kampala at around close to 2 a.m. in the night. And my flight was supposed to be, the distance usually should cover how long? My flight was supposed to be at exactly 8. It was moved to 9. Then after moving the flight to 9, then when we were on the runway, they announced that there's no fuel. Then after we had started, we had to go back. The airport, because somebody mentioned that there's no fuel in Entebbe. These are the typical, remember on the plane they are investors. Somebody was not shy to mention that there is no what? They announced since there is no fuel, we are first going back to the runway, then we had to go back, make sure we have a full tank before we can leave Nairobi to come to Kampala. Do you think this organization, the organizations I'm talking about, have HR managers? Do you think they have performance systems in place? So when you see me with the fairly red eyes, that is part of the problem. That is the cost. But you can imagine what the other people were saying who were on the spacecraft. So, all of these are simple. You see, these issues look so simple until when you try to understand them in real time. So that's why I started by saying, let's pray. Because I didn't want to be in Nairobi. Because I knew anything could happen. Because if the Gen Zs are stopped from crossing to Tanzania, then they will just come back to Nairobi. Because they try to stop them going to Tanzania. Those from Malawi, they have crossed. From Zambia, they have crossed the border. So all the eyes are on the Kenya-Tanzania border. So, performance management, the things we talk about, they come to real life. And as HR professionals, we are supposed to be at the center of all this. But today we'll talk about something slightly different. Most of the people I see here are young people. And when we talk about skills, we have 3 problems that I've just written here. We have a skills gap problem. The statistics show that actually 50% of the people who join the world of work don't have skills for what? For readiness to work. This is a PwC report. My brother from Mastercard, Mr. Mbubi, if you don't know him, Mr. Mbubi Moses is my immediate past predecessor. They are the people who are leading that campaign. When we talk about readiness to work, PwC report of 2024 is showing that only 50% of the people have skills to be ready to work. The good thing, if you have your whatever technology, if you doubt what I'm saying, you can Google, you can AI. What does this mean? What does it mean that we need to do? Uganda has an average. I had here average age. The median in Uganda is 16.9. The kind of skills, what we call skilled labor, the entire continent, only 6% of the youth can get jobs annually. In the what? In the jobs that we know, the jobs that each of you has or is aspiring to have. So we are sitting on a time bomb. And the opportunity for Africa is what? Our people. How do we turn that into value? It means that we must have one global skills language, or we must have a skills language for each region. Actually, when I was in Nairobi yesterday but one, the labor minister, the cabinet secretary for labor, was joining the Institute of HRM in Kenya. They are launching an academy, a digital skills academy. These are some of the initiatives we need to be pushing, such that we have a data bank. Everybody should be online presence. We'll be talking about, are we on G5? 5G? 5G? 6G? 4G? Who is on 4G network? All of us on 2G? 5? We are going to 7G network. 7G. 8G. What we do to look like? Everybody's life will be profiled. Everybody's life will be online. But what kind of information are we creating online about what is happening around us and about us? If you just wanted to find information about refugees, you'll be surprised how much we know and how much is available on the ground. If you want to get information and statistics about safeguarding in Uganda, where do you go? If you want to know how many people are not employed, who has the right statistics? And how is this information collected? Because we have just been told that we need to have a very robust labor management information system. But are we starting with where we are? Do we know enough even about our people, where we work in our organizations? Do we know the skills that we have internally? Because that's the first challenge. The first challenge I've just noted here is a skills gap. Then the second one is the hiring problem. The hiring problem is that we are relying on outdated information to be able to make decisions. The information which I put on LinkedIn 2 weeks ago is very different from who I am now. Just by attending that international conference, I'm different. One or two things have changed about me. How is that information being captured? How are we making sure that we have the right people in the room whenever we are making decisions? If we have not profiled our people, some of these comments I'm making go to policymakers, but some of them resonate with your organization. Being able to understand the immediate confines of your organization and being able to relate that to the national and regional numbers and figures and statistics. If you are in the NGO world, you are sitting on opportunity because you are as close to the what we call the demographic dividend of Africa, which is a younger population, compared with all the other actors, because you know the problems. You are the people who must lead in coming up with the solutions to be able to deal with the problems that we have. That's why I'm saying we are relying on outdated information in making decisions, looking at the past instead of looking at the future. The future has been defined. The past has been defined by technology. What AI cannot do is to tell you what is going to happen tomorrow. But AI will be able to tell you with precision what happened yesterday. But even on that, how much are we collecting? These are areas that we need to be pondering. Sorry, I'm sounding like a teacher. In my earlier life, I was a university lecturer. Now I just visit. Then the other problem is the retention problem. Those are the three skills problems. There is a skills gap that I've written here. There is a hiring problem, but there is also the retention problem. People will only be with you going forward if they see that you are able to utilize their skills. If you're not going to utilize all their skills, then side hustles will take the place. When I was in Nairobi, we were listening to Mr. Russo. He's the CEO. He's an HR person, but also the CEO of KCB. The gentleman spoke, started speaking towards lunchtime. We skipped lunch. He continued up to 4. And nobody was moving. Because he was testing the very assumptions and talking about the very things that we talk about. He started by saying that he has given his phone contact as a group CEO of KCB to all the customers. All the customers in all the countries where KCB is have a personal contact of the managing director, with the group CEO. Now, that is an HR person at the top. And he's saying, no, I need my certification. He's saying, I need my practicing certificate. I'm an HR person. Members, there is a legacy to leave. Don't look at the current problems and the challenges you have. Think big. Think different. You can cause a change. You don't need a big title. The kind of information that is available online is enough to make you different. Don't focus on looking for money. Focus on solving problems. The moment you focus on making money, you are no different from sorry for lack of a better example, a border rider. Yeah, the kind of things that we're trying to do. Marrying somebody's daughter, building a house. All, you get it, eh? These things people have done. You can do better. You can't have a strategic objective to get married. And everybody can do that. But you've spent 20 years in school. You should feel sufficiently unhappy about that. Some of us are the kind of people that we are today because there were no private schools at the time. We all went to public schools. That's why you see the brands are different. Are we together? Because you had to hustle your way. But most of today, when I take my daughters to school, the class teacher refers to the child as a client. Must give the child an experience. You get it? For us, we had to be beaten. Eh? Eh? The nearest nursery school was about 7 kilometers away. So you had to be 7 years to start nursery school. Eh? Hey, you couldn't start nursery school just because of the distance to the nearest what? Yeah. Now, everything has been democratized. The democratization of previously elite services is a golden opportunity. There is a time, there is a reason why you were born at this particular time. And there is a journey, there is a story to tell. If I decided to tell my story, the cows could come home. It's an exciting one, but I will not. I will spare you the story. But if I had an opportunity, again, day 1 or day 2, the employees, where do you take your people for induction? Our senior people. Where do we take our people for induction? The best place to take our people for induction is supposed to be Butabika. You take people to Butabika Referral Hospital to get an experience. Most of the people who are there because of mental health issues, mental breakdown, mental health problems, which are caused by ourselves because of the choices that we are making. If you're taking people for induction, the best place to take them is Mulago Hospital, the casualty ward. Then you can understand the impact of the border and the number of people that have had different experiences with the border. And when you go down and profile their story, you can get a PhD. Just profiling the story. What are the reasons why people? Usually the problem is not with the border guy. It is with the person who is sitting on telling him, please, faster, faster, faster. Because they're working under your instructions. Going where? Interesting. So, we need to be talking about the experience. You talk about the experience. A client experience, customer experience. I remember when I went to KCB to do interviews. It's about 10 years, more than 10 years back. 15, 10 years, I don't know. I've lost count. So, when I went to do interviews, I'd gone to do interviews. When I did interviews, there were interviews for head of HR for KCB. So, I get on a plane on a Friday, I go to Nairobi. What excited me about the interview? I didn't take the job. They gave it to me. The appointment was, I found it in my inbox before I go to Entebbe. But I didn't take up the opportunity because I had gotten another one with the KPMG. But what struck me most on that panel is somebody who introduced themselves. They said, from me, I'm the group head of HR and also the customer service director. That actually meant that what you do with the people will be exactly what they will do with your customers. You know what we do with our maids? Exactly. What you do with your maid is what they will do with your what? With your child. You know so? Same principles. Don't look very far. If you buy dresses and you don't buy for them, what happens? So what does that call us upon to be as professionals? Exactly what you do with your immediate ecosystem will trickle down to the people. 2 months back, I was talking to staff, and these are staff of an agency, government agency, and the conversation was about performance management. And as I was talking to them, because you know when you are working in the government, you have a certain level of certainty. Then I was asking myself, how do I motivate people who believe that their jobs are secure? Then I gave them a simple illustration. I just told them that, guess what? I used the simple things. I just started by asking simple questions. Who wants to get promoted? Then, of course, by show of hands, people said, if I want, I want. Then I asked them, you are going to get promoted to what when your immediate supervisor has been in the position for 10 years? I was trying to draw to some conclusion. And I was telling them that when I was still in the bank, I used to get the same problem. People would ask me, but you are trying to inspire us, you are telling us these stories. Now, where are we going to grow? Where are our careers going? Then I just used to tell them that do more, be more. You know, create enough momentum. Understand what the vision is. Understand what the mission is. Be in the line of the mission. Make your leader redundant by making sure that you take away everything they are supposed to do, such that the only opportunity they have is to go up, such that the structure can organically grow to fit into what the staff are doing. I'm preaching to the converted. The NGO people know this. Usually HR and OD go together. Every other time there must be an organizational review to make sure that you are still fit. But for them, the mandate can actually grow. Who has tried to get a passport recently? Passport. Maybe the passport section may be the most efficient. It's one of those places when you can feel e-government. You feel that you pay taxes. You go, and then after 15 minutes they call you. After 30 minutes they tell you go there. After 15 minutes you experience it. So what stops all of us from doing this? I asked them simple questions, and by the time I left, all of them are saying yes. If we do more, all of us can actually become directors, such that the next person becomes a director general, and then the next one becomes another one and another one, because you are doing your part. The challenge which we have, and usually people say the problems that are created by our current level of thinking cannot be solved by the same level of thinking. I looked at the statistics before I went to Nairobi, because the topic I was supposed to talk about Africa, incidentally, and human capital. And as I was looking for information, this is what I found. That 2024, Africa's population increased by about 35 million people. 35. Australia, 600,000. Asia, 28 million. South America, 2 million. North America, 4 million. Europe, minus 1.2 million people. So which means the next destination for opportunity has to be Africa. 50% of the people who will be looking for jobs by 2050 will actually be coming from this very continent. So how are we positioning ourselves for that? If some of the most basic things, if we say human capital is our capital, and we don't know enough about the skills we have within our organizations and around our organizations. I will tell you a small history which I'm so proud that I always mention, why whenever there is an activity for the INGO, I always be part. 25 years ago, enlightened HR leaders decided to start the journey. It started as INGO, then it became HRMAU. Because the people who started this were farsighted. If I were you, I would clap. Today, HRMAU has close to 1,500 people. And this number has doubled over the last 5 years. Just because we have decided that we need to be in the faces of people, explain to them the advantages, explaining to them what needs to be, what we need to do. But the people who are enlightened, the problem which was there at that time, that's why collaboration is important. And when I see all these people here, I get very elated. They noticed that there was a lot of duplication of programs. And the sponsors of different NGOs, the partners, the donors, we are saying we don't want to see that situation. Where you have, you'll go to Masaka and you see there is you'll find a car for an officer from Action Aid, from World Vision, another one from Haifa International, another one from Water Aid. All of them have gone to the same place. They have used the fuel. So when they decided that we need to be working together, the HR professionals took lead at the time and said we need to have an association that brings together people who are like-minded to make sure that we understand, we tap. I don't know whether that dream is still alive. Today in the INGO space, we should be able to know who is where, doing what, with which skills, because of the level of mobility of people who are in the INGO space. There is a lot of mobility, which means we must be able. We shouldn't be spending on recruitment. Why should we be spending on recruitment when we know our market? Which means if we have partners like Mastercard, these are some of the initiatives where we want to speak to them. The Young Africa Works project can sponsor virtually so many of these areas, but we are not positioning ourselves to be able to tap on this opportunity. Last year, I did a concept, and we wanted to have a call center. A call center at HRMAU, such that people can call in when they have issues. Because it is called the garage model. Not everybody can hire an HR manager. But it doesn't mean that people out there, the SMEs, the small businesses, do not have HR issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we can innovate. I did the concept. I'll be discussing this with Moses again. Simple concept. You have an HR issue, get to the call center, but you won't find the trainees. You find very, very senior people online to guide you on how to deal with the dismissal, on how to deal with the disciplinary issue. These are initiatives. This is innovation. This is technology. And that call can find me in the comfort of my sitting room and say, this is HRMAU call center. We have somebody online who wants to understand the difference between termination and dismissal. And I'm at home. But what are we doing to innovate in your spaces? We started the HR gala, the sports gala. Now, our big brothers in Nairobi have also copied. They have also started the sports gala. But now they are ahead of us. On what? They are ahead of us on when it comes to digitization. Because they're talking about having a digital academy, an HR academy, by the IHRM. There are so many things that you can do without conflicting with the government. There are so many things that you can do without disorganizing the donors. And they are legitimate. And if you have a good cause, and these were my closing remarks, I told them that where there is usually provision follows a vision. That if you have a good vision, provision should automatically follow. There will be so many people out there who are ready to work with you if you have a good vision. If you have a good vision, your tribe doesn't matter. People start being interested in where you're coming from and your height and the size of your, I will not mention. If that is what you have sold, and they are not the ones who are in default, people will always find a way to place you. And it's your opportunity to show that you are not that. The keynote speaker talked about something interesting. Actually, one of the rallying calls that I left across the border, people were talking about having clear strategies around the volunteering and getting government involved, internship, and graduate trainee programs. Members, let's live here when we have a commitment that we are going to open our doors to graduate trainees. Let us live here when we have committed that we are going to be having a way of making sure that we give back. We have a duty to give back. But you know, one of the things that I've found very, very difficult is to hire an HR person who has one hand. Most HR people have two hands. Are we together? When we try to hire them and we're trying to interview them, people, they always have, they say on one hand, and then they say on the other hand. Have you tried to interview HR people? They say on one hand, but on the other hand. How are we going to get to that point when we have people who have one hand? And that's what I'm looking for. Eh? Because if you are wishy-washy, you should be able to stand. You will never be able to achieve what Goldie was talking about. Rising to that level of becoming a CEO means that people should be able to see you beyond your immediate description. That's why I was talking about the 4 Ds, and I was telling them about diversity. That one we know. Digitalization, 4 Ds, 5 Ds. Decentralization, and discipline. And that's what I want to leave with you. Disciplined action. The moment you start clinging onto your job and worrying so much about your job, it will actually go. You should be worried about the impact you are leaving. And then the rest will always be added unto you. Allow me to stop here in the interest of time. The Master of Ceremonies, Joseph is very, very, very interesting character. He's one of those few people that I've met that are very, very interesting. I think he's misplaced. He has a side hustle. He's a very good MC. Let me just market him. He's a good MC, but he's also an HR person. He's a very, very interesting character. I remember how people, you know how you get to know your value? Is whether when you have an opportunity and when you have a problem. We have a platform for HR professionals, but it's interesting. When some people are wedding, the contribution is 2.8. When other people are having weddings, the contribution is 50 million. So it's how you show up, ladies and gentlemen. The issue is we are all on the same. We are made from the same raw material, but we come up differently. If you are for people, people will come for you. If you are not for people, they will not come. And the moment that title you have goes, what happens? Everything goes. So you need to be asking yourself every day, am I authentic? Who am I minus this title? That's how you'll be able to go to the next level. Then you ask yourself, who am I without any title? For those who are looking for jobs. Then you'll be able to look at life differently. And then you'll be able to have people in your life who think that you are made of a different raw material and you deserve better. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our president. If I may borrow.
The assignment you gave me, you wanted me to talk about the progress of the HR Professionals Bill.
Yes, the bill.
Okay, I'll talk about that and leave. The HR Professionals Bill is a journey that started 10 years ago. But I'm happy to say this year alone, we've been able to achieve a few things. We received a certificate of financial implications from the Ministry of Finance to proceed. We got a blessing from the Ministry of Labor to proceed. We have a blessing from the Ministry of Public Service to proceed. We have blessings from also the Parliamentary Committee on Labor, Gender and Social Development, which is the conversation that has dominated parliamentary discussions this month, which you must have seen. My prayer, which should be your prayer, is that this bill sees the day of light, such that we, as HR professionals, are regulated. And when we are regulated, it means that we shall be able to do our work without fear or favor. We'll be able to do our work under the ambit of regulation, such that when you are convicted, when you are convinced that you are doing the right thing, you shouldn't be deterred, because you know you'll always be able to present your case before a competent council that will be giving you a license to practice annually, compared to the current dispensation, where every other time we are getting embarrassed about practices on employment, practices on labor, practices on HR that we ordinarily wouldn't want to associate with. And I'm one of those people who believe that this is a starting journey for every other profession to be regulated by law. If all the regulations are, the different professions are regulated, people will most likely look forward. You will not do the wrong thing when you know somebody one day will come to account or will ask you for accountability for your actions. So, the bill has been something that we've always prayed for. We pray that it sees the day of light before the end of this term of Parliament next year.
A round of applause for our President. I will request you to hold it here and enjoy your clap, man. Let's clap for him. Yeah, you have really delivered it like you've hit the nail right on the top. And we really appreciate you. For me, one of the people that made me realize and get convicted that HR is the place to be was actually him. I entered a classroom in a lecture room, and he was the one who came and lectured on a topic. And the way he spoke so passionately about HR, I was like, this is it. This is it, nowhere else. And today we are here. And I think there are many people here whom you have discipled. I fear for anyone who wants to stand against you in any position because you have an army. You have an army. And like he always has an army, he has also not moved alone. He has people behind his shoulders, people who walk alongside him. I'm going to request you to come. The EXCO, HR Mao. Yeah? These are guys who do a lot of work, amazing stuff behind. And they rarely come to the pulpit, but today we've requested that they come forth. Yes. Yeah, so for them they have decided that as men, for them they are going to align. Yes, they are going to look similar in their shoes. The rest can be different. Well done. You went to the same shop or? It was a coincidence. All right. And DJ, you'll prepare for us a song. These things of because the HRMO executive or ex-con, no. In fact, first give them a song. And we see. Because we also want fit people. We want people who are agile. We want fun people. Yeah, so DJ, they are ready. First give them a song of your choice, by the way. And, corner dance. Yeah. Corn. Yeah. Change. Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our EXCO. Please remain here. All right. The PR is here, and because it's PR, they have something coming up. You're cooking, right? There's something you're cooking, you've been cooking, and it's almost at that point of serving. You want to give us just in a minute? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my president, for the speech and good counsel. I would like to thank you all for coming. I am part of the NGO sector, NGO group by default. that I'm serving as PR. So in fact, someone was asking, why is Moses here? And I had to explain that, hey, I'm here to give you good news, the bad news, the opportunities around HRMAU. And thank you so much for being part of the bigger group. Thank you very much for being part of the bigger impact. As HRMAU, we value so much, and we want you to participate, actively participate. We want to see you online, offline. We want to see you engaging with all the content, with our TV programs, with our partners. Please participate. Visibility is everything. Perception is the new currency. We need to see you in action. And we thank you so much for coming. Now, on the 5th to 6th, we have the second annual HR conference. If you've not signed up, please sign up. I've always had people in that group, sometimes I be in the group and I say, but your events are very expensive. I want to talk to the chairperson and Zenia and ask them to give us the balance sheet of how much this event took to have. So for us to have those events, and I usually ask people, we cannot take you to Mama India Poli. We need to take you to very nice places for the nice people that you are. So if you've not signed up, please sign up. We shall also have an HR Glamour Night on the 7th. It starts from 3 p.m. Please come. Let's enjoy. Let's network. You need to know me. I need to know you. You need to know the next person. We've just been, and also, please, we have a program where we are now making sure that you're visible. So if you get a new role, get in touch with us. All right? And also get ready for the new leadership, because we are not going to be here all the years. All right? So get ready. Next year, the leadership is going to be changing. Please come and also represent. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Can I say something small before Andrew comes in to say something? At the last conference, I don't forget the things that I mentioned. In my opening remarks, I started with an apology. Last year's conference was attended by close to 300 people. We are talking about, remember the power of vision, the power of trust, hope, and people get to a level when they trust you to the extent that they can trust you with their money, even when they have not looked at the program. They have gone to their CEOs and they have told them, please, we need to be part of this. We had 300 people. Are we together? Attending this year by yesterday. Close to the same number. People had paid to be at the Serena, paying 1.3. Because the interesting thing about life is that free things, people like them. Expensive things, people like them. But also, when you put a premium product and you deliver to expectations, people will always come. That does not mean that we don't have other programs. You must have noticed that we started having other programs. We had a program for young professionals. My belief is that next year, a summit like this should be happening, and we should be very, very strong partners in terms of supporting and giving back. If I were you, I would clap. Because it's not easy to put this together. Those of us who have been part of organizing, it is not easy, but with your support, with your indulgence, things are happening. We've reached at that level of trust. I was giving people's numbers. The people you see here have made it possible. Moving the association from revenue of around 300 million 4 years ago to 1 billion shillings today in revenue is no mean feat. It's because people have decided that we want to be part of this, we want to do it. So it's your home. Make it so attractive that other partners will come, such that the cost of giving the service will gradually go down. Are we together? When the first question they ask usually, where is the venue? The moment you mention a venue they have not heard about, somewhere under a tree, serious speakers will not come. serious sponsors will not come on board. So a time is going to come when we are going to be subsidizing and subsidizing every other time. The other year, it was 1.5. We have moved to 1.3. My prayer is that we should be able to have the same event at even a lower figure with more numbers. I thank you.
I know we don't have much time, but I thought it was important in a special way to thank Emily for organizing this and to thank the NGO HR members for being here. And the reason I say this is because I was a Secretary General for 4 years in the NGO space. And there were dreams of having such a conference that never came to life. But I want to thank Emily for doing this and also call upon you members to come up for leadership positions. Emily told you that we looked then and people were not coming up, but she stood up when we told her, please, this is an opportunity. And also Evelyn, Ida, I think most of the people came unopposed. When we called people, they sat behind. So we request you to come up all the time. There are leadership opportunities. There are opportunities of speaking. Please come up. Opportunities of volunteering. This is your space. This is your profession. Come and serve it and take it to the level where it's supposed to be. Thank you very much.
You have even given us bonus. So we want to appreciate you. You have been our really solid partners, and we couldn't think of anyone else to give our appreciation to you except the president herself. And DJ, give her song, You're Laying, because everything is laying here. Yeah? Everything is laying here. So DJ, give us the song as she comes. All right, let me hand over to our president.
We are honored to be part of it. Because we are a family. We are basically the children that has been born. And we can't wait to next week. It's going to be fire. You people, if you cannot afford 1.3, please pay 200,000. Get out those dresses and let's go and network. Thank you so much, Andrew. We are proud of you because you're a real testament that one can actually cross from the NGO sector to the corporate sector. So the younger generation should know that you can start anywhere and still achieve your dreams. Of course, at the end of the day, we still appreciate BrighterMonday Uganda for this amazing, amazing support in partnership with Mastercard Foundation. We are so honored to be here. And so, a bit of a token of appreciation, Mr. President. What is your problem? Mr. President, you know, when problems are not there in HR, we are never appreciated. You know? When the day people miss salary is when we are noticed. And then you see in HR, we are blamed for everything. Someone fails to get married, HR. They get divorced, HR. They produce, HR. They fail to produce, HR. Mr. President, you have problems. So you better receive your gift and go. Mr. Piara. General Secretary. The son of the soil. Better dance and go properly. For the ladies.
Thank you, our exco. You actually give us morale to continue to push this agenda. And as you can see there, we are coats. We are coats of different colors, yeah? Yeah, but it is still one coat. And so everybody is putting in whatever they can put to get this going. And so just turn to your neighbor and say, it's been hot in here, have some water. Yeah, have some water. A colleague was whispering to another neighbor, those of this water on the table paid for. Wow, we called the waitress. It is paid for, please have it. It is not decoration, it can be taken. So enjoy it. So we have literally gone into the halfway of today, and I want to say that it's still packed. It is really still packed today. We still have a lot coming. Please don't move. If there is someone still stranded somewhere finishing one or two things, tell them to hurry, because after lunch we'll be having more and more exciting things to listen to. And we have many experts in the room. Now, the questions that I always asked is, at the end of this first half of the program, what is your take home? You as an individual, what have you learned? Because sometimes you leave this place and they ask you, hey, you went to a summit, yeah? Yeah, it was nice. Tell us, so what did you learn? You know, the food was great, eh? The food, the chicken. If you have eaten chicken, if you have not eaten chicken from Royal Suits, then you have not eaten. Now, we have given you a pack, and in those packs, there are tools. Some people are using the tools. I think other people are waiting for Christmas gift session, probably to also gift it to someone else. Please, in those packs, there's a notebook. Use the notebook. Write something down. Your memory is full of many things. You might not remember everything. Note it down so that you're able to remember and take something home. So we are going to move to lunch, and we are going to have our lunch at this moment. Now, the rule of lunch is that you need to have yourself a coupon. So if you don't have a coupon, you might get inconvenienced. So I'm requesting that you ensure that you have a meal coupon. The people at the serving are independent of us. I might know you, but they might not know you. So before we go for lunch, I'm requesting that hold up your phone. Can you just quickly hold up your phone? I tell Tekino, I will call you. I will inform you. Your session is coming. We are inclusive. We will, Kabiriti, we'll have a session, a private session. We will not use this room because we also need to express ourselves without fear and favor. Now you are sitting next to somebody, and sometimes you leave this place and you don't even remember who you sat next to. So we are going to try to use our technology to keep our memory upbeat, so that on this day you remember who you sat next to. And you will now be easy to remember that name. So take your phone, and we are going to take selfies on our tables. And you'll have a memory of the person you sat next to. Yes. Now some people also need a selfie-taking symposium. No, we shall not organize that event. So everybody with a phone, please take your phone and take a selfie with everybody on the table. And this makes it easy. Tomorrow, if you are trying to ask for that person to help you to draft a policy, you first send this picture. We were with you at the summit. I was trying to request you for your help to draft all the policy. It makes life easy, isn't it? Rather than saying my name, we met, over what? Hey. Please take the selfie with everybody on your table, please. Ensure everybody on your table is part of the selfie. So let's create that moment and that memory. If you're on a table and all your members have ITEL phones and stability, just move to the next table. Just move to the next table. Let's collaborate. Let's help each other. Support yourselves. Yeah. And then also, if your neighbor has a certain phone, whether you can't know whether they are taking a picture or a video, move to the one with an iPhone. The person is telling you, don't worry, I'm going to send this photo for editing after. I'll send you the proper picture. And so the next thing you're going to do, you are going to ask that person to share the selfie they have taken with you. That way you'll have the contact of your neighbor. Yes. So share the selfies you've taken with all the neighbors on the table. Now people of, iPhone people are complicating things. Now for them the airdrop, no. For us, leave us. Leave us. We are sorry. Yeah, so send that selfie you've taken to every member on your table. That way you will have their contacts as well. So you would have killed two birds with one stone. And also, if you realize that your friend is not receiving the photo, please confirm they have data. There is a function there called Me to You. Send them some small data. It could be your gift for them this year. All right, so that is done, yeah? So we are going to pray for our lunch, and so that we can be able to move. And so we want to call our person in charge of the lunch welfare to give us protocol of the serving points. Committee in charge of our lunch, just to give us direction, yeah? Okay, I'm told that our ushers will support us with that. So I'm going to request us to pray for our lunch. I am just looking in the room that no matter what we have done, there are some people who have not said anything since we came. So I am going to pick one person to pray for us. Something tells me that I call upon none other than Pamela at the extreme there. When you talk about lunch, Pamela switches off. Yeah, the lady behind there. That one on the wall. The other one in a blouse. You call her, tell her I'm calling her. Pamela. The one in space. That one. Yes. When she has lunch, she switched off. Mama, you come.
We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, and I know who.
So we are going to give everybody an opportunity to enjoy this limelight. So let me call us to come.
We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me.
But have people taken good photos of you, or they were just playing games? Some people send you photos and you ask, who is this? Send me my picture. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us pray for our lunch. And this lovely lady here is going to do us the honors of praying.
Thank you so much, Duku. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I pray, I am called Elizabeth Nyambaju. I take this honor to pray for lunch. It shall be very brief. And let's humble ourselves and pray. For what you are about to receive, we thank you, Lord. Amen.
Don't only clap for her, also clap for me for making a right recruitment choice. I knew she would deliver on this prayer for lunch. Short, brief, and to the point. So ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome for lunch. Let us move to the serving point. We should be back here at exactly 2 o'clock. So it's 1 hour. Have a great meal.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Good. I'm just checking in. We have many country directors in the house. By show of hands, we have something special for you. Country directors, Emily Babidia. Please take note of the country directors in the house kindly. By show of hands, country directors. Please remain where you are. You're going to be assisted by Emily Babidia. And as we network, please, lunch is being prepared, but we can take a health break. And for your information, we have an after party. So don't hurry to go home. We have some cocktail after we close the program. It will be served downstairs. So don't hurry to leave, yeah? Lunch will be served at the restaurant, apart from the country directors who are going to remain seated. The rest of us, lunch will be served at the restaurant. Please don't miss the after party, yeah?
I've had a bit of dessert to follow it up, and also had a drink, soda or water, whichever you preferred. We intend to start the next segment of our program, and just requesting that for those who are still eating, we will give you an extra 4 to 5 minutes to conclude on that, so that we can be able to move into the next and final, second last segment of our program for today. So if you are seated somewhere and your colleague hasn't yet returned, you could just send them a WhatsApp message and ask them where they are, and ask them to return to their seats. We have a lot that is planned out for, and we would like to ensure that everything that has been planned for today is actually delivered on. Yeah, so just in the next 5 minutes, we should be able to kickstart our conversation. We have very many interesting topics and areas of discussion. Thank you. DJ, you'll continue to play for us music as people return and settle in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say welcome back from our lunch session. And so we want to now continue our afternoon session and ensure that we are upbeat with our program. And just to remind us again, the objective of this summit is the Jane Kazi program. It's under the Jane Kazi program, which is to bridge youth unemployment gap within the NGO space. And I just can't stop saying this, but this wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't in partnership with BrighterMonday Uganda and Mastercard Foundation. And this event is hosted by our NGO HR Network of Uganda. And so far so good. Maybe just to confirm in the room, are you guys having a good time? Are you guys having a good time? Or about we stop here and go home? So when we were here before we went for lunch, people sat next to each other. I just want to confirm with you by a show of hands, when you are at the dining table and having your lunch, just confirm by show of hands if the neighbor you are sitting next to sat next to you. They told you they were networking, eh? When it came to food, they decided to network, eh? We appreciate them. So, our afternoon is going to have a couple of things and a couple of topics that we're going to engage in. It's just like the lunch was, it's also going to be a buffet. So we're going to be having different servings from different people. Now, HR has many and several things going on. You just heard from the HRMAO, which is the Human Resource Management Association of Uganda. But also, as our keynote speakers were speaking to us, they mentioned that we need to prioritize the well-being of our people. All right? And that agenda sits in the docket of the HR office. You are supposed to champion wellness programs for your staff and mental health program for your staff. But that leaves the question, who takes care of HR? Have you guys asked yourself that question? Who takes care of HR? For example, when HR is stressed during a restructuring, you are doing all these, moving all these models around. At the end of the day, which office do you go to just vent? Do you have that office? Do you have that department? Because for me, from experience and where I've worked with, at that point, the next level is either your boss or the country director, who most likely needs results. So to answer that question, it's been a conversation that has been ongoing. So there is another group that decided that, you know, we will have this side of HR doing the actual serious stuff, but we also need a portion of HR to just wind down. Just be happy and enjoy yourself. And for us on that side of that world, it's called the HR Fun House, where it is vibe with purpose. So for us, it is vibe with. So after all the serious stuff, there is another group that says, hey, now let's loosen up. So if you see Evelyn dancing, it is because she has got some moves from the HR Fun House. If you see our president, Emily, dancing, there is another space where she actually exercises that freedom. How many of you are not members of the HR Fun House in this room? And how many of you even don't know what I am talking about? You are there whispering to your neighbor, Habijawe, yo. What is that? Since when? So you see, if you're not in the space of networking, most information will just bypass you. And you will be unfortunate to just only receive it at the tail end. So we are going to encourage you to look forward for these spaces. So HR has decided that they are going to create platforms where different HRs can connect. Now, like it is in principle, people follow things by the letter. In the morning, you sat next to the person you are seated next to. We have sent you for lunch, you went and had lunch, you still came back and decided to sit next to the person you sat next to in the morning. To make it even more complicated, you sat in the same seat, at least not to say, let us just switch seats. And ladies and gentlemen, most of us here are change managers. Change managers, hello? I can see how you are managing change statically. And lo and behold, some people are even sitting with the people they came with. So the question also we are left with to answer is, now what can we do to support you? So it's a networking session. So please ensure that you go back with a new name, go back with a new phone contact. By the way, have you just turned around and asked your neighbor what their specialty is? Come turn to your neighbor and just ask them. You're a professional, but what's your specialty? Just ask your neighbor. Yeah, my job is to enable some of these things happen. Just ask your neighbor, turn to your neighbor. Yeah, just turn to your neighbor and ask them, what's your specialty? What are you good at? Something you are paying lots of money to be done for you could actually be solved in this room. Now some people are saying I am an expert listener. Wow. Well done. We also appreciate you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the president of the HR Fan House, Mr. Joel Kafiri. And because of his position, Mr. DJ, we want him to come with vibe and purpose. Hey, come on.
Let me get that. I'll use this because of my height. Okay. Thank you so much, MC. Ladies and gentlemen, I salute you all. It's amazing being in a room full of people that serve humanity, people that are doing everything possible to ensure that everyone is happy. And that's the NGO community. Yeah? I salute all of you. Now, before I proceed, I want to find out how many people are here and they are fan house members. Amazing. I request that you come in front and we have a moment. Yeah? Please come in front. DJ. Give us a tune. feel free to dance. We're having a moment. Pull off a dance. Pull off a dance. No, dance. Yeah. DJ. DJ, you're delaying us. Give us a tune. The Mansingo can do. Okay, let's do a presidential dance.
I'm covering people. Right down. My darling. Hey!
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Wow. DJ, our money. Okay, so as they go to sit, I want to salute all of you once again. Happy to be standing here today to speak about something I'm passionate about, and that is HR Funhouse. Now, the fundamental question is, who is there for HR? The fundamental answer is HR Funhouse. Now, in 2018, HR Funhouse was founded, and it was founded by HR practitioners. The main purpose of HR Funhouse was to enhance on the general well-being of people, of the HR practitioners, while fostering work-life balance and improvement on the general mental health of people, of the practitioners. Now, we spend a lot of our lives on professional things. We forget about family, we forget about our social life. And this is the reason why HR Funhouse exists. We are a profession that takes care of people. Like the president NGO community said, almost every problem is an HR problem. Yeah? But no one sits down and says, even during team buildings in organizations, no one minds about whether the HR department is at a team building or not. But you'll approve for all the other departments. Now, Funhouse is here to ensure that we vibe with purpose. Yeah? So we have a community of about 410 practitioners. We have different programs that we do. It's not just a WhatsApp group, it's an HR movement. It's a revolution where we come together to ensure that we better each other. So we have different programs. First and foremost, we have events every quarter. These events help us in the bonding and connecting. We are a small group of people in the country. There's no way we can avoid each other. We can't be separate from each other. We're in a community where you should be knowing the HR director of Coke, Uganda Breweries, and other entities. So we have events every quarter, and those events we meet, connect, network, and we come up with different themes for the events. I think we had the 80s in February. We had HR in the World at Great Outdoors, where we came together, and we also had HR and Culture Heritage Feast in September. And this November, we're going to be having HR wind-up. That is suspenders and sparkles. Yeah? Yes. We shall be putting on suspenders and those sparkling dresses. Yes, but just get set, shall be communicating. But we also have other programs like the AP ideology. Now, AP ideology is where you have a professional member who keeps you in check in terms of your social and professional life. We notice that most of you actually don't have anyone in your life who keeps you in check. And the Gen Zs that are here, sometimes we make wrong decisions because we don't have anyone to guide us. We also have the Chikosi ideology. Chikosi ideology is where we segment the HR professionals based on their locality in terms of where they stay. So we have Chikosi 1, Chikosi 10, Chira, Bulindo and all that, Chikosi 1, then we have Chikosi 10. But the main importance of this is to bring people closer to each other. There is no way an HR practitioner should go for 2 days without water at their home. There is no way. You're taking care of people at work and you don't have water at your home. You simply just WhatsApp in the group. We shall get someone from National Water to come to your home and sort you out. Yeah? Same thing with umeme. How would you go for 2 days without umeme? And you say you are an HR practitioner managing people, talent management. Yeah? So we are in a community where we support each other. So in terms of the Chikosa ideology, it helps us to come together. We also have others like the Kimenza. We come together and bisect and dissect different topics about life, finances, social relationships, and everything. So these are Kimenza sessions that we have once in a while, more or less every quarter. But what is important is that we support each other even at the lowest and highest. Whether it's your wedding, we turn up, eat that nice food, and dance in style. If you lose someone, God forbid, we are able to support you as a community. We are together in every moment, not just only at the happy moment. But also, we are able to support each other in terms of employment. Living, and we say it, vibing with purpose. If you have an opening at your workplace, the first person you think of is an HR Finance member. And we keep sharing these job adverts in the WhatsApp group. We have other platforms as well where we connect and vibe as colleagues. So, colleagues, and the subscription is simply 100,000 shillings annually for the whole year. Colleagues, 100K to some of you is something small in a year. 100K for a year, it means you're spending 200 shillings per day as a fund house member. So please, I want to empower all of you and encourage all of you. Please find time and join fund house. It's very, very important. We plan for barriers. It's important that we plan for happiness. Can I repeat that? We shall plan for your burial with a big budget. Even HR will come and speak English. HR will come and speak English. It's important that we plan for these vibes as well. And in the same vein, I want to thank most of you whose companies have always come through as sponsors. So, before I speak about anything else, I want to read out the number of the General Secretary of HR Fund House. Please, if you feel like you want to make a decision to join the Fund House, simply WhatsApp this number, that's our SG, and you'll be onboarded into our platforms. Yeah? What is important is that you should not be a plumber, you shouldn't be an accountant or a lawyer, you should be an HR practitioner. Should I repeat that? It's exclusive for HR practitioners. Let me just read out this number. This is our SG's number. You simply WhatsApp, and she'll take you through the onboarding process. It's 0773 083 422. 0773 083 422. She's called Baguma Dora. And if you believe she hasn't supported you in any way, please feel free to reach out to me. I know most of you have my number, but for purposes of clarity, let me read it. It's 0701 35 9672. 0701 35 9672. And that is it about HR Fund House. You have a right to make a decision whether to join or not, but I can assure you that the best decision you can make today is joining the HR Fund House. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to appreciate the NGO community. Now, this is the first summit that we are having as the HR NGO community. And this is amazing. Emily and the team. This is so amazing. So amazing. How I wish that we can have this more or less every year. Yeah? And we shall attend as practitioners. Me, I'm in the manufacturing sector. I work for Uganda Breweries Limited. We make and drink beer. But I also work for an HR firm called True North Consult Limited as a senior HR VP. So, but Look, I'm humbled with whatever is being done in the NGO space and community. This is quite amazing. And I've had a chance to attend some of the trainings that have been organized by the leadership of the NGO community. Please keep on. This is something very important, and keep uplifting the community and the people you serve. I also want to thank Mastercard Foundation and BrighterMonday. You guys, you're doing a lot for humanity, and we can't thank you enough. I know this event wouldn't have taken place without your 100% input. So where are the colleagues from Mastercard Foundation and BrighterMonday? Please feel free, confidently raise up your hand the same way you confidently organize the event, sponsor the event. Yeah? Yes. Please, thank you so much. Thank you, we really appreciate you. I want as well to categorically thank the leadership of HR Mau. I know our president has evoked the Departure Act, he has left, but we have President Emeritus here, and we have other EXCO members as well. We want to appreciate them for whatever they're doing for the HR profession. I also want to thank my team, the EXCO of HR Finance. I don't know how many are here. I've seen, meanwhile, the MC is the PR for HR Finance. Duku is right here. Guys, have you forgotten your hands behind? Thank you so much. We have, I know there are others who haven't been able to come, but they're doing an amazing work, and I want to thank them. But lastly, I want to thank each one of you that is here today for sacrificing a whole day to come and uplift the HR profession and the NGO network. Thank you so much for sparing your time. Please keep turning up and showing up for our profession. As we wait for the bill and all that money, please, your role is very, very important in ensuring that we take this profession to the level it should be at. It starts with us. So lastly, all members of HR Finance, thank you so much for the love and support you accord to each other. You know, beyond your family WhatsApp groups where you can't even post a meme, yeah? You have that random aunt, your uncle, who will make life so hard for you, or you don't have any breathing space. You have your own family WhatsApp group where you fear your own children. For us as Fun House, we vibe with purpose, we connect with each other. You loosen up. What is important is to vibe with purpose. I salute you. Allow me to rest my case. Thank you.
So, Mr. Joel, you just can't walk back like that. After telling us all these things, telling us we vibe with purpose, you just can't walk back. And we know you are also doing a lot of work and putting in a lot of effort to ensure that the HR fraternity gets that space to really just loosen up. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the president. For those who are here in Fun House for the first time, clap for yourself also. We hope you can get on board. We request that we also appreciate our president with a token, and none other than our very own calm, collected, and cool Ketro.
The Fun House member.
The choice was intentional. Photographic moment with the president. DJ, music. Free of charge. Happiness is for free. All right. They have missed our president, showing the vibe. All right. So we want to thank you, Mr. Joel Kafire and the team. It is amazing to come at a summit. The summit is one of the few where you have very many presidents in one room. It just feels, you really feel like even you yourself, aren't you asking yourself, which president can I be? But you can start as an admin member of a WhatsApp group. Leadership starts from somewhere. Just look in all the WhatsApp groups you are in and choose one and just request to start to be the admin. What it will grant you is the power to remove and to leadership starts from some. At least start with the WhatsApp group admin. You will progress from there. So ladies and gentlemen, the President HR Mao has been, when he was speaking, he talked about something regarding motivation. And how do we motivate our staff? We couldn't think of anyone else to give us a small talk on motivation. He's not a name that is unfamiliar. He's been around for a while. And without any further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Mussolini, if you're here. Ethan Mussolini, are you here? He must be outside somewhere. Yeah, just a moment as we confirm if he's available somewhere in the till. And as we wait for that to happen, you could just be using this moment to share some light moment with your neighbor. My job is to ensure that at least everybody connects with whoever they came and met today. Yes. So there have been conversations around AI. There you could be sitting with someone who knows how to develop an AI policy. And here you are budgeting for millions of dollars. And yet someone could just do it for you and send it to you tomorrow. Yeah, so just use this moment to confirm, just know what your neighbor does, how they do it, what expertise they have. All right? Yes. Oh, great. Here he is, Mr. Mussolini. Because of your height, you're very difficult to miss. So I just quickly noticed you are not around. Please come and take the podium. I don't know if you prefer to use that mic or this.
Let's give Joseph a round of applause. My name is Ethan Mussolini, and friends call me Musso. So if you want to become my friend, you say, hi, Musso. Please, let's get up. Let's get up. Let's get up. And I know I've been warned that I have only 5 minutes. I want to figure out a way to utilize them powerfully. So I've been self-employed for 23 years now. I celebrated my 48th birthday last week. So it's, any October babies? Yeah, let's give the October babies a round of applause. Good. So I want you to go meet someone that you don't know. Quickly, move quickly. Away from your table, please. Away from your table. And then once you meet them, look at them in the eyes. I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. And you should be standing. I haven't told you to say anything. Just look at them. All right. When I say peperere, you say pe. Peperere. Peperere. All right. Now look at your neighbor in the eyes. I hope that's a total stranger. I want is that a total stranger? If they are not a total stranger, please move. Okay, good. So, this is what I want you to do. When I say peperere, you stay quiet. Say peperere, you say pe. Peperere, peperere, that means quiet. So what you're going to do is you're going to introduce your neighbor and you only, or both of you have strictly 20 seconds. So I'll count from 20 to 1. Actually 15 seconds, both of you have. 15, 14, go. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Should be the other person now introducing. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, give your partner high fives. Tell them thank you for introducing yourself. So I want a volunteer to come and introduce themselves. Can I have a second mic? Second mic. Please stay standing. Let's see if this other volunteer is going to do a good job. Can I have a volunteer, please, on stage? Volunteer on stage. Volunteer on stage. Quickly. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Volunteer on stage. Madam, in this aqua, is it aqua green? No, you, the aqua green lady. Come. Please give her a mic. Let's welcome her on stage. Hello, please introduce yourself to me.
My name
We are at a cocktail.
Edith.
Please watch. Notice what is she doing well. What could she have done differently? If she was introducing to me and I have opportunity. I have her next. What are you doing by the way? Okay, just introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Edith Mukasa. I work as a HR General with Defense Defenders and our offices in Nakasero.
Okay, let's give her a hand. What do we give her out of 10? Okay, so there are a couple of rules. So a couple of tips for you when you're introducing yourself. Your name, first of all, she's smiling. Let's give her a hand, and she's well dressed. Of course, her shoes, bare feet. Be careful not to introduce yourself to a CEO with bare feet. You may not get the next job. So, when you're introducing yourself, it's not just enough to mention the name and the organization. First of all, she did well. The fact that at least she talked about the organization and where they're, let's give her a hand around that. Because some people just talk by the name, isn't it? So you mention your name, and then what problem do you solve in this economy, or what opportunities do you create? Okay? That's one. That's part one, the professional part. The second part, let me ask you a question. Is there something else you do outside the professional work? Any side hustles? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm a Sunday school teacher.
Sunday school teacher. Okay, great. So then you say, after 5, between morning to 5, this is what I do. After 5 and during weekends, I do X, Y, Z. How many of us would want to meet a Sunday school teacher by any chance? You look at the hands there. So you had missed 32% of the audience to connect. Okay? So you mention your name, the problem you solve, and what else do you do as a side hustle? After 5, during the weekend, what opportunities do you offer? Okay? That's step 1. Step 2, handshake. Can I see you giving a handshake? A handshake should be a firm handshake. Okay, step 1. So firm. And peperere. A weak handshake tells the world that you're a weak person. Number 2, peperere. Number 2, there's what we call public distance and social distance. Arm's length is social distance. Anything beyond that is public distance. You're impersonal. So, social distance, handshake, look at the person in the eye, smile. A smile tells the world you're welcome. Some of us are angry at our mothers, at our fathers, and you're bringing your anger in the public. Forget it. Pretend like the world is wonderful. You smile. Are you following so far? Yes. Number 3, social distance strictly. Anything beyond this, you've entered what we call intimate space. Gentlemen, watch out. Oh, how are you, my sister? How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Wrong. Why? Because now you've entered her intimate space. Ladies, correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes guys come close and you're like literally backing off. Yes or no? Yes. There you go, especially for guys. And I'm seeing some with too much energy. I know what I'm talking about. Okay? We need to handle you as a project. Okay? So, you look at the person in the eye, you smile, eye contact, and then you introduce yourself. Hi, my name is Ethan Mussolini. I do train people in the art of executive communication skills, public speaking, and besides that, as my side hustle, I'm a Rotarian, making a difference in the world. Pleased to meet you. Yeah? All right? So now, let her introduce herself to me now. So, let her introduce herself to me now and we'll see if there's any improvement based on what we've learned. 1, 2, 3, go. Mike, they need to hear you. There's a gentleman who is admiring you. Please introduce yourself. Yeah, louder, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Edith Mukasa. I work as an HR General, and I work for Defenders as my side hustle. I teach Sunday schools, and also I'm a farmer.
A farmer. Good. By the farming, just as a side note, farming, do you sell the products?
No,
Yes or no?
I'm still growing. I'm an
Okay,
apple,
farmer, that's fine.
apple trier.
First of all, is that better, yes or no? The Defenders, what do they do? What business do they do?
Yeah, human rights.
Human rights. Will that detail be important? We deal with human rights. Now, if it is a potential sponsor or partner, or I might have a connection, so, oh, I should introduce you to someone else. They are in that space. But we just mentioned the name of the institution. We don't know what that institution means. And then you say, well, these days things are tight. And with Trump, things are even tighter. No. Introduce yourself. Expand your territories. Yes or yes? Good. Now, first of all, let's give her a huge round of applause. She has a good smile, good farmer. Now I understand why you didn't put on shoes. Farmer. Don't worry, I just like joking around. I like you. So, please, turn to your neighbor and introduce yourself properly. By the way, I'm light-hearted. If I say something that is not your cup of tea, please just know I love you all. Let's give her another. Please introduce yourself with energy, a smile, what you do, and let's give this madam a huge round of applause. Right there. With the new skills. Good. Fantastic. So, now, when you are engaging, the other thing you can do is, how many of us struggle with small talk? Like you meet someone, you're at the table, and you say hello, you introduce yourself, and then you start, generally, and then you start looking for your phone. Anyone who is like that? Yes? How many of us struggle with small talk? Like you don't know, can I give you some formula to engage quickly? Yes or no? Okay, good. So there are a couple of good topics you can talk about. You can have a seat for now. No, but not sit. Go chat, go engage with someone else now. Go switch to another human being, a stranger. I can see some of us are struggling, like now stranger, now who? Now listen, this is how you engage. Let me give you the topics. Let me give you the topics. No, it's okay, you can sit. Some of us are struggling to keep standing. Go have a seat, but grab a new stranger, drag them to your table if you can. If you are aggressive, drag a new stranger, take them to your table. Okay, great. Can I have 2 seats here? Can I have 2 seats here? Can I have 2 seats here? 2 seats, 2 seats. So there are a couple of subjects you can talk about. Number 1, dreams. What is the other party's dream? What's the other party's dream? Okay. Dreams. 2, family. Are you following? Yes or no? Family. The other one is hobbies. Childhood stories. So you can ask this, oh, what are your dreams? Where do you see yourself 5-10 years from now? And put a smile on your face. It shouldn't be like you're a police officer. But where do you see yourself in the next 5-10 years? People will be shocked. Those are topics. One quick tip. Let me have your attention. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mbobi and team. That is, Mbobi is one of the best professionals we have. I like him, but so I can even hear his voice. So, here, what I've put here is a key tool in communications when you're engaging a person. Because my friend Emily advised that I can give you some quick tips around networking. If you have control, it's better not, we usually sit like this, isn't it? But in communication, this is confrontational. So what is recommended is, if you can put a seat around 90 degrees. They sit here, you're able to see them, but the energy when it comes doesn't hit you directly. So if I'm going to attack someone, you attack directly, you don't attack from the side. So just sitting arrangement alone, when someone is coming to your office, is very, very powerful. That's why there are no seats facing each other. Then finally, from a spiritual and energetic perspective, When you're going to network, please clear up your energy. Hello? Clear up your what? Your energy. People listen and feel your energy more than your words. Has someone ever said all the wonderful things, but then you could feel the energy was so heavy, like by the time you leave, you're feeling a headache? Has that ever happened to you? It's because their energy was stuck. So what does that mean? If you have issues you're going through at home, in your personal life, as much as we have any counselors, people who have a counseling background. I know we may not have professional, but you have a counseling background. I know some HR professionals do. Go look for it. Okay, so put up your hand straight. That's the other thing about network. I'm saying any counselors and people are like, yes, yes, yes. Put up your, my sister, I know you. Put up your hand straight. Okay, I'm seeing one there, and I know her. Okay, so go talk to counselors, go talk to therapists, clear up your energy. There are a couple of things you can do to clear up your energy. Number one, exercise. Always gives you good vibes. Two, stay away from negativity as much as possible and stay away from negative people. The best way to stay away from negative people, be positive yourself. Because if you're negative, ask your neighbor, are you really positive? Number three, pray to your Creator. Say, God, lead me to the right people. Let me see the right, let me speak the way you'd speak. See what you would see. Because the moment, and then what? Can I tell you one thing that I do that I see most people don't do? Can I give you a tip? Almost every meeting, not almost, literally every meeting, where I have a bit of control, I start with a prayer. Someone comes to office, can we say a quick prayer? Why? That gives you spiritual insurance. That gives you the right words. Yesterday I was meeting a CEO of a very big bank. I was looking for business actually. I said, can we start with a short prayer? I did. What does that do? It gives us the right words, the right way to interact with people, and we engage people in the right way. But most crucially, as I wrap up, is always look at yourself as God's ambassador, wherever you are. So I know I'm here for a purpose. Some of us were meant to hear some of these things, just like I'm supposed to hear to some of you. Just like I'm seated to this gentleman, and I know I was supposed to sit next to him, not because we both don't have hair, but because, I'm supposed to sit with him. So when you walk as God's channel, and my current teacher told me that part of our job as human beings is to emulate the qualities of our Creator. Before you open your word, would God say what you're going to say? Before you send that email, would God send that email? Before you shout, would God shout, or they would keep their voice low? Would they attack, or they would engage? And before you judge next time, pray for people first. Embrace them. People are struggling. They're going through a lot. But most crucially, when you're entering, you're going to engage someone. If I'm going to engage with her, if I'm to get value, if you go through as a taker, you'll be chased. If you go as a giver, you'll be welcomed the way she has welcomed me by standing up. Always ask yourself, what can I give? I told Emily, I'll be there as a dangerous substitute. If there is an opportunity, I'll be happy to serve. At no extra charge, Emily. I'll be happy to serve. Now that you're being, because she invited me to attend, I said, I'll be more than glad to serve. And here I am. So wherever you go, serve. Pleasure to meet you, madam. You have a beautiful smile. Your husband is very lucky. So, if I know I'm done, I'm used to facilitating all-day events, and I even got a generosity of more than 10 minutes, it appears. If you want to reach out to me, let me give you my number. Finally, I got onto WhatsApp since November last year. I got onto WhatsApp. So my WhatsApp number is 0772 936361, 772 936361. And Success Africa, we do human resource consulting, training, and coaching. You can go to success-africa.com, success-africa.com. My website is ethanmussolini.com. I'll soon be changing my name. I've already done it officially. Soon be Ethan Victory. So Mbobi, please take note. And Michael, some of my friends, they might think, what happened to this guy? I changed my name. And I do online, I do coaching, public speaking, and executive communication. But talking about giving, I'll be more than glad to talk to your team pro bono on emotional intelligence. Pro bono. Okay? Pro bono. That's my way. I used to charge a lot of money, but God challenged me to give these talks for free on emotional intelligence because I know we have a big challenge under mental health, and managing emotions is one of the key components. So I will be happy to do that. Please follow up, take advantage of this. I can do it online, but face-to-face is even better if it's around campus. If you're up country, I can do it online. I would happily do that. I also do online coaching on personal and career development every Monday and effective communication. I have a group I'm running. I'm facilitating right now every Tuesday between 1 to 2 p.m. I have a special offer because it is my birthday month. So there are some books at the back. If you're interested, I have books on speaking, emotional wisdom and success quotes, confidence and self-esteem and the like. And please check them out. If you want more information around coaching, leave your contacts with my colleagues. There's someone on the left. We are sharing the booth with Antifit. They were kind enough to let us display our stuff there. But as you can tell, I'm a little rushed because I know I've eaten into your time, but just know I love you. The work you do is precious. That before a big testimony, there's always a big test. I know the non-for-profit world is going through a big, big test. That means a big breakthrough is around the corner. Don't give up. I want you to stay tall, keep doing what you're meant to do your very best, and God will do the rest. The world is looking up to you. Let your light shine wherever you go, and more amazing things will happen, and I'll be around and looking forward to chatting with you. Emily, I appreciate the invitation. Hopefully you picked a word or two, and please get contacts, engage with people, keep adding value. At this particular moment, may the good Lord bless you, honor you, refresh you, whatever that word is. God bless you all. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the man, the myth, the legend. He wants it again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the man, the myth, the legend. He has just flown in from Entebbe Airport. Joseph, let me hear some noise.
So, Mr. Mussolini, before you go, we have a practices HR.
Yes, sir.
And one of our KPIs is reward and recognition.
R squared.
So yeah, she's back.
Please, the shoes part was just a joke. Just so you know. It was just a joke. It was for entertainment purposes only.
The problem with us HR, we take things personal. Now she said she's back in high heels. Yes. So allow her to give you our token of appreciation for the amazing conversation and wisdom you have shared with us. This is yours. A round of applause for Mr. Ethan Mussolini. Yeah, he's been very impactful in inspiring many people. So I don't know if you're using those notebooks we gave you in the park to just even write these free things we are getting. Because now on Monday, those things of God, by the way, Joseph, there was the other free thing they gave us. What was it again? There is a notebook there. Write these details plus the contacts. And then save on those budgets. We are struggling with restructuring, but we can save on some of these trainings. And our staff need them. So Mr. Mussolini, we want to really, really thank you. We appreciate. But the problem with what you spoke today, you spoke it late. These things are for professional space, mania, intimate space. For us, we even exceeded. We exceeded already. From morning, for us, we have been just greeting in the intimate space. But ladies and gentlemen, going forward, we are going to start to practice the professional and the social distance space. Thank you so much. For me, that is what I have learned. So when you come, I say, if you want to enter the intimate space or small, I would like to now call upon my co-MC, Stella.
Thank you so much, Joseph. It's hard to tap into the energy of Duku but I will try my best. First of all, I want you to clap for Mussolini. I'm going to tell you why. Mussolini has made it a norm. During his birthday month, he gives something for free. During COVID, he gave us 40 series. I think he was marking 40 years. He gave us 40 series on personal development. 40, and I missed none. So I believe even this month, he gave out something. How can we benefit?
So if you reach out to me before the close of tomorrow, 50% on all my coaching services. But then, so when I was celebrating 40 years, I did 40, but then about 2 or 3 years ago, I did 50 series also for free. The plan was to package it and sell it for $1,000. Later, God told me to give away everything for free. So if you go to succeedingdaily.com, succeedingdaily.com, you have 50 hours of content of over my 20 years experience in personal and career development. So the 40, yes, then about 2 years ago, I did another 50 for free. Access them for free. And please share with your staff. Share with them. Because then I know here I had limited time and I know I'm rushed. So, but if you're, and I have business cards at the table there when you're going out. And yeah, so between now and tomorrow, if you're really serious, let's talk. I can give you some special offers on public speaking, life and career development. I'll also start something from sales. So thank you, my dear. I appreciated the calamity.
Yes, it's good to give flowers, yeah? We tend to, like Joseph said, part of our KPIs is recognition and reward. Whenever you get a chance to recognize someone, please do so. Thank you so much, Ethan. And thank you for being a dangerous substitute. Yes, next on agenda, please welcome with me. Allow me read this profile, yeah? I think it will kind of give you an insight into what we are going to talk about. The person who is going to speak to us next is a strategic leader whose work has literally shaped the operational backbone of non-profit across Africa and beyond. With 20 years of experience, she has led finance and operations in some of the world's most challenging and diverse contexts. Her expertise has been forged on the grounds in Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Mozambique, South Africa, Madagascar, Ethiopia, Malawi, Liberia, and as far as Afghanistan. She has not just managed resources in these countries, she has provided the inspiration and leadership necessary to support and empower the people on the front lines to deliver impact. Her commitment runs deep. Beyond her executive roles, she serves as a strategic advisor and a board member to 6 organizations, leveraging her vast continent-spanning experience to guide their long-term sustainability. She's a person who drives resilience, governance, and future readiness. Please join me welcome Madame Amelia Mwanguzi.
An excellent afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's more than good, it's excellent. Excellent afternoon. Amuso has encouraged me to introduce myself. My name is Amelia Mwanguzi. I'm the guardian of financial truth. When the Fun House president said plumbers, accountants don't apply to join Fine House, I felt, we've missed out. Allow me to ride on the protocol that has been observed and established before me. I was given a topic. Allow me to read it. Building organizational sustainability. How HR drives resilience, governance, and future readiness. Friends, the context in the world today is frightening. I was in a space recently, and our $9 million grant was suspended. And definitely we looked at the HR and said, HR, you have to communicate this stop order. Governments, not only the US, are following suit. And this ripple effect is in our NGO world. Straight after that $7 million grant, and forgive me, I'm a figure person, so I'll just relate to figures. A $2 million grant was again put on hold. And the donor told us, we're still thinking about if we should go ahead with this grant. And up to now, they're still thinking about it. The NGO world is facing a critical moment. There's political and regulatory pressure. Countries like China, the government uses the NGO registration as a tool for control. I won't talk about countries in Africa. There's rising compliance and accountability demands. And we are calling upon the HR fraternity to be a strategic partner, to clearly define responsibility, authority, and expected results for staff. Allow me to go deeper into the context. The high staff turnover. Again, I'll borrow from what the president of the HR Fund House said, that we're in the same space. So now what's up? We definitely share the job adverts. And so we staff move from one organization to another. There is shrinking civic space, and increased scrutiny. In Ethiopia in 2019, they liberalized the laws allowing advocacy for NGOs. The government simultaneously issued stark warnings for this restrictive legislation. And definitely, we as NGOs had to be very sharp in the way we market our civic dialogues. Otherwise, we face the threat of being shut down. The context in the NGO world. We've talked about the youth and unemployment. We have curriculums that don't match to what we as employers expect our youth to have, the experience they should have as graduates entering into the workspace. So with that dark context, what do we do as HR practitioners? What do we do as heads of organizations, especially NGOs, as we talk about sustainability? From the world I come from, sustainability has been related to funding. But these days, sustainability is wider. It's continuity, it's impact, it's governance, it's people and culture. And if you notice, there's a red thread running through these pillars, and that is HR. So what does this sustainability animal look like in the NGO sector? Sustainability is about resilience. It's about continuity of our mission. A sustainable NGO, you allow me, I'll say number one, it can survive leadership transitions and embeds culture that outlives personalities. So many times a leader leaves an organization, and it might be the CD, it might be the HR manager, it might be the finance manager, it might be any other leader. But when they leave, they go with the institutional memory, they go with the donor relationships. The donor only knows Ebony. They go with the vision. We have not distributed decision making, and a sustainable NGO will need to make sure that they have a diverse leadership team. And friends, a diverse leadership team with a strong HR. Can we clap for that? So many times, HR is not represented at all on the leadership teams. It's not represented on the board. And so many times we get a representative who has a finance background, who has a programmatic background, but we forget HR on the different boards. A sustainable NGO has a documented strategy, such that if the leader leaves, the strategy still exists and can be run with. There's planned succession with emergency protocols. Friends, so many times some leaders have what they call a management capture, and the person is immortal. And when he or she leaves, we don't know what to do, and we run around like headless chicken. We should make sure that there are emergency protocols. In case Mussolini leaves, what happens? And this should be kept by HR and the board. A sustainable NGO is one that builds systems and not heroic individuals. Number 2, a sustainable NGO looks and retains and develops key talent. So many times, when we are developing proposals for our donors, we want to look good, and so we imagine that one job can be done by 4 people. Yes, we are cutting costs, and this is driven by my cousins, the finance people. But we need to remember that we need to develop and retain key talent. And therefore, we must be very innovative in the way we write our proposals, such that at the end of the day, we are still sustainable. Number 3, a sustainable NGO is one that is compliant without collapsing under audits. Friends, I have seen us going for audits, and the HR is panicking, wondering how many staff do we have? Are the staff files ready? Am I speaking Greek or French? English? Excellent. So we need to be proactive and not reactive. We need to have compliance built into the project design from the start. The auditors will ask you definitely, so what are you thinking about this staff or this staff? Bring their file. And then we start remembering that Amelia didn't have any training throughout the whole year. Number 4, a sustainable NGO is one that prepares the youth for the future of work. Now, most NGOs offer very low-paid, high-stressful jobs with little mentorship for the youth. And so the youth comes in and is looking for the other job next door. It leads to high turnover, and we start the process once again. The former speakers have talked about mentorship programs. Friends, we need to have structured mentorship programs. Pair youth with leaders. Partner them with universities. Expose them to board meetings. Create spaces that empower them and let them represent the organization at conferences. Allow me to give a personal example. When I was only 26, one of the leaders in the organization I was working for decided to hold my hand. And this person said, I see a leader in you. And so this leader said, I'm going to ensure that I get you a lady who will mentor you. Friends, I was taken to a lady, and that time the lady used to work with World Bank. I had to have a meeting with her at lunchtime. And so I go to her office, lunchtime, and the guard told me, who have you come to see? I said the name. The guard directed me to the office, and she told me, no, sorry, we're going to meet in the boardroom. So we go to the boardroom. And do you know what I found in the boardroom? A boardroom that is full of gentlemen and ladies. And so I asked her, are we in the wrong place? She said, no. She took her place and told me, can you please take your place? Friends, this was our first meeting. I'm 26 years old. And she told me, please don't sit near the door. Can you walk to your place? It was at the farthest end of the table. And I wondered, so what kind of mentorship is this? What kind of... Anyway, I looked up, and then she asked the gentlemen and the ladies, can I have your comments? And I wondered, now, comments for what? And they said, she's not properly dressed, she's shy, she lacks confidence. And I said, who are they talking about? And after their comments, they left the room, and our mentoring session began. Friends, I was thrown into a swimming pool, but I learned to swim. Hold the hand of a youth in your space. We should invest in transferable skills. So many of us don't care. We are not digital fluent at all. We don't know anything about data analysis. We don't know anything about storytelling. We don't know these AI tools. We say they are for the other people. We don't know problem-solving skills. We don't know anything about cybersecurity. We don't know about management of remote teams. And yet this is the new order of the day. We need to create clear career ladders for these youth. How does one move from an officer to a country director? What skills and experiences do they need for the next step? Again, HR is the common thread through all these pillars. In most NGOs, and I'll strictly stick to Uganda, organizations are not collapsing financially. They are collapsing because the major asset of the organization, and that's the people, are leaving or have disengaged. There are people who come to work every day, but they are dead. But they continue to exist in the organization because they want salary. And as HR, we are the ones to make sure that we identify these people who are already dead but living. Most NGOs in Uganda and it might not be the NGOs in this room, are investing in programs, but not in the people delivering them. As a finance person, we are keeping the cost efficiency ratio very low. But how do we think and put in place innovative ways in which we can invest in our staff at a cost that is minimal, but with an impact that is great? Staff well-being is not talked about. We make sure that the staff work and work and work 378 days in a year. We no longer have staff retreats. The money is not there. Staff are not going on leave. And those who go on leave are contacted every single day of their leave. Am I taking something? Can I hear an amen? Staff go on maternity leave, but there is no budget for a replacement. There's a country where if you're going for maternity leave, they call it the family way. You go to HR, if it is 2026, you go to HR 2025 as they budget, and you tell them, I hope to go in the family way, so please budget. I don't know if we can borrow a leaf. HR is treated as an administrative unit, rather than a strategic lever. HR is a strategic partner and should be part of the table. So, as HR practitioners, what are the opportunities to build organizational sustainability? How can HR become a driver instead of a passenger? How can HR pull a chair on the table? Let's start by looking at leadership and succession planning. Identify and grow leadership internally. I need a clap for that. So many times we advertise, and the first people we think of are those outside the organizations. Prepare managers to step up. Build youth and female pathways. Federation of Uganda Employers has a program. It's called Female Future. Female Future. And it helps leaders, especially the female ones, to get on boards. They train you. I was one of the pioneer members of that program. And that program really prepared me to sit on boards. Talent retention and skills development. That is our docket as HR practitioners. I've talked of mentorship. We need to coach. We need to have exposure-based learning. One of my former bosses used to say, if you get on that plane, you will change your perspective. Friends, let's expose our staff. Even though they take a 40 minutes plane ride to another country, they won't come back the same. The third one is governance and compliance alignment. HR should guide in making us aligned to our donor policies, our safeguarding standards, our labor laws. But so many times, HR we are laid back and we did not make sure that we show our presence on the table. HR should enable us to be audit ready through people systems. HR should be part of board agendas. The last one is workforce resilience and well-being. Lady G has talked so much about mental health, so I won't delve into that. But staff welfare, are we advocating for even the basics? I like that mental health day, and I think since we have CDs here, HR, it won't be so hard to advocate for that mental health day for staff. Diversity, equity, and inclusion should be our sustainability strategies. Friends, we should reduce burnout. So many staff are hanging in two positions because they need the bread, but they are tired, and you can see it in their eyes. Let's support our staff intentionally as HR. Let's hold the youth's hand. I want to thank the Mastercard Foundation for that initiative of the YO, the Young African Works. Want to thank BrighterMonday for the Genkazi, is it Genkazi? Genkazi? And I think it was Lady G that talked about their program and the Federation of Uganda Employers, the Enable. Let's prepare the youth, and there are so many youth here, and I can see a lot of potential. Let's prepare them for leadership, social impact, and innovation. So this is my call to action. To the NGO leadership, their country directors in this room, please, please treat HR as a strategic partner, not a support function. I think that was way back in the 1990s. We are in 2025, for goodness sake. HR is a strategic partner. Put people and succession on the board agenda. To the HR professionals in this room, please stop waiting to be invited. Pull the chair and sit. Lead with data and information. Don't just come empty-handed to the table. Come with facts and figures, a voice and a vision. I need a clap to that one. Design systems that don't collapse with funding cycles. We have a project, it runs from 2022 to 2024, and so after 2024, in 2025, the staff are gone, the project is closed. And what happens to these youth that you motivated in 2022? To donors and partners in this room, fund people systems and not projects. Friends, sustainability must include leadership, talent, and culture. To the youth and friends, the youth age keeps shifting, but I'm saying anybody below 35 years in this room, can I have some hands up? We are here, right? Clap for them. Please, please prepare, show up, and take the space. We've had there many, they will soon have a change in leadership of the HR network, HR network. Friends, please show up. The future of NGOs must be led by those being prepared today. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to end with a quote from Peter Drucker, a management guru. He says, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Let us create the future we want, a sustainable organization with HR as a strategic partner. I thank you.
Hello. I think that hand of applause was a bit light, eh? Hey, that's how we should do it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Amelia, thank you so much. Like it's our norm, we'd like to share a token of appreciation for the wonderful words you've shared and us encouraging us to be strategic partners. Most of us in the room, yeah, if you got a chance to speak to some of them, they are asking, when will my opportunity come through? Yeah, like she has mentioned, if the chair is not provided, pull a chair, push yourself to the table, okay? To appreciate her, I would like to invite my colleague, my namesake, Stella Joanne Amoy, to present a token of appreciation. Thank you so much. How are we feeling? Excellent. Excellent. Great. Just a reminder, please don't shift, don't move, don't shake, okay? Hope you got visas, that we are leaving this place at.
So what we are going to do with that blank piece of paper is going to be very simple. Arm yourself with a pen. If you don't have one, ask your neighbor for one. All right? Please ensure you have a piece of paper because this assignment will require that you use a paper. Yeah. No phones, paper and pen. You have it with you? So get your pen. You are going to write something on that piece of paper. The statement, so you're going to write this statement. You write you are. Just write you are the most. By now you should have a statement written, you are the most. I'm going to give you a second to think of a word to fill to make that statement complete. And that statement, you are going to fold that paper and hand it over to your neighbor. So it is a statement you are giving to your neighbor. A dose of compliment. Yes. So you are the most. Then fill in the blank space with that amazing adjective or word about your neighbor. And you fold that piece of paper and hand it over to your neighbor. Are we done with that? So hand it over to your neighbor. Hand it to a neighbor. Fold it and hand it over to your neighbor. You are the most, fill in the blank space. And fold that piece of paper and hand it over to your neighbor. Are we done with that? All right. Round robin. I'm going to ask people at random to read what was given to them. Hello, have you received yours? So could you read for us what they have written to you?
You are the most calm person I have seen.
Do you agree? How does it make you feel? All right. Round robin, round robin. What have?
They say you are the most beautiful.
Hey, mama. Let me see. It must be coming from. Round robin, round robin. Here. Did you receive the piece of paper? What did they write for you?
You are the most time-conscious person.
Is that you? All right. People are really nice, huh? Your mind seems wandering very far. Have you received a piece of paper?
I have. I knew I wouldn't escape. Yeah, my neighbors. I'm the most amiable person.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is something unique here. You are the most amiable person in this room. Google is your friend. Hello, how is it here? Have you received a piece of paper? Oh, so there you are.
You are the most smiley person with a beautiful smile I have.
You are the most what? Smiley and beautiful smile I have ever met. Come on now. All right, here.
My neighbor said, you have the prettiest smile.
Do you agree? Oh, all right. Members of this high table. What did your neighbor say?
You are the most brilliant.
Wow. People are even giving exams to others. That's a tough group, eh? There are even exams. Brilliant. How are you, sir? Have you received the paper? There it is.
We've just met today. Yes.
You are the most peaceful person I have met. Are you peaceful? All right. Round robin.
You are the most engaging person I've met today, and you are the most peaceful woman.
Colleagues, So for you people whom they are describing as peaceful, you don't even beat mosquitoes when they are. You just say, go away, fly away. Where away? Here.
You are the most sociable person.
You are the most sociable person. Wow. In the morning, where were you seated? And now?
Contacting everybody.
You have been contacting everybody. Oh, okay. I just wanted to affirm. Round robin, this table. Did you receive a paper?
You are the most amazing person that I've ever met.
Amazing person that I have ever met. How are you? Did you receive the paper?
You are the most valuable asset in the organization.
Do you have a boss on this table? You are the boss. So, who gave you this piece of paper? So my question to you is, what have we been waiting for to share these compliments from morning? Was it that difficult? Was it that difficult? Your compliment bundles were not yet loaded, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, let's build a culture to appreciate each other and compliment each other. All right? Every opportunity we meet like this, you just don't know what that small statement can do to someone for that day. You would have just loaded some battery of positivity to them. All right? So let's compliment each other and appreciate each other, because that's what makes us a network. So without any further ado, allow me to welcome our moderator for the next segment. He's not a new face to us. He's known to us, and I even feel I am not in the right place to introduce him. But he's a very interesting and very skilled and experienced. So many things come with him. Mr. James Oona, the current director of HR Baylor College of Medicine. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll borrow from Amelia and say an excellent evening. And Duku, you are right. We need to appreciate. I think let's clap for the MCs. They're really doing an amazing job. Are we having fun? And we are learning. So when you're having fun and having learning at the same time, they're doing a great job. Thank you for that. Yes, we have come to, I don't know whether I should call it a dessert. The last part. So between this panel and a very, very important session, next, the cocktail. That's the only one standing in between you. So bear with us for the next 1 hour also as we conclude this discussion, and then we move on to that exciting part. I love the vibe in the room. Me and Dr. Luzobe here, I think we are committing. I saw we are taking numbers for HR Fun House. So you may be getting new members soon. All right, let me introduce myself as Musoloni taught us, just to prove that I'm also learning. My name is James Oona. My passion is building sustainable organizations that make a difference for the most vulnerable in our communities. Presently, I'm happy to work as the head of HR at Baylor Foundation, Uganda. Out of work, I love to hike, I love to swim, I love to read, and do other things. And it's a pleasure to join you today. As we start, I think we can all agree that HR is very dynamic. There's never a dull moment. More so in the last 1 year, where global policies have been changing faster than your payroll cycles. I'm sure many of you have experienced, on a Monday morning, you terminate. On Wednesday, you get a donor call, reinstate. On a Friday, you send people for unpaid leave. then the next week something else is coming up. That has been our experience this year. And so this discussion, I like the theme that said from uncertainty to opportunity, crisis management and change. It comes at a very, very opportune time, having gone through this process. This week I saw something quite interesting, a clip. I'm not on TikTok, but I managed to get a clip. And this girl was imitating their HM and said, an HM once said, if the chameleon must survive the bushfire, it must forget the walking styles of its ancestors. And I think, this year some of us have seen bushfires. And the challenge or the question to us is, will we survive it? I believe we can, and I believe we will. We will do that if we take this as an opportunity to innovate, as a catalyst to change and make a difference. So we are going to have a conversation. I have a distinguished panel that I'm going to introduce. And our aim at the end of this conversation is not just to share ideas, but to get actionable insights that when we leave this room and go back to our desk, we can actually implement. What can we do that can use this crisis as a catalyst to innovate, to bring change in our organizations, to build sustainable organizations that will ultimately create great impact, but also create employment opportunities for Ugandans and most especially the youth. We have already heard from all the other speakers in the morning. Uganda and Africa, we are poised to experience that youth bulge. The NGO has been a critical implementing partner in this nation. Emily shared with us earlier on in the morning. I think apart from manufacturing, the NGO sector actually employs even more than the public sector in this country. So there's significant impact that we have. And as we have this conversation, take notes, pick insights, and then see what lessons we can take back to make our organization sustainable and have that impact. All right, so we are privileged to have a very distinguished panel, and I'm going to introduce them. As I introduce them, they will come forward. In the house, we have Jeremiah Nyaga, who is the country director, or at World Vision, they call it national director. And as he comes, let me read his profile. Jeremiah is a seasoned and visionary development executive with a distinguished career in the humanitarian and international development work spanning over 25 years. He is currently the ND of World Vision Uganda and served in other leading roles in Kenya and Uganda. Besides World Vision, he has also worked as a high school teacher and served in other international NGOs like Pathfinder International and Child Fund. So you have an alumni up here. Jeremiah holds a Master of Arts in Organizational Leadership and Management from Africa International University in Kenya and an honors degree in Development Studies from University of South Africa. As a leader, he advocates for ethical leadership and inclusive governance. He has served on several boards, including the chair of the Global Bag Project, member of World Vision Fund Kenya, and the chair of Uganda Water and Sanitation NGO Network. He's married to Dr. Esther Nyaga, and between them, they're blessed with 3 daughters. So Jeremiah, like me, I'm also a father of daughters. He is committed to leadership development and empowering others to succeed in their leadership journeys, believing that effective leadership drives sustainable change. So Jeremiah will be sharing with us how we can develop resilient local leaders who can carry forward our missions sustainably. Thank you, Jeremiah, for joining us. Next on the panel, we have Olivia Chimuro Mwesigwa, who I'm sure many of us know. As Olivia comes up, Olivia is the Director of Human Resources and Administration at Save the Children International Uganda. She has over 14 years of experience in managing human resources at a senior leadership level. She holds an MBA in HR from Indira Gandhi National Open University and a postgraduate diploma in HR from the same institution and one from UMI. She's a certified trainer with Learning and Performance International UK, a certified transformation coach, a certified SEER investigator, acronyms again, certified prevention of sexual exploitation, abuse and harassment investigator, and a graduate of Harvard Management Mentor Leadership. She's a member of HR MAO, a member of Malta Swimmers Club, and a mother of 2. In her free time, she enjoys conducting life coaching sessions, writing books, and engaging in music, singing, and swimming. Olivia will be speaking to us on how to attract and retain the right people while complying even as the resources become more and more tight. Then third on the panel, we have Michael Niyetegeka, who is the Executive Director of Refactory Limited. So Refactory is a software skilling academy addressing the need to produce skilled software developers in Uganda today. So when Amelia was talking about us being conversant with AI, etc., I see that Michael is doing a great job in that space and skilling the youth. He also serves as the country manager of ICDL Africa and is passionate about leadership development, business technology, strategy, and business advisory services, primarily through coaching and mentoring. He has over 22 years of experience working in both private and public sectors, and he has worked with and consulted with various sectors, focusing on business development, leadership development, strategy formulation, etc., etc. Over the last decade, he has mentored and coached individuals and companies across various industries. He is currently a member of the ICT Technical Working Group of the Presidential Investor Roundtable, an advisory group of the Government of Uganda on Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies. The President Omar was speaking about 5G, so I don't know whether 5G also falls under Fourth Industrial Revolution, or there's another one coming later on. Anyway, we'll learn that as we discuss. So Michael will be sharing with us how to embrace technology that drives smarter, more efficient HR practices that makes every shilling count. And then last but not least, a name that I'm sure many of us are familiar with, we are also joined with Counsel Fred Muema. Counsel is over there. He's an unaccomplished legal practitioner with over 30 years working experience. A founding partner of Muema and Company Advocates, one of Uganda's leading premier law firms. He has over the years distinguished himself as an attorney with a penchant for handling complex cases. These include a constitutional challenge to the composition of the Anti-Corruption Court in 2014, which led to the court's recomposition and public interest litigation. In the area of employment and industrial relations, the firm's legal representations at the Industrial Court in Kampala, the UN Disputes Tribunal in Nairobi, and the UN Appeals Tribunal continue to contribute to the development of jurisprudence aimed at improving working conditions in the corporate environment. He's also the co-founder and chairman of Inter-County Faith Network, and I think many of us are familiar with that. It used to run a lot on the TVs. It's a Pan-African initiative that combats counterfeit and substandard products through applied research, legal action. Driven by innovation, he developed the Bleep app. He's not only a lawyer, but he's also an app developer, a digital platform that enables reporting, verification, and taking of remedial action against fake products by consumers, brands, and regulators. So those of us in the manufacturing sector, I'm sure he's one gentleman that you would want to talk to about this. This app enables the scanning of a Bleep security tag, a tamper-proof product marking solution with geolocation designed to ensure product authentication at the point of sale. So our panel, we are glad to have you join us. And just turn here so that we can start this off. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we are going to discuss across 3 themes. Our aim is really to get practical ways that we can turn the challenges that we have seen, the external constraints, into internal strength. 1, how to attract the right people while still complying, and we call that how to position our organizations as a talent magnet on a budget. And then 2, how to develop resilient local leaders who will carry the mission forward. how we have talked about leadership development, how we identify high potential people within our organization. So how do we translate that from high potential to actually high impact? And then 3, how to embrace technology to drive smarter, efficient HR practices to make every shilling count. All right, so as we start, we'll start by asking my panel. Almost everybody in this room, either directly or indirectly, had that experience in January, around 20th, when we woke up, and there was that presidential directives from President Trump. And I was thinking through that none of us could have anticipated this. I don't know how many of you could have had that on your risk registers. It is totally unseen. So how did that unfold for you, where you sit? Are there any programs that you had that were affected? Even if you are not directly implementing a USAID-funded activity, probably you had clients, friends, etc. in the same space. So how did it unfold for you, and what has been the impact on your entity since then? Probably start with Jeremiah, since you came up here front. Briefly, 3 minutes or so.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, everyone. Really glad to be here, and I really appreciate the honor to represent the many other leaders in the NGO sector. I didn't know that that question would really come, but like COVID-19, I think 2025 is one of those years that you wish that it flew. I keep telling people I've been in Uganda now for slightly above 5 years, but I count them as 3. Because I think during COVID, I didn't quite count. I didn't understand what happened. There were 2 years that really flew by. But for World Vision, we were equally impacted. And for me, I think I was not only impacted at an organizational level, but also at a personal level. Having started working in NGO for right now over 25 years, some people started copying me and emulating, and they were saying they wish they were like me. And therefore, they ended up in the NGO sector. And during this period, a number of them lost their jobs. I don't know whether they should thank me or to blame me, because they followed me as their mentor. And that was quite devastating, just to know people who are looking up to me, they have lost their jobs. And one of them actually ended up dying.
Sorry.
Yeah, because he became sick, and I think that shock and all that, it could not be managed. At World Vision, we were equally impacted. At first, we were almost celebrating. We don't have any USAID funding. And yet we have been fighting to get one of them, and we didn't have. But we had one where we were sub-grantee. That was the first to see the door. But we didn't realize at that particular point that if you're actually funded by UN, then the implication therein. So the secondary effects hit hard. And I think when you try to approximate the numbers, our numbers are approaching 200 that were impacted. And not only losing jobs, it also means losing livelihood, and that also forced us to do many other things, probably, which I'll be talking about. Right. Yeah, but it's been tough. I wish we could skip 2025, but we are still there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeremiah. Olivia, how did that pan out for you?
Thank you very much. Again, just like Jeremiah, I would like to resonate. I work for Save the Children International, and we were equally impacted. When we got the news, it was a combination of panic and anxiety, because a year before we had lost about 100 staff who had gone home because their awards had ended. And so when the awards end, you have programs and administrative staff. So the administrative staff who have been depending on the projects also have to go. So we're just going through that, major structural change, and then boom. So it was a period of anxiety, but we quickly worked through our crisis management system to try to understand which kind of awards have challenges. We had 2 of them that had about 30 staff. One was in Moroto, and one was in Gulu. But those 2 had also other implementing partners. So it was not only us, we were just a prime. When I say prime, those of you who work in the NGO sector would really understand that in awards you have the prime, and then you have the other people who you implement with. So it was not only us, it was us and then the implementing partners. So our staff were asking, so what does this mean to our communities? What does this mean to our partners? What does this mean to our livelihood? And of course, we had to do what we call information management. We didn't have all the answers because we were also depending on our, member office in the US to provide the guidance of what we needed to communicate to the staff. But fast forward, after mapping out the critical awards, we put ourselves on a recruitment freeze. I remember an email from the global chief people saying, don't recruit, don't increase salaries. If there's been any recruitment, like everybody who had done an interview and we had received and had received an offer, we had to call it back. Because then we needed to map out, these staff who are going to be affected. We need to reintegrate them back into the system. Yeah. And then from the HR perspective, we also had, a combination of realism and empathy, These people are going, but, we have to do counseling for the staff. Our global program was very generous that they opened up their employee well-being toll-free line so that we can have our staff handled in that way. As of course, as an institution, yes, we have been impacted, but we've had to make very reasonable, I will call it reasonable adjustments in terms of reducing our structures, cutting off some costs, so that we could be able to accommodate everyone.
Somebody said earlier, everything starts and ends in HR. So that's what we're going through. Michael, from your side, have you seen this or you are hearing about it from here?
So we had just won a grant, a 3-year grant, to train, I think about 150 refugees and place them into work. And we had just mobilized and given them admission letters to start the program.
Yeah.
And so when that came, we had to let them know it is not going to happen. And of course, given that you have already communicated, for some of them, we were able to place them into other programs that had opportunities for them. But I think for me, the key lesson was to learn how to intentionally pay attention to our pipeline in terms of revenue. And to what extent am I exposed that if one closes the tap, I can continue to run. And that I have consistently communicated to my colleagues, that to the extent we have close to monthly view of what is our pipeline, what is our exposure, and if anything changed, how many of us will be redundant. It's something that I keep an eye on as a leader, because the reality is that somebody, especially if you're running after grants, if you're grant funded, you cannot afford not to pay attention to what is changing in the ecosystem. The second thing I think for us that we have picked out is to then build our business arm that is able to, whatever we do, we try to look at it from a business perspective and say, is this something that can sell on its own, that if I decided to put it on the market, somebody is willing to pay for it, and at what price are they willing to pay for it? So testing that model, much as we are largely a not-for-profit entity, we are set up as such, but it is important for us to always have visibility of the numbers. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I hope we are picking helpful points from there. Council.
Yes, James.
How has this worked for you? You know, during COVID, some people were jubilating, others were crying. I don't know from your angle, how has this impacted you? Are you seeing more business coming your way as a result of this, or you have also been impacted negatively?
Okay, first of all, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Emily, for the invitation. I came here to support Emily, only to find a big community. Emily, you're doing good work. I don't think I would have ever found myself in such a room, and I decided to sit in the middle there so I could get the vibe. I think you're quite an important lot, and you have a lot of energy. Now, I think that as a lawyer, I also need to share some knowledge with you. If you left this room without knowing whether the freeze, the closure of USAID was right, was wrong, I would have been doing a disservice. Most of you think Trump is crazy or is right or is wrong. How many of you think the freezing of the USAID was right? By show of hands. I don't expect anyone. You all think it was wrong. And of course, as lawyers, my colleagues in the US took Trump to court. Why are you stopping the aid cut? This is power for the Congress, their parliament. You as a president, you don't have power. But he issued what they call an executive order. And I think it was the Foreign Service guys who were saying it's so abrupt. He had given 90 days. They got some injunction, some relief to allow them sort themselves out. But essentially, the courts in the US said it was legal. He had the power under Article 2 of their constitution. So it was legal. It's not popular with you, but it was legal. And even those who argued that USAID had been created under an act of Congress, so you needed to go back to Congress to undo it, still it was overruled. So, and why is that so? It is because aid grants are discretionary. If I'm going to give you a grant or a discretion, please don't hire me to sue the US for that money which was frozen, because I won't win. It's discretionary, and it is something that is dealing with the sovereignty. If a country decides, I won't give you that seat. And like my colleague here said, we then need to start looking inward. On the side of legal practice, I don't know whether the general squeeze around, because we lawyers, our fees come from you guys. So if you are not getting, the taps are closed, we also get affected. So there should be a secondary effect. But because I'm also in the NGO world, as he has introduced me, we're running an outfit that is fighting counterfeits and substandard, which I am sure all of you are facing. James, if you asked the members here, if we checked their phones, I'm sure most of the phones are fake, the ones we are holding. It is part of our culture, you know? So it's a huge issue we are doing, and we're doing some programs with the USAID on building capacity of government institutions to fight counterfeits. So when the tap closes, you know, most of the agencies don't have funding. So those programs are also dried up. But again, because of building resilience, we are still doing things on our own. He has talked about the platform which we're using, Blip, which I asked you to download. You can report any fake, whether it's a cosmetic, for remedial action. But my takeaway from this is that the stopping of funding by USAID is not the worst thing which could have happened, because every dark cloud has a silver lining. I want to borrow from Botswana. In the 70s, Botswana had a crisis in education, and President Kwet Masire came up with a program called One Man, One Beast. You know, in Botswana, they have so many animals. The cows are more than the people. They have chickens, goats. So each family had to give one cow per year to be able to build the Botswana University. That program ran for a decade. Right now, they have the best education, almost the best education in Africa. Of course, coupled with commitment of the government to human capital development. So we need to look inward. I think there are things we can do, learn from this and develop ourselves. And also, lastly, I would commend to you, you should read the book, Why Nations Fail. Why Nations Fail. You will see that foreign aid is a double-edged sword. If it is going to be used to support extractive regimes, and not create the institutions to support development, then it doesn't serve its purpose. But if foreign aid is going to support things like this, instead of these people here being on TikTok and wasting time, they are here exchanging ideas and so on. So the kind of support Mastercard is giving, this is progressive. But if you're going to give aid so it's stolen and people open Swiss accounts, it's not useful. So I'm here to share the little. Emily just grabbed my neck last week and said, Fred, please come and share whatever you can. So I hope I can add to your stock of knowledge and help to debunk a few things as far as the law goes. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. I like the way you concluded that this doesn't mean, there's a silver lining, and that's the real aim of our discussion, that a crisis should not mean paralysis, but how can we take advantage of the crisis? So we'll start off with a talent magnet on a budget. How do we attract and retain the right people even when the resources are dwindling? So Olivia, there have been all these significant cuts. You talked about it, a hiring freeze, wage freezes, etc. And these have been the traditional tools that we have been using to attract and keep our people. So how can we redesign our attraction and retention strategies so that our organizations are still competitive and we can hire those strong mission-driven talent and the youth that will ensure that we don't fold under this crisis but move forward? Practical examples from SAVE.
All right, thank you very much again. We are all in HR. One of the law of commonness here is that we are all HR practitioners in the NGO sector, but we have our colleagues in banks, we have our colleagues in health, they all do HR. They are profit-making, we are not profit-making. So what makes us still stay competitive? Because we don't have funding, but we are expected to compete in the same market with those that have the monies coming through all the time. One of the things that probably I would like to share is rethinking our employee value proposition beyond pay. And I'm going to start with the metaphor. I work for a brand, Save the Children International, that was started by one woman, Eglantine Jeb, in 1919. She had two things. She had a leaflet, and she was just showing, okay, so that was one of them. She had a leaflet, she was putting it out for people, calling attention to the world on the starving children. Two things she had, conviction and creativity. Today, Save the Children International has over 16,000 employees all over the world and is one of the child rights organizations. I'm not out competing you, I know that me and Jeremiah, we are all in that space. But there is one thing about, she built that brand on conviction and she built that brand on conviction and creativity. How do we build our brand beyond pay? Because when people come to work for you, yes, you're going to pay money. But what is that particular thing that's making you different from the rest of the other employers? When you look at employee value proposition, it has the internal component where you say, we are going to give you this salary, we are going to give you this annual leave, we are going to give you life insurance, etc. But then there are these other things. I remember in one of our recruitment strategies, one of the things that we do, we put there, we say, we are a learning organization. Look for everyone who has worked through Save the Children. You tell them, even when they leave as an officer, they will go grab a big job up there, and you'll be in shock. So it is the employee value proposition that we are building beyond their pay. Okay? What is our reputation out there? What do people know about us? 10 years ago, someone reached out to me. I was working in the health space, and someone reached out to me from a sister, in quotes, organization and said, hey, there is a job here for you. I am leaving my job. Would you like to apply? In the corridors I had, they fire from the corridor. I said no. I said no. You pay twice what I'm getting, but I will not come. What is that? So many people are coming to these institutions, not because we are paying so much, but because of our value system. In SCI, we pride in our value system. What is that unique thing that your organization can sell that a person will look at it in the advert and say, because of their value system that aligns with mine, I will not go to this bank, but I will go to this institution. This morning, as I interacted with someone said, I need to meet this person. And I'm like, oh, I'm not so sure they came. Said, no, I need to meet them. I said, but you work in a very good organization. Why do you want to leave? She said, they advertise for a role which aligns with my purpose. So where they are earning more. But they want to move to this space because there is purpose. So that is just one thing that probably I want to share. Yes, we don't have the funding, but we can ride. We have some low-hanging fruits that we can benefit from. That's number one. Number two, quickly, that I can think about is, give me a minute, is being more intentional on building pipelines. He's been talking about pipelines, but probably you've been talking about financial pipelines. But as HR people, we need to have talent pipelines. Like if I've lost this staff, who is the next person that I'm going to get? Now, the stop work order not only ripped us off very good staff, we not only let them go, but we also put them in our databases. Because every time we get an opportunity, we look for them and ask them to come back. 40% of the workforce that left, I think, late 2024, 40% of them are back as rehires. Because that's our culture. You can clap for that. We can clap for that. So as HR people, we need to be looking out for our own. We keep you in that database. We have the graduate trainee programs. How are we tapping into the youths? Because you might be having a manager who is so overwhelmed with sending an email, with doing this and the other, and yet if you train a young professional to be able to do that, so we have talent, not talent pipelines. We have graduate trainee programs. We have volunteers. What are we using them for? So as you put up those programs, don't just put them up there and just keep them there. You bring the people. When you're stuck, for us work in the humanitarian, they'll tell you next week there's an award beginning. So quickly, I need a program manager, I need this and I need this. And I'll just quickly go into my database. Sometimes we've had to do what they call recruitment waivers because I need the person like quickly. UNICEF says I want this implemented like 2 weeks. So I have to utilize things like recruitment waivers so that we now don't bog the system into 3 months progress and all that. Maybe the other thing that probably I would like to share would be refining our engagement models. We know that the world has moved on, ladies and gentlemen, we know that. We know, I was hearing the lady who spoke earlier, the speaker from, I think, ActionAid, the lady who spoke before. She was mentioning that the world has moved on, but where are we as HR professionals? We still want to see people in office there, like, Lord, you must see. If I don't see you, then you did not work. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the people who turn the tide. We are the people who need to speak and say, we need to have policies of work from home, so that, you reduce on that movement. Like, there's so much traffic. When I talk about work from home, there's so much traffic on the road. And so if someone works from home, better as long as they are delivering. So one of the strategies of attracting people, I know of a candidate who asked me, so do you work from home? Then we hadn't actually started that policy. Do you work from here? I'm like, no, it's not approved. Guess what? I had done 3 recruitments for that particular post, and I had a failed recruitment, 3 of them. That lady said, I'm not coming. You guys are not my type. So she didn't join. And so that led us to rethink on this kind of policy. Those are things that attract people. You don't have money. Yeah. I don't know if people who work in banks have work from home, but I'm sure NGOs, some of us here do. And I will request that let's front that agenda so that we attract, we can ride on things like that to be able to attract people and also be able to retain them.
Excellent, excellent. Think of EVP beyond pay. I used to talk about this and people say, no, that is for those wazungu who work for values. But here we are getting a practical example of somebody actually rejecting a higher pay because of value. So these things do work. Thank you, Olivia, for that. So beyond us attracting and recruiting people, it's also important that we build a strong leadership pipeline. You highlighted that. And I want to move to Jeremiah, how we can develop local leaders who are equipped to steer our organizations in this new direction. Jeremiah, you're CEO, and in the room there are HR people. We have a question here for you that how can HR, from where you sit, how can HR support leaders, CEOs, boards, etc., in navigating this uncertainty, maintaining morale, and making quite difficult decisions in an environment that is very, very tight?
Yeah, thank you, James. I want to submit and say that if you don't have faith and trust and don't have intentionality in working with your HR, then you're doomed to fail.
You heard that?
I mean, that's the truth. That's the truth. The presidents who have spoken before today, and there were many presidents actually. I came early. I was here since 11, and I've had many presidents speak. And also, Amelia, thank you for your talk. So, and I kept revising some of the notes I had because I felt like everything had been spoken. And therefore, I would really want to speak more practically because I think it would make more sense, maybe from experiential what you've gone through, and really working with my HR, and they are here. And therefore, that safeguards me from exaggerating or speaking lies. So, and I think that's a good thing. Yeah. So for me, I think HR is the lifeline, and I would really want to say that if you want to succeed as a leader, as a CEO, together with the board, then the kind of HR, and that's something that I've experienced that you need to have. One, you need to have a HR that is very proactive. Proactive because the way the tide can shift, and especially in the sector that you work in, the NGO, it is very fast. And therefore, if you don't have somebody who can come and tell you, hey, you know, my boss, this is what is happening, my supervisor, this is what's happening, and that information, because we are talking about an era of data, because it's through data that you're able to make decisions. So the HR can be able to support by being proactive, and therefore engage the leaders, especially on the engaging issues. And there are many issues that can really be able to emerge. For example, the legal, and I am glad we have the council here who will be able to give that perspective. I keep telling people, because I do a lot of coaching and mentoring for people, as you grow into leadership, you practically become lesser technical because you are there, and because the technical work that you used to do at that level, other people are doing them. So mostly you are doing the work through other people. And therefore, when you are there at the helm of leadership, you are no longer technical. And therefore, the HR is a technical person who is able to interpret policies for you, who is able to understand the context, the law, and also consulting with the external and be able to advise you. So therefore, if you are here and you are HR, just know, if you really want your leader to succeed, please, you are the one to do that research and be able to give that advice. But again, because it also comes with a lot of changes, because many organizations right now have done a lot of changes. I don't know if there's an organization that hasn't been shifted in any way, then you are blessed and thank God. Because if there has been no shift. Even if your funding has not gone down, you have learned lessons, and therefore you're starting to preposition. Should it happen to me, what can I do? And I think that is very important. So therefore, as you are thinking about change, you need to have a very clear rationale for change. And that's what in change management we call a burning platform. So if you are talking about changing, you are talking about restructuring and all that, then the HR should be able, working with the leader, to be able to prepare that rationale for change that we call the burning platform. And that is very helpful. The information that as a CEO, as a leader that you receive helps. I did talk about the 200 number earlier, but as we speak now, that number is becoming evened out because we have kept recalling our staff, and therefore the numbers are lower than that. But if you are to talk about every other staff that left, the numbers were to that proportion. But right now, they are much, much lesser than that. I think something else that HR can be able to do, you know, it's not really about policies. I've talked about policies, but leadership is about leading with empathy. If you don't have a HR that is empathetic to the staff, that is a recipe for disaster. I'm glad to see the fights that I see in the office, mostly between my HR and other people. It's mostly between HR and finance. Why? Because my HR is very passionate to ensure that staff are remunerated well. And I think that's a good fight, isn't it? But also you need the finance to be able to bring the soberness. Yes, I know we need to add the salary, we need to adjust, we need to do the merit pay, but this is what the numbers are speaking about. But if you don't have a HR who can fight and they are just saying, yes, I think it's okay, we understand, you are doomed to fail. So you need to have a HR that is able to advocate and be able to lead with empathy and also support the leader to be empathetic. When we were doing our change in World Vision, this last year, I met one of my staff, and it's good because I relate with my staff. And she told me, Jeremiah, I'm so hurt, and you hurt me. Well, I was breathing and wondering, so what did I actually do to my staff? But as a leader, if your staff can be able to be vulnerable and share with you, yeah, so I asked her, so how did I hurt you? You know what she told me? Jeremiah, one of the engagement meetings you had with us, you said that you are usually, you work with the heart, but this time you have decided to start appealing to your mind and to your head. And I think I have a problem with that. And she started crying. And that was not even in the office, it was outside that we met in another function. There I was confused because I was wondering what did I do. So I asked her, so what exactly did I do? Because what I said, I could still say the same, that I wanted to use both my heart and the mind as the leader, because as a leader I need to lead a viable organization. She said, it's because, Jeremiah, I know you are a born-again Christian. And when you say you no longer use your heart, you are kicking Christ out of your heart. And that really surprised me, and I was at pains to explain, as Jeremiah have not changed, I still have my heart. And I want to confirm to you, I still love Christ. But this particular time round, I needed to appeal both to my heart and my head, because we needed to make decisions. So these are the realities that as leaders you go through, you know. But you need also a HR that incorporates innovation. I like to hear Olivia talking about working from home. I mean, that's something that we really need to embrace. And this time, as much as some organizations may not have it in policy, but you need to have a way. If it's not in policy, then you need to have those discussions and see how that can be able to work. But through this crisis, as a way of supporting our staff, I saw a very good thing that our HR did, and it's partnership. And we partnered with NSSF. And I found it very good because they came, and that's the time I realized, oh, so NSSF can actually give trainings and talks for free as members of NSSF. Yes. And we partnered with them, and they were able to give us so many sessions. And I was telling my staff, if you're not attending these sessions, I'm becoming a beneficiary more than you think, and yet I still have a job. And I found that very, very good. Then we also need to learn from other organizations. Mm-hmm. You need to learn from other organizations. You cannot be an island. And therefore, such a forum, and Emily with your team, we are doing a good job to bring these people together. And I'm hoping that the HR people are networking here. So you can be able to learn, what is BRAC doing? For instance, what Baylor Foundation Uganda doing? And so on and so forth. And those are the innovations you can come and tell your leader, hey, I saw this, and I think it's something that we can be able to consider. Because there's nothing new under the sun. Yeah. Some of these things, they're already there. When I was growing and I was a young manager working as a manager in NGO, and that time I had just started working with World Vision, I met a seasoned manager from Plan International. And he told me, young man, I can see you've just become a manager and you are growing. And I can tell you what you need to do, it's okay to copy and paste. Just do a bit of innovations here because there's nothing new. Why do you want to crack your head, start thinking about things that have already been discovered? So it's important for you to be able to learn. And there's a lot of learning that is going on. In the NGO sector, I started seeing advertisement that can we be able to share a security officer? Those are innovations. Yes. Yeah. You'll still get the security brief, security information, but you don't have to pay 100% for the same. Yes. And those things are happening. So I think that's some of the ways that HR can be proactive and be able to support a leader and a board by being proactive and providing the relevant information for decision making.
Excellent. Excellent. And even the young, earlier on somebody asked the youth to put up their hands in the morning. I'm sure we are picking lessons from there. What does the CEO expect of the HR? All right, as we continue the discussion, we get to realize that technology is becoming a key enabler. And the question is, how can HR teams leverage digital tools without the resources that we are traditionally being used to. In some entities, I think we have had instances where you even have in-house software developers. And we are now moving into this space where resources are becoming more and more scarce, and yet technology can help you become smarter, faster, and more efficient. So we want to ask Michael to just share with us what affordable technology tools, platforms, has he come across, has he seen, or that he can share with the community here, that we can adopt, we can automate, we can make our work faster, but also scalable in the situation that we are in.
Okay, so one of the things I desist from doing is prescribing.
Okay.
Because every organization is unique and has different attributes, and yet different solutions will offer different capabilities, and if I'm making sense.
Mm-hmm.
So the starting point, and it's a challenge to HR of professionals, is, I would say, break from the fold.
Mm-hmm.
And begin to explore and say, what is it that I need to know about technology? Because the more you expose yourself to, the higher the chances that you'll understand. I've just remembered, I actually did, my MBA specialty is HR. But guess what? For the last 22 years, I have been in IT, and I don't have a single qualification in IT.
Wow.
None. I taught in Makerere. I was in the IT faculty. I went to teach business. By year 2, I was teaching on the master's program, and I was teaching IT strategy. Now, of course, you might say, what is he talking about? It is possible for us to expose ourselves to different capabilities. And I will start from that Office 365 Microsoft Office license that your organization pays for you. And all you do with it is Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and even when I sometimes see PowerPoint presentations, I can tell the version and I'm like, you're really not sure of what you're using. That you don't need to buy software for you to start using technology, because if you have a device, if you have a laptop, you probably have the best fundamental tool to use for you to start organizing yourself. There are many organizations that use Google mailing services. True or not true?
True.
True or not true?
True.
That you have Google Enterprise Solutions, and Google Enterprise Solution gives you different applications that are embedded, from Google Sheets to Google Forms to Google Enterprise Solutions, and some of those solutions are HR solutions. So the thing is, do you know what you have as a starting point? Have you ever taken interest in knowing what technology you possess and you have, even just on your laptop, as a starting point? When we talk about data-driven, but yet you're still receiving applications handwritten, and you also have an aspiration about AI. When you have people send applications by email and you're still extracting a lot of, so what am I trying to say? That a simple Google form for people to submit their application will automatically create a spreadsheet for you that will then enable you to quickly analyze and sort and get to know without buying any HR software as a starting point. And the more you use that, the higher the chances that you begin to aspire for more. Because you now see the capabilities. So the starting point is not far from us. The starting point doesn't require us to buy software. The starting point requires us to know what we possess and get to use it. That's number one. Number two, when I worked in Makerere, the first role I had, I worked in the humanities faculty. And that's the time when we had dial-up internet. And it makes sense to, I know to some of us it does, we all remember dial-up. And there was one single location that had that dial-up connection. And I was among the people that were permitted to use that computer to help the dean of the faculty to search the internet. Which brings me to the next question. Do you have an idea of which people you have and what capabilities they possess? Because as you think about building a solution, there is somebody who is writing software by night, but is in finance by day. But they will not tell you because you will say focus. It doesn't work. So do you know, do you have an idea of the capabilities that sit in your organization? Because it is easier to innovate from within than from without. And then finally, I would like to implore all of you to take interest and, if you can, expose yourself to things around what we call digital leadership. So how do I lead with technology? Because leading with technology means you want, to the extent possible, to, one, transform your operations. Because when you start thinking about digital transformation, then you've started the journey of leading with technology. And like they say, the rest is history. And I think Olivia talked about remote work and all that. And I'll end with this example. So when COVID happened, we all closed. We came back, opened, and decided to do 1 day office, 5 days remote, 4 days remote. But like a typical organization, we had an office line. So for the days we were home, the phone was ringing and messages were coming in. So every Monday, we would find not less than 400 missed calls and so many other messages. And we thought we were genius, and we bought a mobile phone and gave it to one of us. But like they say, naye muntu. They get a point where they turn off the phone and it goes on a break. But we needed to solve something. There were people who wanted to reach us, but we are constrained by our ability to access. But I also didn't have the resources to make sure everybody comes to office every day. So remote work for me was a survival strategy. Keep alive, but also be at home. Long story short, we decided to embed an AI assistant on our website that is able to respond to close to 80% of the queries that come to us. And that cut down the number of calls coming to the office by over 80%. So like I'm saying, you need to be in the problem, and there will be somebody who is willing to solve it for you, or who has a solution. I thank you.
Thank you. Very, very practical example of how a crisis did not paralyze, but used as a catalyst to spur an innovation. I'll now go to council. You heard this at the beginning. I think all of us shared about restructure in our organizations. And even if you said closed, somebody in the morning did mention that other entities, agencies, donor agencies outside US will most likely also follow suit. So we are likely to see more of these. So as we restructure and reduce costs, the question that keeps coming is how can we ensure compliance and fair employment practices so that even as we do this, we are not throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because you can kill your organization in the process of doing that. And from your experience, from what you have observed, you could just share with us, how can we do this in a way that actually still protects our organizations?
Thank you, James. From my experience, the best way to engage an adult audience is through storytelling. So I will not talk a lot of jargons. I'll just give you some stories from my workplace. I'm sure you may know or you may not know. I don't know how many of you have done HR work in a law firm. We are some of the most complicated human beings to deal with. So in terms of structure, when you say restructure, my law firm is, world standards is small, but in Uganda to have a law firm of 30, more than half being lawyers, that's quite a size. But I can tell you we've had trouble with our HR aspect. So we started with non-lawyer to manage the lads. Big problem. If you tell a non-lawyer to manage the time and ask a lawyer who has gone to court and stuff, the person doesn't know what the lawyer does there. They'll just, we have a system where you file reports. I went here, I did this. So the HR person, a non-lawyer, won't know that you cannot go to court and say you've spent 3 hours or 4 hours, because they don't know that that judge doesn't work beyond this time. So a lot of time is wasted. And so there were a lot of fights. And when it comes up to the bosses for misconduct, the arguments never ended. They say if you have 2 lawyers in a room, you'll have 6 arguments there, 6 opinions. So we're always arguing. Then we changed and got a lawyer. The situation became worse because a lot of the lawyers who do HR are not really experienced litigators or practitioners. So every time the HR lawyer cites the practicing lawyer for something, the practicing lawyer will tell him, what do you know? You don't know these things, You're a lawyer, yes, but you don't know. So it's very challenging. That is something I thought I should share. And I don't know if we have an HR association for HRs working in law firms. Maybe we should have one so that we also join the HR fund house and things like that. I saw the president there. But now let me give you a story on the challenges that comes around restructure and cost cutting. A live case that we handled. The case in 2017, the government gave a directive to one of our clients, Makerere University Business School, and the directive was to outsource all catering services. And the universities had some good number of cooks who were on the payroll, and cost-cutting measure. And so the cooks sued the government. And so we went to sued the university. We went to the industrial court in 2017. We only got a decision last year. I don't know how many years those are. About 7 years. And so what did these cooks want? They were about 30 or 40. They wanted severance pay. They said the termination was unlawful. But remember, this was a directive from government to cost cut. They wanted unpaid and untaken leave. During that time, we used to have handshake issues. So they also wanted a handshake because they said they had cooked very nice food. Even the principal was happy. So they also wanted a handshake. Now, the decision came out last year. and it highlights what must be done, and many of you who are employers here, what must be done in cases of redundancy, or what we call collective termination. If you want, you'll check the procedure in Section 80 of the Employment Act. And again, here, I sympathize with you. In your HR education, I know you study a bit about labor laws, contract law, but you have a lot of challenges in implementing these laws you've studied because you don't have the depth. And maybe I would suggest here that it might be good that you invite lawyers more often who are handling live cases to share with you and tell you practically how things are done. So next time you're firing somebody without a notice, or you're firing somebody for insubordination and you don't know what it means, let the lawyers come and tell you how the courts understand it. In that way, you're going to reduce the high costs that you have to pay. And I can tell you we have, by 2023, we had 2,750 cases in the industrial court, 2,750 cases, and we only had 3 judges. I don't know if the HR people are good at maths. That is an average of 900 cases per judge. And at that time, the chief judge said it would take them 6 years to finish those cases. The problem is, in 2023, you are still firing people. They were still going to that court. So it's a crisis. But just to highlight very briefly, if there is redundancy or collective termination, the law requires that it must involve at least 10 persons. Though we have cases where the judges have said, even if it's one person, it can be collective, especially if the reasons, the 3 reasons we have, which I feel are insufficient. Economic reasons, like the USAID cutting. I think it's also political, technological, or structural. And to sum it up, the cooks didn't win. They didn't get a handshake. They didn't get severance pay because the court ruled that it was not the fault of the employer. It was the downsizing and structural, whatever, of government. The cooks also did not get unpaid leave or untaken leave because, again, for you to ask for leave, to claim leave payment, you must have applied for it. What happened? The cooks had not applied for leave. So the court said, you are not entitled. And what is interesting in that case is that when our client terminated, and again, they didn't consult us, the external lawyers, they just did it. They only brought when it's a case. That's what you do. You do things, then you come to us later. But of course, James, they always pay us well, so we're not complaining. But the cooks, when the university terminated, it gave them 3 months pay in lieu of notice. In other words, we can pay you and you don't take the notice. So all the cooks took the pay, the 3-month pay. So when they reached court, the only thing that they could succeed on was the requirement for the employer to give a 1-month notice to the Commissioner Labor. When you're going to render people redundant, you must give a 1-month notice to the Commissioner Labor. The university didn't do that. You must give a 1-month notice to the union, if they're unionized, or a 1-month notice to the staff, if they are not unionized. Now, the university just gave 3 months notice, or you take pay. So the court found that the university had violated the law, and for that, it awarded damages of 6.5 million shillings per employee.
Oh.
But I want you to know that the previous claim, including the handshake, was about 3 billion. So they were not able to get that. So in terms of compliance, my take home here is that can you, I think practically, can you engage? I know most of you have external lawyers and what. I mean, I'm decampaigning myself on this, but can you get engagements like this where they take you through live cases, live examples? Because many of you here are going to leave and tomorrow you're going to do something without a notice, and then you're going to make your employer lose money or even damage its reputation as a place where maybe they mistreat workers, or even kill the energy. Mussolini was talking of energy. Sometimes the workplace energy is intoxicated. And the key speaker was saying, okay, recruit from within. But sometimes I've seen organizations getting people from out to kind of balance the toxicity, because many organizations have those infightings. We like fighting a lot. So when Mussolini becomes the boss, we undermine him. Who is he to, you know? But overall, it's a big challenge that HRU have in implementing the law. I will end by saying, this is something I said in 2012 when I was still in football. I've been the Villa president for years. A law is as good as its implementation. If you don't implement the law, then you don't have law. So you guys, you need to implement the law to give it effect and to have the workplace that you dream of, where people are energized and where productivity is high. Thank you.
Thank you. We could talk and talk. I see that our time is fast spent, and maybe what I want to encourage is that the conversation will continue. But as we wrap up, there could be, I'll give an opportunity to just 3 questions from the house. If you have a burning question that you feel you want to put across to the panel. I don't know, somebody who has a mic. 3 questions. 1 is here. It's first come, first serve. Do we have any other? 2 there. Okay, 3 there. Ethan, I'll give you 3.5. So you'll ask yours very, very briefly.
I want to ask a question that may not be part of what you've discussed, but a very important question that I think every employer here needs to know. So we know what refactoring does, and at the same time we know that the workplace is changing very, very fast, right? Looking at what the world of work will look like and what we have right now. And I know refactory is setting pace with preparing on the supply side. You have a lot of data engineers, software developers, AI, specialists, machine learning and all that. But at BrighterMonday, we've noticed that employers on this other end are not as ready, right? What is refactory doing about that? Because we can prepare the supply side, and what we will do is we'll create another problem, because then that means we don't have the jobs that they require to thrive, and then there will be a problem where they will all depend on the remote work from external organizations. But we are not preparing employers. What do I need to know about in the next 5 years? What do I need to integrate in my system, in my processes? Who do I need to hire to prepare for the world of work? So I think that's a question that I think should be addressed, even though it was not part of the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Arthur had a question there. We'll take all the questions and respond at once. Stella, here.
Thank you very much, panel. My name is Arthur Motarema. Yes, my question is about we all come from families. If you don't have a family, you come from a family. Either as a father or as a mother or as a child. But there's a family that you belong to. How much in all this we are doing, the uncertainties, the volatility, your workplace, how much does your family know about what you are doing, what you're going through, and preparing them for any eventuality that comes, because now changes are happening every other time, so that the family is not taken by surprise because of what has happened, what will happen, because you are probably the breadwinner of the family. If you get shocked, definitely the ripple goes bigger, the family. For instance, for example, a simple question. Does your spouse know where you work and what you do? Has your child, the one you pick and take to school, other than coming and stopping, maybe in the compound in the car, have they ever know the routine, the rigor of your day's work? Because anything happening to you, 23 people will get shocked. So, as a child, how do you stand? Thank you.
I think that's a question for everybody, not just the panel.
Yeah, my name is Emily. My question goes to Olive. Yeah, so us in the NGO sector, practically, how can we build systems that do not necessarily depend on donor funding? The presenter who presented before you did hinted on that as one of the strategies to remain viable. But we are in a sector with a culture that everything should be funded. Without a donor funding, nothing can be done. So how can we change the narrative? How can we build the systems now practically, and in the future, we don't need donation to still function within the same, practically. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And then I'd given Ethan an opportunity to ask half a question.
So, Michael, I'm a big fan of technology, and even though I can ask you privately, I believe there are many parents like me. So, with AI, I know it's very useful for all of us. My concern is something I'm still battling with. As a parent, I have an 11-year-old and an 8-year-old, soon to turn 8. My 11-year-old asked me a question around mathematics. I didn't have the answer. She's in P6. I couldn't answer it. So I go, let me use Google Lens. And she jumped into Google Lens, pulls up everything, and she gets the answer right ticked. So a part of me I'm battling with, find it's a helpful tool, but now I'm concerned that in our generation you had to use your brain to think deeply, but now AI just makes everything easy. So I'm concerned about brain growth. So how do we balance technology with helping our children? How much should we expose our children to technology? Because it's here, we can't go away with it. How can it be useful to the children and us as parents? And how do you know when something is correct or not, whatever AI spits out? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the questions for the panel. I will request the panel that if you have a question to respond to, do respond, and also make some closing remarks overall to the House. The first question, I think, was for actually for Michael. There are two questions.
About refractory supply and the demand side. The reality is that there are many of us who are sitting on amazing technological challenges, but you're not sure whether you should procure or build internally. Many. And so I would like to invite you to Refactory. So we've set up what we call the apprenticeship program. So we technically took the internship program. So when I was still in my career, one of the things I noticed that every time I went to supervise students doing internship, I didn't feel there was real value being delivered to the person who is going through the internship process, because the organization itself was not prepared to train. They are good at what they are doing, come, find your way around, and so you'd ask the students, what have you been doing? Once in a while, we troubleshoot. What is troubleshoot? Yeah, well, like when keyboards are not working. Like 10 weeks you've been here, and the only thing you can account for is cables pulling out. And so I attempted to start that in my career, but I failed. So when I left my career, one of the things I said, I want to do this. So right now, we've been able to work with about close to 50 companies, delivered about 60 solutions to companies, and for each of these companies that we've built solutions for, they have retained at least one. And most of these companies are not IT companies. They're companies like yourselves that feel, can I build a dashboard? Can I do something? And then the appetite increases. So to your question, one of the ways is to activate demand within what I would call dormant opportunity that is resident in each of our organizations. Because I can tell you, in each of our organizations is a digital opportunity ready to be built. But you probably don't know how to. And a number of us have had experiences with software developers, and you don't want to have that experience again. One of the challenges we have as a country is that close to 90% of the software developers are in Kampala, Mukono, Wakiso. So if you're looking for a good software developer and you're in Mbarara, now we're beginning to see some work there. If you're in Kisoro, trouble. Bafumbira and software, we seem to be struggling. But it's across the country, it's a big issue. So one of the challenges, one of the opportunities that we need to work with entities like BrighterMonday and opportunities like this forum is that can we have an opportunity to listen to some of these challenges that you have in your companies, in your organizations, and see which one of those is tech ready. And then we can say, we can assign 2-3 developers to try that out. And if they deliver for you what we call a minimum viable product, and you think it works for you, then we can take it to the next level. We have trained close to 900 young people in this market, now close to over 1,000, and about 60% of these are actually young women that were previously doing community psychology, and I have nothing wrong with community psychology, but they're choosing to take different career paths, media. Some of them have never, actually close to 70% of people that have come to us have never studied IT. But I'm also happy to tell you that about 80% of those are working. So as I scale, the biggest challenge I have is finding work for them here. And I'm glad, Emily, thank you also for inviting me, and I know a number of other people that could have probably considered me. But in your organization is an opportunity that is waiting to be digitized, that is an opportunity for work, that is an opportunity for employing a young man or creating a business for a young man or woman in this country. And that's the only way we can be at the conversation where digital is. Let me also speak to Mussolini's question. Pertinent, critical. Friends, one of the challenges we have as a country is that even those who are teaching ICT at school don't know it. And let me tell you how I got to know that we have a crisis. During COVID, when everybody was going online, most of the teachers didn't know that when you create an email for a child and you falsify their age, because most of these email accounts require you to put in age. If you put in below 18, it will require you to have parental consent. Yes. So what were teachers doing? They were bypassing that by falsifying the date. When you falsify date and make this person an adult, you automatically expose them to content that is above their age. But the teachers didn't understand the implications around that. So one of the things that we really need to invest in is we need to go back. One, the parents. We need to have conversations with the parents and help them to understand how they can guide their children to use this technology, to stimulate that brain power, not to kill it. And that requires us to be very intentional in also understanding how this whole technology thing works. Then we need to go to the schools. If you check most of the ICT teachers in this country, unless it has changed, but the last time I checked, majority were teaching ICT out of passion. You're the guy who's tinkering with equipment. I think you can teach ICT. We did a teacher assessment on a project we were doing, and majority couldn't pass. But they were ICT teachers. So that AI component is no longer an ICT teacher issue. It is an education issue. That the English teacher needs to understand how they can support and work with AI. The science teacher needs to understand. The math teacher needs to understand. And in so doing, we then are able to expose. Because there's also what we call AI appropriate for age. Yeah. So not every open AI platform is appropriate for your child. There's also discipline-specific AI. But a lot of us, once you have landed at ChatGPT, you're like, Katindimu AI. That is just what we call Gen AI, generative AI. And so the challenge I have is really for all of us in the education space. There's a whole discipline that I would like to encourage you to expose yourself to. Learn it. It's what we call prompt engineering. It's a discipline. Learn how to interrogate AI. Don't take AI at the first response. Because I have asked AI 5 times the same question and I have gotten 5 different answers. It is also like a human being, a gezako. But we need to get to that point where we understand how this whole AI model works. I don't know, I was chatting with Olivia around the question of, but you can take it and maybe I can add 1 or 2 things from the experience that I have had, but I see her leaving.
Okay, Emily, you asked a question. So how do we build systems that don't rely on donor funding? And I think Michael has responded to this quite well, because one of the reasons we are here is to network. And I know that Refactory is very good. There are so many other, locally, we call them locally led, yeah? Locally led organizations that are IT oriented, that can be able to develop for us systems that we could use. There are so many. There are so many. So please network around. Unless you really have a staff strength of maybe 2,000 or 3,000, employees. But there are so many locally led IT firms in Uganda that can build for you systems that probably might not really rely on our donors. I think Michael has explained this quite well. They are in number. Michael is one of those organizations. He has mentioned something here and said network. You mentioned something. Do you want to add?
So Emily, one of the things I would also challenge all of us, I've had an opportunity to do strategy work for NGOs. One of the things I have found baffling is that most of the NGOs don't think they are in business.
Yeah.
When you flip that mindset, you start thinking different. Many NGOs have data that they have accumulated over 20 years, but they have never seen that data as an asset that is tradable. Many. You've done community engagement, you know all these things, and I ask you, so what has this taught you? You. Forget about the report you sent to the donor. Who else is looking for this information? And they're like, So the challenge I have for all of us, flip it. What is your business? And what is your business model? The moment you're able to respond to that, you will start seeing the grant as a revenue stream, not as a source of livelihood.
I'll clap for you for that.
So Michael, sorry, James, I'll go ahead and respond to the question that was asked by Arthur. He said that, NGOs are right now laying off people, and how have we prepared for that? And I would like to use a story from my experience, couple of years ago, I interacted with a person, and that person had joined SCI. One of the things that I know a number of you are doing, and maybe some of us have not yet moved there, there is something we call severance. So for us, our severance, like Council was talking about, is not real like severance. Ours is we call it Provident Fund, and a number of us have those Provident Fund. By show of hands, do we? Do we? Yes. Some of us do, and some of us don't. So this person joined an institution, joined SCI, coming from another institution, and they joined after they had worked for like 8 years in another institution. And so when they joined, this was one of the things that they were really excited about. And so one of their colleagues was leaving the organization, and they got, a sizable amount of money in their account. And then this person said, if I had joined earlier, I would have this sizable amount of money. So ladies and gentlemen, especially our young people, of course I know that, yes, we are supposed to be driving this agenda. You're getting into employment. One of the things that we encourage is that saving. Even if you don't have Provident, can you work with your management team so that you have that mandatory saving of at least 5%? I know us and a few others do that 5% and probably a 10%, and we have what we call, a gratuity package or something. So that someone has worked for you 5 years, 7 years, and you have a scenario, you have a stop work order, they are not going home to start from scratch. They have something, and from one of the lessons from NSSF, they told us that money is a gift. It is not NSSF money. It is your an appreciation to say, thank you for working for us, okay? And we use that money as entandikwa, something that we can start off with to be able to get onto our feet. And again, we go back to, if you don't have this job, what else can you do? And so we now involve ourselves as HR professionals to start looking for people to talk to our staff about how they are going to use their money. So that is one of the ways I have handled that, and I'm sure a number of us here have done that. Those of us who have not, please work with your senior leadership team so that we can be able to have that 5% at least for our staff. Okay. You also mentioned something like, do our children, do our families know what we do? That's a very personal question that I might not be able to answer for other people, but from my experience, there is something that we did about, I think, a year ago. So we did what they call a play day, and then we asked people to come, families, to bring children. And because we are a child-centered organization, and children came, and parents were there, and our staff, who also became children on that day. And those are some of the ways you start showing children exactly what you do. Okay. Now, you mentioned also something like, it is uncertain. Does your spouse know about this? And again, some of these things are very sensitive. Like, if I tell my wife and she runs away. If I tell my husband and he runs away. So we've also worked on employee assistance programs so that we take you through, okay, the challenge, how we counsel you, or we don't counsel, but we work with counselors to be able to talk to you, and probably from there you can be able to share. And yeah, I think that's how I can respond.
All right, thank you. Time is really gone, and I want to bring this to a close, but I want to give panelists to just give final remarks in 30 seconds to 1 minute. I will start with the council here.
My final remark is, if you've been looking for evidence that the HR community has a problem with the law, you see there was no question on law, and yet all the issues you're dealing with is law, because everything has a legal nexus. So Emily, we can work out something, and we give some training on basic things of law for your HR personnel, so that you stop giving us a lot of business on unnecessary things, very simple cases, and it comes to a lawyer. But also there is something, a lady there, Emily, spoke about sustainability.
Yes.
You see, Kankaise Okano, you know, we Africans have an identity crisis. Let me say this. We don't know that we are God's chosen people. Why do I say this? We are the only race with hair that faces the sun. Okay? And you know everything comes from the sun. Other people, their hair faces the grave. Okay? We are the only race with melanin. This black skin you see, we are the only people who can absorb the ultraviolet rays of the sun. Other people need to put, I don't know what, you know. We just don't know that God created us complete. We have infinite power, infinite knowledge. Most of you, if I ask you, the first Africans to go to America went how? You'll say slaves. No. The civilizations in South America, if you go there and see the Asian kingdoms, they have noses like mine. They were Africans. We built the first ships across the Atlantic, but we don't know these things. So when she asked the question, how can we ensure sustainability after the funding has dried? Let's look inward. I gave you the example of Botswana. We can. Yeah. We are actually rich, okay? But because we have, I don't know what happened to our minds, we think, oh, other people should do things for us. We can, but that's a big topic, which we need to be looking at. So for me, I would like to thank the organizers of this top-level organization, good debate, good content, but let us, beyond the talk, can we implement whatever we have learned or whatever? Can we make a change in our lives? Next time, maybe I'll talk about parenting. We have a crisis on the way we are parenting. The kind of fellas we are bringing up, man, they cannot do nothing because we love them so much, we want to give everything. That's not how you develop a nation, by having a crop of people, a lost generation who are just on gadgets. Technology is good, but it's also killing us. But anyway, so my takeaway here is the other bit of counterfeits. You guys, we are dying. Look at the cancer burden, 30,000 people every year. And do you know why the cancers are now? I'm working with the Cancer Institute. Go to the children's ward. It's bigger than the adults' ward. Where are the kids getting cancer from? It's what we are eating. Okay? You eat food which has aflatoxins, so if you're a lactating mother, you pass the carcinogens to your child, and that's how the cancer comes. The ladies, the cosmetics, the skin is the largest breathing organ. This skin you see. So every shampoo, everything you put here goes into the bloodstream. That's why we have a lot of leukemia, blood cancers, and the fibroids you're getting. It's the food. So join me in exposing counterfeits. We've created a platform called BLEEP, B-L-E-E-P. It's on Google Play, it's on iOS. You can report anything fake, whether it's water or whatever, because the biggest issue we have, people, when they buy fake things, they just throw away. Yeah. They're not reporting. So you report. When you report, we escalate the post to the brand and the regulator for verification and action to be taken. We as Africans are a dumping ground for fake products, and we like to eat olive oil, but I can assure you 70% of it is fake, and it's causing all this disease. So I think, Emily, we can do a lot of work. I like your mobilization and, you know, the energy here, but we as Africans bear responsibility to solve our problems. And the biggest letdown is we educated Africans. We are only looking to escape the problems of our people. We are not contributing to solving the problems. Most of us are like that. Lining yourself, your kids go to a good university, but what are we doing for our people? It's a shame that me and Michael here, we grew up when our grannies were using a hoe. Up to now, we use a hoe, and we are educated, and we have engineers, and we have, most of us are useless, really. So we need to do something. And that's why in my area of practice, I don't just practice to make money and so on. I practice to impact society. That's why I come up with, I go in these difficult areas to make sure that I make a contribution, because I'm a co-creator in the eyes of God. I'm not just there to follow others. I must also contribute to the well-being of society. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Michael?
There is no comeback to that, so probably I would say copy and paste. But the only way we can grow is by giving. And I think Muso mentioned this. So Emily, here is also another offer. I'm more than happy to assemble a team to build an HR system for NGOs. but we would need a champion in, because we don't understand HR. So we'll need somebody to lead. Our work will be to then build it. The other thing I would like to consider is I've been working around setting up what we'd call digital transformation leadership masterclasses. But one of the things I struggle with is convincing and campaigning and writing proposals. When I meet people and they tell me write a proposal, I'm like, no, I only write a proposal once you and I have aligned. Otherwise, every time you say write a proposal, it is to go somewhere to make me feel good that you're considering it. So I'm happy to have a conversation around how we can build these master classes that will expose and enable our leaders to matters to do with digital leadership. Finally, our data science and AI, I'll just say data science program doesn't require you to have significant experience in IT. And it's in the evening. So go check out refactory.academy. There are programs there that I'm pretty sure you can benefit from in terms of exposure. And really the essence is that when you have somebody internal who understands, it becomes very easy to then expose and enable as many. Even from just an awareness perspective, it makes a whole lot of a difference. Finally, human resource, and I know you had a session around AI and everything. The one thing I would really, really, really encourage us to do is have interest in data. Stop looking at your human resource as that individual. I hope I'm not crossing the red line here. That human resource is a data point. Every human being you have in your organization is a data point. And if you're ever thinking about programs or innovations, 9 out of 10 are internal. But you need to know them. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's quite powerful. Olivia, any closing thoughts?
For me, I'm going to talk from home, yeah? We are all HR professionals. And so let's go back and build organizations that are purposeful. Like organizations or brands that people want to work for, now that we don't have money. Well, even when we get money, let's not change. Let's build people capacity, the youths especially. Let's just not, just say, we have a graduate talent, graduate trainees or so. Let's partner with organizations or universities. I got a call from Makeri, I think about 2 weeks ago, and they were asking us to partner. Previously, we were chasing them. Now they are looking for us. So let's be intentional about bringing in new breed. We are also growing old. In about 2 years, I cannot sit on this panel. There will be another one. Every generation raises a leader, and so that's what we need to be looking out for. We raise leaders. We are their professional mothers, and so it is important that, even when they leave the organization they are working for and go there, they will say that one works for World Vision, that one worked for Save the Children, that one worked for Baylor, because the values are embedded in there, the purposeful, driven organizations. And then for our youths and our young people who want to grow and aspire, greatness comes to you when you associate with it. I have seen so many of our young people in a setting like this, they will look for young people. Now, you cannot look for a young person, in quotes, yeah? You need to look for other people. Look for Emily. Look for Ethan Mussolini. I met Ethan like 10 years back, and I'm sure he's even shocked. Yeah?
And he still looks the same.
Yeah, he still looks the same anyway. Same energy and everything. So look for people who are going to sharpen you, people who are going to mentor you, people who are going to grow you. It is okay for you to have a friend, same peer, but that one might not know a lot. The principles of living remain the same. Someone said, no, you are in an old generation. For us, we are Gen Zs, and for you, you are a millennial or you are a baby boomer. My friend, life experiences still remain the same. There's a person who has walked that journey. There's a person who has gone through a dismissal. There's a person who has done a disciplinary and they went to court. Look for them, they are here. We have a page, and I want to campaign for that page. Please throw questions there, and I'm sure there will be, sometimes there is word there, but there are answers that come through. Sure. To our donors, talent is not a budget line. Mm-hmm. It is a program. So if we want to see successful implementation and impact, we need to invest in people. Yeah. And then, and to our leaders who are in the room, HR is not a paper pusher. Sometimes we do a lot of operational and we are not given a seat to discuss the strategy, to discuss the pipelines, you know. And then before we know it, they are saying, we don't have funding. But there was a budget meeting 2 weeks ago and I was not invited. So how do you want me to crisis manage? Mm-hmm. So our leaders, please invite us to the table. Okay. HR people, let us learn the numbers. I'm sure we are going to shake the planet. Thank you.
And bang the table.
James, yes. Just one thing. So if you want to, if you're looking for talent in the tech space, just write these emails down. talent@refactory.academy and then placements@refactory.academy. We have a full-fledged function that supports organizations that are looking to hire IT-related disciplines. So write to them, give them your JD, they will profile the candidates and send you a short list. So we minimize the time it takes for you to find the right talent. They may not be exceptionally senior, but they are good talent because, yeah, I am sure of what we are doing. Talent@refactory.academy and then placements@refactory.academy.
All right, thank you. Jeremiah, your final parting thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad I'm seated with Olivia here. Just want to assure in World Vision, HR is at the table. They don't sit at the periphery. Thank you. I really want to appreciate the theme for today. I think for the NGO Summit, from uncertainty to opportunity. One of the issues that we really needed to emphasize on was about building resilience for leaders of tomorrow and the role of HR in building that resilience. And I think today there has been quite a lot of learning. And we should not sit pretty comfortable to think that the storm is over. The storm is not over because we are living in what many of you know that it's a VUCA world. It's vulnerable, it's volatile, it's uncertain, it's ambiguous, and it's really complex. And anything can be able to happen anytime. And therefore, we need to build that resilience if you're able to remain resilient for tomorrow. We need, personally, I believe in creating passionate leaders who are making impact and change for the future. So therefore, that's something that we really need to put at the back of our mind. And I think I felt in my spirit I need to appeal to you as HR people. I'm glad we have fun, the fun team. I think if I don't know whether I got the name right, but actually, you do a lot in trying to prepare people, counseling people, and all that. But really, you need to do much more in investing in yourself. Because there's no way you're going to support organizations, resilient organizations, and leaders for their future if you don't invest in yourself. And I think that's something that should always be behind your mind as you work and as you serve in the NGO sector. There's one thing that we keep talking about that you can get to the table, and I had something in the morning that you need to pull the chair to the table. But for you to remain at that table, you need to do a lot. You need to do a lot, and that's what I want to challenge you. Yes, it's easy to get into that room, but what do you need to do? You need to do a lot to remain on that table, and that's what really I want to challenge you. So to the many organizations which are here, and I can see the banners which are everywhere, leadership is not planned. Leadership, if it's not planned, it will just be accidental. So and therefore, we need to plan leadership and a pipeline for tomorrow. somebody did say that there's a silver lining even when we have such uncertainties in the VUCA world that we are living in. And that is really true. And probably this is also another opportunity because the funding situation has made organizations to make different decisions. Probably where you had an expert role, you are thinking, do we continue having an expert or can we be able to localize? And that's the confidence that we need to have even as a country. Yeah. You may recall Makerere was ranked the best university in East Africa recently in the university ranking. And therefore, as Ugandans, you have the capacity, you have the education. Mm-hmm. And therefore, this is the time to reposition yourself and be able to take up the space. But how do we do that? We need to have the intentionality to build those leaders for tomorrow, build a pipeline, and that intentionality. It should not be a tick box to say, we have a succession plan. But does that succession plan work? Yeah. So thank you. God bless you. Wish you all the very best.
All right, thank you. Another hand of applause for this excellent panel. Personally, I've been challenged. Emily, I like your question and I like the responses of the panel to that. I think my concluding thoughts on this is, yes, how do we move? I like what Michael said, looking at funding as just another revenue stream. I didn't see Paul here, but IDEA has a booth there and the marketing services that they're doing. So that's one angle. That's revenue that is coming, which is unrestricted. It's something that can challenge us. Patrick Ngolobe, whom a number of you know, sits on our board, and he keeps challenging us that, you guys, can you start looking as providing programming as a service? You have been in this space, you have a lot of knowledge, you have a lot of experience. How do you monetize this and offer it as a service? I think sometimes the grants also make us stop thinking, probably like the AI. Yeah, make us lazy in a way. So my challenge is, yes, how can we use this crisis to start living to our full potential? As Council so eloquently said, we are God's favorite race around. So that's the challenge to you. I hope we have picked a lesson or two. Let this conversation continue. Let's take contacts and let's build a community around this. So thank you, and MC, back to you.
Thank you so much, Fred. Thank you so much, James, for this. It's been a terabyte into a very small storage capacity. And our panelists, I'll request that you remain on your seats there. We have something for you. Like we said, our KPI as HR is reward and recognition. Yes, so we are keeping to that standard. We are not lowering it at any moment. So I would like to call upon Dorothy. Yes, Dorothy is going to appreciate Olivia. For depositing such a wealth of knowledge, free of charge. Other people are paying premium price for them. Thank you so much, Olivia. We really appreciate, and we are really, really very grateful. I request that Olivia, after receiving your gift, you maintain your seat. And then I'm going to call upon Titin. You are going to appreciate Mr. Michael. She has really given me a wide smile. Yeah, she's meeting someone she only sees on TV. Thank you so much. We really appreciate Mr. Michael. And then I'm going to call upon Ruth. You are going to appreciate our council, Fred. We want to assure you that that's not a counterfeit. So there's no case there. Yes. And then our own Jeremy, you are going to be rewarded by Monica. And she seems to be also wearing matching colors. She prepped for this. And the man who has stood tall, many of you only know Sarah is tall, but ladies and gentlemen, James is tall. He has stood throughout this an hour and so, but firm and steady. And so would like also to really, really appreciate you. And I would like to call upon Marion to do the honors. Marion is tall. Thank you so much. I would now like to call up, Emily, are you here? Yes, I would like you to come and take a photo moment with our panelists. So I'll request you to move forward with your gifts. And so we have a photo moment together with our moderator for the day. And I would like to call upon anyone who has given speech here, who has been able to speak to us today. Please, would just like to have this moment for all of you to take a picture. Yeah, you have poured a lot into our cup. Please join them at the pulpit. And so before we take the pictures, ladies and gentlemen, could we just clap one more time for this group? They have poured generously from their cup, and we are really delighted. So our media team, kindly help us take those photos. We'd like to have this probably framed somewhere for memory. Thank you so much, and we are very much honored. So let me take this moment to call upon Stella to invite the next group of people. We are now wrapping this up, so these are our final closing remarks. So please stay put. We still have one more segment downstairs. We'll have a cocktail where you'll be able to interact and also apply what Ethan taught us, how to greet, how to introduce yourself. Stella, sorry, over to you.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you so much. And our panelists, we still have more questions. So I request that the people walk to you and they submit their questions and kindly respond to them. I request the moderator, James, kindly, if you can have a table with your panelists and people still walk to you, use a few minutes to, I think we took just a few questions and people still had burning questions. Thank you for allowing our request. Next on agenda, I would like to welcome the minds that have been behind this. We wouldn't have achieved this as the NGO network, but with the support of BrighterMonday, we've been able to pull this through. So allow me, please, welcome the team from BrighterMonday to come and have a moment. Let's appreciate them. I think we've enjoyed that day, right? They have overdone it. DJ, Charles, please first hold there. We want DJ to give you the music to dance. Our money, Please, DJ, do us justice. And BrighterMonday, don't disappoint, please.
Thank you. I know there's a bigger team, but I think some are still engaged. We'll do a quick round of introductions and then I share something small. I think let them first finish, then I'll.
Hello everyone, my name is Grace Oliver Isapirot and I'm in the Business Development Department. We are so happy to have you today.
Good evening everyone. Timothy Wadero here from the commercial side of BrighterMonday. It's a pleasure having you all here.
Hello everyone, you're welcome. My name is Julian. I'm from the customer experience team. Some of you who are our employers on the platform, you must have heard from me calling you to check on you and see how you're doing. Thank you all.
Hello, good evening. My name is Anita Moses Ajambo. I work in the business development team, and you will be hearing from me more starting next week.
Wow, I'm so happy today for this HR Summit. My name is Jimmy Raviera, and I think I've interacted some with everyone. I'm the account manager still in the business development team, and I'm so happy today. I've done networking, and I'll be reaching out to any one of you and to see that we can work together as BrighterMonday and in the NGO space. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joan Ankwata, and I work with BrighterMonday under the commercial team, at the same time operations lead at BrighterMonday. Happy to be here, and nice to have met everyone.
Thank you. You're very welcome. I'm sure some of you have received some communications from a name that goes by Charles Chigozi. That is me, right in front of you. Some of you have received communications on mail, WhatsApp, inviting you to different events. We are glad you are able to honor this one. There's a whole journey behind it and how it came here. I'll share a bit of that. You have met Pam earlier. She heads the partnerships team. That's the Mastercard arm of us. Then Zinnia heads the core business, because there was BrighterMonday even before Mastercard joined us. So you got a highlight of who we are. I thought I would use this opportunity to give you slightly wider context. I usually tell people that I work for the best HR firm on the Ugandan market, and maybe even on the African continent. Most of you have known us for jobs, job adverts. I'm looking for a job, BrighterMonday. I'm looking to hire, BrighterMonday. We've been around for about 12 years, and we have had to evolve into the entire HR scope. So we support organizations like yours in anything and everything HR. It can be recruitment, the typical end-to-end. It can be just you advertising jobs on our platform. I think we have the biggest platform after LinkedIn in Uganda, over 300,000 job seekers. But as a group, because we are part of a bigger family called the Africa Talent Company, we have about 6.9 million job seekers. And in Uganda, we are BrighterMonday Uganda. In Kenya, we are BrighterMonday Kenya. In Ghana, we are Jobaman, and Nigeria also Jobaman. If you go to Senegal, you'll find it called Expert Dakar. But the Africa Talent Company serves the HR space. So outside recruitment and the typical other needs that you'll normally have, there's the general HR advisor and consultancy. So sometimes we'll serve these needs directly. Sometimes we'll partner with consultants because some of your needs come a bit unique to your space. So our flagship solution still remains recruitment. It is what you will normally know us more for the most, but we do much more. So we also have the partnership side. which is part of what has made this possible. We have had events all over the country. We did something in Jinja. I've seen some people from Jinja here. Amazima Ministries, the Kisa Ministries, I've seen Soul Hope, and a number of others. We did an HR fusion there. We did something in Mbale. We did something in Hoima, Fort Poto. We are doing a lot around, first of all, soft skilling and also placement. What Pam described as the underserved. So many of you can actually invite us to deploy certain soft skills to certain categories of your team members for free, because this has been paid for by the foundation. Or you could have those, especially low-level, entry-level roles that we can support to give you people from the academy of those that we've soft-skilled to place without necessarily charging you. So it's part of how we support. Now, the initiative and how this whole story started, I gave a call to Emily, and I told her, I was told you're the one who heads the Association of HRs in the NGO sector. We feel we have explored almost all sectors except the NGO. And they told us you're the queen of that space. When can we meet? I think that time she was not in office, but she was able to create time. We went and met. And we gave her what our perspective is, that we tend to bring different groups together in a way where you can share knowledge and discuss certain issues that are pertinent to your space. Partly, it also benefits us to, because in all these events, we are physically present, we are listening. So, by the time I come to save the children, I've gotten a bit of perspective, a little deeper perspective and understanding of your sector. So it's partly also how we are benefiting. So she told us we've been having this in mind, we just didn't have a funding partner. And we said, fine, let's look at what you had prepared, let's see how we can improve. We looked through it and we said, it's okay. Let's take on the entire bill. And I think the rest is history. We are glad you made this happen on your end. The mobilization is amazing. We've not organized an event where in a space of 2 days, we had about 450 people who have already registered to attend in a space of 2 days. So I think your mobilization skills are commendable. The energy is, your energy is up there. You remind me of another person. There's an equivalent Emily in Jinja. She was seated around there. She's in an NGO called Soul Hope. Your energy, I think if you two were to meet, in a certain space, you might explode. So we have more of these happening. We have something upcoming for the EDs, CDs, MDs, and heads of HR. It's executive roundtable. It's going to be at Golden Tulip. That information will get to you somehow, the same way most of these are getting to you. So we thank you for making it. We thank you for the partnership. Of course, you will be hearing more from us. We might even want to pay each one of you a visit in your different spaces, depending on where we see potential areas of partnership. This is at a group level. There might be something that we can do at organizational level, individually. So when you receive a call from Brighter Monday, just know it is coming from either one of us or some of the people that you met earlier. But we needed you to put face to the names, maybe before they even contact you. So, Emily, thank you. I think I will hand over the microphone to you to close. And my team, please, thank you for the energy and the sleepless nights. We've been having events almost every 2 weeks. So to even be able to pull off something this big, you can imagine how much intensity had to go through it. But thank you all, and thank you for attending.
Good afternoon, Kampala. It's your boy Chef right here. SWC on the You know, I love it when people come and then they find super glue on their seats and they end up not leaving. But don't worry, we are going to get a chemical that we'll put on those seats and you're going to rise up and then we go for our tea. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This has been historic. It has never happened in our space. And I want to say thank you. Where are my frontliners? Can I have all my frontliners run in the front? Ladies and gentlemen, we did not choose anybody to step up to organize this event. People just inboxed us and said, we are ready to run the race. We are ready to break history. But before, as they come, I want to honor our founders. You watched a video and our founders are in the house. I would like to ask Dr. Luzobe and Mr. Arthur to come forward. In a minute or two, I will request you to say a word or two to your grandchildren, to your children.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, HR practitioners, HR fraternity. Yes, I am highly excited and happy to see that we have grown as big as this, and more so that we are impacting organizations. More so, word of encouragement. What you put in the network, you gain as much. Or you gain as much as you put in the network. Keep the network active. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I don't know that I should sound excited. I think I'm super excited. It was unimaginable those days that a big group of people like you could come together and do what you've done today. Seeing what is happening just makes me very super excited. Thank you very much. Just one thing I would like to say. You've been talking about changes, uncertainty, and everything like that. I want to put a challenge to you HR leaders, HR professionals. To what extent are you preparing your staff for these changes? Transitional preparedness, so that people do not get a shock. We talked to someone, I think in August, a worker somewhere, and he said, me, I cannot be dismissed from this organization. I've been here for 30 years. To what extent are we able to help such people to see what the future could look like and certain? Thank you very much.
Stella and Joseph, would you come and give them their tokens of appreciation? Just a bag each of them. As our elders, other tokens of appreciation will come in other ways. Thank you so much. And also still Stella and Joseph, I would like to, they just did it themselves. I want to award 3 HR people. Where's Gideon? Is Gideon still here saying, Endo, please come? And Dorothy, it's interesting, the two of you have come on board. Dorothy, thank you for being the first person to stand up and say, I am ready. I am ready to be part of the team. So Joseph, if you'll give Dorothy 1 pack. And then Maurice, thank you for hosting the MOU signing. We ate a lot of things, and thank you for opening up the space and letting Alight Uganda be the host organization. Thank you so much. And Gideon, I've never seen him, I'd never spoken to him, but Gideon WhatsApped me and says, can I support you with graphics and improve on your posters? So thank you so much. When you step up, it is seen, it is recognized, and opportunities are sought. Thank you so much, our elders, for honoring us. And my frontliners, Mark, thank you so much, and the rest of us. But above all, Ethan, thank you. You know, you just came in and everyone is like, but Emily, how did you get that man? And how much did you pay him? I told them I prayed for you. And I think there's no any better payment than that. And of course, Brighter Monday. What would we have done without you guys? Thank you for coming forth for us. Thank you for allowing us break history in partnership with Mastercard Foundation. This wouldn't have been the same. Friends, Brighter Monday is not stopping here with us. They are saying we need to organize monthly meetings. They're ready to fund it. We've gotten opportunities, offers from Refactory. We've got an offer from Mwema, and all these offers, please let's not misuse it. Federation of Uganda Employers is giving us the space on issues of mental health. The only thing you're left with is to wake up, dress up, and show up. If you're still sleeping, continue sleeping. And I pray that this summit will be a turning point. I pray that people will stop quarreling on the page. Huh? Let our elders know. But elders, your children can quarrel unnecessarily on the page. I don't know whether we need laying of hands, but we will pray for them. But above all, thank you so much. I'd like to invite us. There is a cocktail down there. Please don't leave the teas and the juices and the snacks for us. Yes, please.
So I met someone at the back, and she told me she has a lot of experience, both local and international. She was like, but at the moment I don't have a job. So what I didn't tell you, because I was under pressure earlier when I was speaking, is I actually help people in career transitioning, meaning how do you package yourself, how do you promote yourself, how do you sell yourself before an oral interview. When it comes like to oral interviews, I have a 70 to 80% success rate. So sometimes it's not that you are not valuable, it's just that you don't know how to package your value and sell yourself. When you're out there, you're informing people instead of persuading them. So I teach you how to market yourself. So please, you have my contacts. When you're calling me, tell me that you are from the NGO HR, then I'll see how to give you a beautiful discount on how you can package yourself and market yourself for some of us who are looking for jobs or looking for ways to for a new transition out there. God bless us. And thank you so much once again, Emily.
And the other thing that I'd forgotten, we are organizing the CDs breakfast. Please, when we reach out, engage your CDs to be a part of this breakfast. Stella and Joseph, I want to honor you. You have actually brought your gifts. Please come forth and we honor you for a job well done. So thank you so much. Next time, want to see which people are going to step up. So let's pray. Father God, we say thank you. You've been extremely, extremely awesomely good to us. When we never saw light at the end of the tunnel, all you said, keep the faith. And we want to say thank you. Thank you for all the frontliners that have stepped up to make a difference. Thank you for Brighter Monday team. Thank you for Mastercard Foundation. Thank you for our elders, for the panelists, for the speakers, for every HR person who has been able to log in or who have been able to come. Lord, lead us, guide us, and also for the offers that we've gotten. We pray that, Lord, enable us get those options and also get those opportunities. In Jesus' name. Amen and amen. Thank you so much. Welcome for the for the cocktail. Please, if you don't have an opportunity, don't be embarrassed. Tell somebody you don't have an opportunity. And this is time for us to hold each other's hand. The music team, thank you so much for blessing us. God bless us all.
Mr. Our President, through you, I usually like to create memories. It's very difficult to get people in one space. I was requesting that we all move forward and just have a group photo. It is so important for us to share